Fleeker, you're being extremely disingenuous. You're saying there aren't other people who don't think like you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. No.
Is wrong. Clearly,
no, I'm not saying that.
The majority
I think you're saying that.
The majority of people, whether they think
Can
like
anybody else help
me?
I'm not saying that. I think he's saying that.
Punching, I'm going to mute you. The majority of people think that punching women in the face is wrong. That I'm asking you, why do you think everyone has to start playing along with your rules?
I was telling you, they didn't want to listen to me. Can we ask if anybody else understood what I said, DNW?
Yeah, I understood.
Thank you. Denzel understood what I said. So, DNW, if Denzel understood what I understood, is Denzel incorrect here and I'm incorrect and you're the superior one? Or can you say, wait a minute, maybe it's you that's not getting what I said and you're misinterpreting me, not the other way around?
Well, no, that is the thing, because there's a pattern here where you say some shit and then somebody responds to you and you said, that's not what I said, because the stuff that you say is like fucking gibberish.
No, it's because people say the stuff I didn't say. Denzel, do you agree?
Move the goalposts all around.
It's not gibberish at all. It made perfect sense.
Shit out of thin air. And
okay, but listen what you're saying.
You're being deliberately obtuse.
Yeah, you are.
No, this dude won't even agree that fucking like gravity exists.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said at all. You
just have D Prophet and Team Fleeker talking for a while. Then I want to go.
Did you guys even talk about gravity before I got here?
No. What I did is I got mixed up in things people say, and I answered something that sounded like I answered Vital, and then he's gone on about it. We had a disagreement with it.
Your mic's below, dear.
I'm going to mute you, Denizen, because I want these two guys to talk, and then you can come in after. So they're having a little bit of back and forth.
Can you raise your mic, though, for me?
Is that me?
It's my mic.
We have a disagreement.
Yes, please, sir. I couldn't hear you over them.
Okay, no problem.
Reality and limitations exist in reality, and he disagrees.
No, I didn't disagree. I disagreed that the subjective limitations are not real. They're just a way of subjectively seeing those limitations, but the actual limitations are real. But you went on to say, oh, so you're not saying gravity's not real. Oh my God, he's saying gravity's not real, which is something ignorant people do. And as I tried to answer it, different people spoke and I got flustered. And then I came back with you saying, no, I just see reality different. We had a thing. We said we wouldn't return to it. And every single time you want to attack me, you go back to a point where we got flustered. And you even said and accepted that I didn't say that. And yet you're still now trying to tell people that was my argument. And yet you do know that's not my argument, because I have said several times it's not. And so you're disingenuously attacking me, saying this guy doesn't believe gravity exists, just to attack me. And I think that's very disingenuous. I would like to know, why do
I'm being a little obtuse, because I'm being a little obtuse, and I apologize.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So
Pete, did you want to say something?
Yes. Really, so what I've noticed, the main thing I've noticed is that there are certain people who prefer to really go into the hyper-technicals of things in terms of the detailed philosophical terms and different terms and whatever. And there's other people that simply prefer to focus on practicals. So that's why every conversation is so important. Are we talking about hyper-technicals or practicals? So for example, there are practical goods that exist in the practical sense, even though they may not exist in the hyper-technical sense if we microanalyze every little micro detail of everything. But in the practical sense of practical discussions, they do exist in reality. Like, okay, if I say something is a good, it's pleasurable, it's beneficial to me and those close to me kids, it actually exists at least at the practical level, right? Even if it doesn't exist on the microcosmic. Well, so what I'm saying is how someone decides to raise kids or not, either or, and how a person defines terms to their own kids is its own individual thing. But what I've noticed has been the pattern in this conversation so far. The pattern has been that when I'll just say okay? When I'm bringing up things that have to do with very commonsensical things, it's okay that Flicka or whoever else defines them differently or has their own way of relaying that to others. That's fine. But please don't disacknowledge that what we're saying about bad and good is equally factually valid to how you're going about talking about it and dealing with it. In other words, the validity is actually there. It's not something that's deniable in the sense that, okay, just because somebody else refers to something as a factual bad, that's correct and that's true, even if you personally are not okay raising your kids that way or whatever. So it just seems to me like there is a major hesitation for acknowledging that somebody else doing that and raising kids that way.
That's the exact opposite, in my opinion. It's far more practical to take Flicka's approach, and what you're saying is less factually true than what he is saying.
What I'm saying is kids aren't that stupid, okay? We shouldn't insult kids.
They are. Humans are stupid.
No,
We have an epidemic of binary thinking, especially in
there's a
America.
lot of kids that are not.
It's
very
literally going to
intelligent
be
yet.
the destruction of our species if we can't pull out of our
What I'm
binary
saying is,
bullshit.
a kid has the ability to
Oh,
articulate
Dan,
and
you-
understand. A kid can understand if you say to a kid, "Hey, this
And
type of stuff
these
over here is
adults on
bad."
these panels are refusing to understand very simple things that he's trying to say. And you're telling me about a kid being easily able to do it. I'm sorry, sir. You're just not going to convince me.
What I'm saying is, kids.
You're talking about
can
two different types of
understand-
intelligence.
They can understand the same concept, no matter how you relay the concept. If you say, "Okay, that over there is,"
You're,
good,
yeah, but
that
you're
over
not
there
even
is
relating
bad."
to the concept to them of neutral and to not think binarily.
I
You're
have-
relating to
There's
them
nothing
binary
neutral
thinking. You're
about
telling them there's
opinions
good and
towards
bad,
you, though.
and
There's
it's
nothing neutral about it.
factually, objectively true. And that's
There's
not
more
healthy.
seats on the panel, guys. We need some new voices. Do come on.
PP,
What
can
I'm saying,
No, let's get more retards on here. That'd be great.
PP,
what
can I
I'm
ask?
saying is, okay, go ahead, sure.
PP, can I ask a question here? I have to ask hypothetically because you'll see why in a moment, right? If I had my son here, which I do, but we're not into that, and he came on and he showed you that he understands reality, but he doesn't understand what good and evil are. He does understand what they are subjectively, like in how a cartoon does it. But what he does is he says it's just archetypes of something that's not real because we need the story to be entertaining. We need it to be a good guy and a bad guy. Otherwise, we're not. It's just normal life. Otherwise, so we do this in one world, and I love that. I love that. If anybody wanted to know my actual philosophy, it's more pantheon. I love the world of narrative, the never-ending story. I live in it. We're speaking in it now. It's great.
What I'm
But
saying
I don't.
is,
What I'm saying is, when I
think it's
teach
simple
my
as
child
this.
or what about the principles of reality,
What
I'm
I'm
not
talking
gonna-
about is as far as I can tell, nobody else here aside from you and this other person, we're actually going on about
No, no,
every-
let's just tell us
everybody
the way-
everybody here understands very clearly that yes,
don't talk
the
for everybody.
sensation-
Sorry,
I'm going
sorry.
to say everybody. I'm just going to say that. If you don't like it, fine. If you're going to be allergic to me saying everybody here, I'm just saying
No, that's
this
fair.
as a generic principle. Fine. Okay. I'm talking for
That's fine.
myself, even if I use that word. Okay.
No,
All right. So what I'm saying is that it's easy to understand that the sensation of torture to a nervous system is subjective to that individual. Kids and adults can understand that. Nobody's that stupid. We get that that's subjective. We're not talking about some hyper-technical, cosmic level, God level definition of the thing from way out there. We're talking about
Neither
very
are we.
practically. We all understand that is factually a bad to that individual subjectively. We get that it's subjective. We get that. But what you seem to be suggesting is that we're trying to insist that it's this cosmic, supreme, vast, beyond the cosmos level degree of truth.
Ask
or reality
me if that's
or
my
whatever.
claim rather than saying that is my claim. Say, is this your claim rather than saying this is your claim? I just
It
feel,
also
I mean,
is the claim of many people who argue against it
But
too,
what
by
we're
the way.
saying is, okay, things don't need to be literally objective to be subjective on a large enough scale to be close enough to objective, to be figuratively referred to as objective, to where it's sufficient. It doesn't have to be literally objective, built into the fabric of the universe.
yeah, PP,
I
does it
agree
help-
with you, but
Yeah,
why are
PP,
you
does it
so
help?
addicted to the word good and bad?
No, I just wanted PP. Does it help if I said this? Ready? That's my partner. Well done, Dan. I love you sometimes, but I'm joking. I'm a div as well. I do. Right, so, PP, is it right? Does it change if I say? I see these structures you guys use. I don't prioritize them. I'm saying there's a prioritical structure beyond subjective, and I'm starting to understand DNW a little bit better now, I think, and I'll try and get this ready for next time. I won't do it here because I'm still a bit jumbled with everything, but I'm starting to see that I do get what he's saying, and I'm trying to map something close. I've always just called it spiritual, that which lies between what is real or what's tangible or abstract or whatever, and I think that's also in the same pattern. Or Logos is saying what lies between what. See, I don't believe I can ever understand what objective is, but I believe I can get close to it because it's the very one piece I can't see that I call God. Not entirely, but part of thereof. And so I'm saying that I only look for coherence, cognition, things that work and run across, patterns that keep aligning with things. But what I also look at is what patterns cause destruction, and why is people like Danny Shine out there, who I believe is a highly logical individual, intelligent on most cases, and that's only an egotistical claim. I don't think he is actually those things. I think, like me, he's only curiosity. But we take on these ego suits, we put these characters on. I'm saying that curiosity to me is very, very precious. So anything touches that which I say is soul, that I am soul or whatever, I don't know how you'd interpret that. But if anything Precious touches that or tries to break it or harm it, I'd say as a negative thing that I wouldn't want to happen to me. I wouldn't call it bad. I don't really understand what it means. But then I would say, right, and I guess no one else wants that. But then I see you all doing it, and I say, do you guys know you're doing that? Now, you can question me and say, well, are we doing
Yes.
it? That's a great question. We can go into that.
Yes.
But that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm saying that I'm seeing something. That's what I meant I was trying to see to DN. Probably my fault, to be honest, the way I presented it. But when I say I see women get punched in the face, I'm saying that's how obvious it is to me what's happening, but no one else is seeing that. I'm not saying
We are
people
seeing
wouldn't
that,
do anything.
though. I'm
But
seeing that. I am seeing that. What I'm
are you
is
seeing the good and evil is doing that to children? It's destroying their curiosity and it's actually causing more harm. I'm not saying people are doing it on purpose. I'm saying that
I'm going to
our
speak for
knowledge is good.
myself as a kid. Let me just speak for myself as a kid growing up, okay? My kid brain understood however it was relayed to me, okay? I could understand when my dad was saying something if it was not true. I had intuitive basic sense as a kid. I wasn't that stupid as a kid, okay? So for me, I go forward on the basis that, okay, if I have a kid, I'm not going to insult that kid's intelligence by assuming he's not going to...
You just insulted mine because I didn't have that, so I must have been me stupid, right?
I didn't say you're insulting your
You
kid's
did
intelligence.
because you said you had it because you wasn't
No, I'm
stupid.
simply
I
saying
didn't have it, so does that make me
myself
stupid?
would not. I didn't say anything about you. I said I would not.
Yes,
Okay?
but I said I didn't have what you had,
Let
and
me
because
tell
you
you
had
straight
it,
up, Flicka, please
I'm
let
letting
me
you know
speak
that you were
to
calling
what I
people and
think
you're
about-
stupid. That's all.
Flicka, I don't think you are raising your kid bad. I don't think that.
No,
Do
no,
I have to say that in those words for you to understand? I
yeah,
don't
I
think you're a
don't
bad
understand
dad.
that. Sorry. No,
I don't think. I think you're a good dad, as far as I can tell. I don't think you're raising your kid bad. Factual opinion. What I'm saying when I say I would not insult my kid's intelligence, I'm 100% saying that from my end. That's what I'm saying. Okay. What I'm saying here is I'm saying it's simply unnecessary. What you seem to assume is necessary in how you relate to your kid. It's fine that you do that. That's not. I don't have any issue with how you've done that. What I'm saying is I'm saying it's not actually necessary in many kids' cases because most kids, from what I've seen, even kids who don't have very high IQ, they can grasp. If you decide to tell a kid, okay, this over here is good, this over here is bad, a kid who has any degree of internal intuition in them can grasp, okay, yes, I get the overall
Why
concept
couldn't
that you're
I
coming
then?
across.
Why couldn't I then? Am I just damaged?
Yeah, and I would
can't
say,
speak for you. I can't speak for you. I can just speak for myself.
No,
I
you
would have
can.
gotten,
No, you-
however,
but you're
no.
trying to speak for everyone, though. You're trying to say
Yes.
most kids this and most kids that.
Thank you.
no,
Thank you.
what I'm saying is that
Are you saying it
It's
just
in-
happened for you, no one else?
it's
As far as you're
individual
concerned,
kids.
this only happened to you, and this is how you see it. Or are you
No.
saying because you're not being generous in your claim and we don't understand? That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. I'm saying that
And your
saying
claim
those
seems
words
like
Is
to
your
be
claim-
objectively
And that's
incorrect,
what I'm
too.
trying to
is
say.
are all children experiencing this, or was this just your experience?
Okay, what I'm saying is you had that experience. Every kid does factually have a different experience. Some kids may intuit things independent of how their parents relay it. Other kids might not. That's reality. That's part of what happens. What I'm saying is you can raise your kids however, people can raise their kids however, and they do. But what I'm saying is that from what I've seen in my life, not just myself, I've seen other kids that I've known, other people that have grown up, they were able to intuit things independent of exactly how it was worded. You know, like whether it was specifically said good or bad, or okay, positive or negative. I've seen all sorts of kids grow up, and they more or less grow up into independent thinking adults in some way, shape, or form. They don't.
Daniel,
have
I don't
to be-
think evil. Sorry, I told Daniel. I don't
They
think
don't
evil.
Yeah,
have to be
most-
specifically spoon-fed.
Most
okay,
people, if I may,
Order
most
backwards.
people I say, because you're just repeating the same thing over and over again. Most people I see can't think beyond good and evil. They think that bad actions are evil and that people should be punished for it. And Schadenfreude is more common than what you refer to as common sense or the ability to apply nuance or neutral positions to complex
what I'm saying is
situations.
low
I don't see
and low IQ.
human beings acting the way that you keep claiming. I see them stuck in a binary mode that makes us all suffer.
And I'm saying
Yes,
that programming
most people are
comes
like you.
from good and evil. That's my point. But I'm not, look, to DNW and yourself, I get it. You're saying, hey, I have internal suspicions of why I think this is happening, and I want to tell you why I think that is. But do you know what? I don't really think it's true for me. It's just like an ego going. They're probably just thinking this, and they're probably just feeling like they don't want to forgive somebody, so they don't want us to be real. I'm justified in having this hatred towards somebody, but you're really not. And I'm saying I'm not saying that's what they're saying. I'm not saying no. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Mischaracterizing me. You're mischaracterizing me.
No, I'm not. I didn't say it. I didn't say that.
I don't believe
Let me
in
finish
free will.
again.
I
DW,
don't
let me
blame
finish,
people
please.
for who they are.
It's not
I think
fair.
we need
That's
to
not-
grow up as a society.
I'm not saying that. You're hijacking
Deal
what I'm
with
saying.
bad
DW.
outcomes in a humane way. I just don't use evil as a descriptor to describe people's actions. I talk about bad outcomes, okay? Because I'm not a medieval priest, in the Spanish Inquisition. I'm somebody in the 21st century who understands psychology. I understand determinism. So don't mischaracterize me as someone who.
Are you claiming I did?
You did.
No, I didn't.
You did. It just rewinded there a little bit, and you did.
Did anybody else think I did?
It's very simple.
I actually missed what you said.
I said that people who have the opinion thereof, like DNW and people like that, can indeed misinterpret it. I didn't say it was his opinion, but you've now got emotional thinking I've said it's yours and now attacked me because I didn't say that. You can rewind it back. I don't mind. I'll wait. I'll even take a break if you like, but I did not say that. And I appreciate that maybe it was actually my fault. I should have. It's my responsibility still mine. I can see how that could have been triggered and misinterpreted, and I shouldn't have said it that way, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, apology accepted.
This is a lot simpler than I think it's being made out to be. So what I'm saying, all I am saying is that, yes, I recognize that most people throughout the world, kids to adults, seem to have either low intelligence or low IQ. Very clearly, that's very obvious. However, what I'm saying is most people, even with that really low IQ or low intelligence, can easily grasp that torturing a child is bad or evil without really needing to be taught that very much. Like, you can just recognize that that's the case. Even if you word it differently, okay, that's negative. That's negative or illness if you don't say bad or evil or whatever.
So then we don't even need to teach them at all then.
No, you teach them, but what I'm saying is certain things are more or less intuited as basic sense, even if somebody's really stupid. Very few are inclined to torture other people. You see what I'm saying? Very human beings are inclined to do the extreme types of bads. Like, you don't really need to teach into someone, okay, you shouldn't do this extreme type of horrible bad. The things you teach are like basic sense stuff. Like, okay, it's best not to lie to people if you can help it because it develops trust and it.
Are you against teaching children that there's a third neutral position, that binary thinking is limiting, and that it rarely applies?
What I'm saying is, when it comes to
so what the fuck are you arguing about then?
I'm saying.
What about a healthy dose of both, though? What about both? Because sometimes you need to choose. You just need to make a choice, and that comes down to trying to group things together.
It's very simple. The extremes of things don't really need to be taught to most kids. Yes, obviously, it's good to repeat them and mention them, just like it is now. Yes.
See, I think the opposite. You're creating more low IQ people.
Yeah.
When you limit what you teach young children, you're literally creating dum-dums who can't think as
Kids
adults.
can think in terms of.
Tiffany, why don't you come on and tell us about that? This is the Finding Gnosis show. Link should be in the description wherever you're watching it. Do come on and tell us.
Yeah, the link is in the description, Tiff. Yeah, and Tiffany's a Christian moralist, so she could offer another opinion where she definitely believes in good and evil are as objective things.
And I will say,
we're going to move the goalpost slightly at Danny's insistence. Well, it's just a suggestion, not an insistence. But I think he has this kind of softly approach where he's manipulating us, and he's trying to hypnotize us into getting what he wants, which is to talk about antinatalism. So he asked Fleeca. He says Fleeca has an interesting take on antinatalism and natalism. Ask him to explain more. I mean, Fleeca, you've watched Danny Shine. You actually found this stream because of Danny Shine, I believe. What the hell do you think of his spouting on about antinatalism? He's very passionate.
I just wanted to hear more because Flicker said, I didn't understand. I don't understand a lot of what you say. Sorry, it's
right. Okay, right. Here's a simple question that's related to this. Before I say what I say, let me ask this right. Anybody can answer this, and it's a really simple one. Logically, if you had the choice, would you put the fire out at the source of the fire or at its fringes?
At the source.
So if I said to you that the source and the one power that can hold up natalism is this cruelty and negligence to children by deeming them good and evil, and if you couldn't do that, you couldn't really, there would be too much. You wouldn't be able to control and manipulate that child as much, and therefore natalism wouldn't be the problem. You'd have to understand how to raise a child. We took away the schools of good and evil and all this stuff, and the laws just changed that you had to raise the child yourself, you had to provide for it yourself, and you had to teach that child within our level of intelligence now for the logic and fallacies we learn how to think and rationally think, and you wasn't allowed to teach it good or evil or anything like that, just so you can manipulate it, so you can control and have your drugs and go to work and do all this stuff and have more babies. One child would be bloody enough. You'd have to look after it constantly, watch it pull in a dog's tail, pull its ponytail, show him that it's not correct to do that, instead of just going, that's naughty. You've got to understand this, phone system. If that could happen and then prove to you that in essence, that's what creates the illusion of natalism anyway, because that's what allows it. Because without it, you couldn't really have natalism. It would be, everybody would see the barbarism then. But this good and evil covers it. So if you help me lift this veil, then your work is also complete, is it not?
I honestly, I don't understand what you're saying.
I think I get what he's. Hold on, Team Fleeca. I'm not AN anymore, but I will say you're bringing it down to, if you can make people think differently, it makes everything okay, and there won't be any need for antinatalism. But does that not betray the fact that some, let's talk about Mother Nature herself causing huge problems, as PP would call it, agonizing physical torment that have no salve from, you can't be saved because you think a different way. The pain literally takes over your nervous system, so that thinking won't even save you. So it's not just about how you think.
I have no problem with pain or suffering. I love pain and suffering. I don't think, like Danny, love pain and suffering.
That's the answer I'm looking for. So you don't think that comes into the equation? It's all about
I don't fear pain and suffering like somebody fearing life. I embrace life. I enjoy it. But you're allowed to choose to live life that way if you want to. That I don't understand why you guys do it. I don't understand why Danny does it. But then again, because I understand he does do it, then I completely understand his view. But if he stopped doing that to himself and punishing himself, he'd then go, oh, maybe actually you've got a point. We could look at working together to deal with this. I think I got most of the answers, guys. Only thinking. That's not true. But I'd like to, that's why I'm here. I know you're going, I'm saying, I want to run these ideas. I want to see what Danny thinks. I want to see what Dan and DNW. And I even love Vital. I think without Vital, this show would be actually boring tonight. But I
love you too, honey.
Thank you. But
when you said I love pain and pleasure, what did you mean by that? Or you said I love pain, something along those lines. What did you mean by that when you said that?
If I didn't have pain and pleasure, I wouldn't get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah.
You don't need pain for pleasure, though. That's not
pain is a corrective measure.
I can't know one without the other. I don't understand what you're talking about.
If you're in a constant, if you're in a constant state of pain or pleasure, you wouldn't know the other.
Yeah, that's not true at all. I can explain to you and show you examples of how that's not true. I can show you real examples. So
I can also.
I mean, it just sounds like someone who hasn't suffered from chronic pain.
No, in the real world, what I'm saying is chronic pain is horrible.
There is a newcomer. There is
I'm suffering from being high on chronic.
There is a newcomer.
You don't need pain in order to appreciate pleasure more.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
What is this newcomer?
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
I don't know who it is. It's Rose Algold. You're on the funny note.
There is a newcomer.
Do say hello, Rose Algold.
There is a newcomer.
Let me let people speak. Rose, you're on the Fighting Notions show.
Hi, how's it going, guys? It's Ra's al Ghul, by the way. Just one of the main antagonists from Batman.
Oh, Ra's al Ghul, it is me, Bane. It is a pleasure to meet you, my former master.
Yeah. By the way, guys, don't worry. I don't maniacally plan to destroy Gotham City, if you know what I mean. It's just a name, yeah.
So I think
guys,
this is
Danny Shine's question to me with an answer, so you could just answer so we can finish this, because obviously newcomers come in and see other people. But Danny, if I said to you then, if I said, I think I've mapped the source of your problem to good and evil, would you be interested in exploring that with me? Do you understand that?
Not really.
Oh, you do. Well, sorry, I shouldn't. Part of me wants to say you do, and I don't understand that.
You do not need pain to experience pleasure or appreciate it. That's not true.
I'm saying to you that you answered the fire question. Yeah, I'm saying the source of the fire is natalism. It's causing all the suffering. I'm saying I think I have mapped a causality that might help us. Are you not even interested even to look at that, or do you think, oh no, all the smart people kill your children, just leave the dum dums here? That'll work.
No, I mean, I guess I am interested. I'm not, as I said to you, I don't really understand what you're saying. A lot.
Then ask questions and be interested. I don't need you to understand. I need you to be interested in the premise. If I said that I think that I have generally, without, I could just give you a link. I won't even talk to you. I'll give you a link to my X page where I'm trying to put it up there for free for people to read. And you just, whenever you want, just have a little tinkle and a look at it. I'll even send you the. No, I don't want to plug what I've done because I'm some advertising. But anyway, Danny, I just want to say, if I send you something to at least read, will you read it? Because I know you're a bit of a joke and a fool, and you'll just leave it there for 6 months and go, "Ha, that's evil." And I go, "Oh, thank you, Danny, appreciate that." But still doesn't prove it's evil. But thanks for wasting everybody's curiosity. And I know you love to do that to me because there's a part of you like me that says that'd be funny. Like, please, Danny, would you at least listen to me out one time, me and you?
I'll read stuff if you send it to me. I'll try.
So you won't have a private conversation with me, even if it wasn't for anybody else?
I might. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Danny. That told me lots, as usual. I love you, but thank you for at least engaging. I'll shut up a minute unless someone else talks. Sorry, guys.
What you said was very revealing. You said you seem to believe or feel that pain is required to appreciate pleasure truly and to experience pleasure properly. Something along those lines. You mentioned that.
The way I understand it, yes.
Can you clarify why you mean that? Because that is actually a verifiably false idea. That's not true. And I can show you, demonstrate how that's not true. With many examples, actually.
Are you going to demonstrate me with formal knowledge?
I can show you in very practical
examples. Are you going to demonstrate
me
with metaphysics?
And hyper details, both. I can do both.
No, that's not my question. My question was, were you going to demonstrate with formal knowledge or metaphysics? Before I can continue, I just need to understand that.
I'm saying something right now, independent.
I give two outcomes.
I'm making a statement.
I give two outcomes. What's happening? Just so I can understand what you're saying, because otherwise I want. Oh, wait a minute. I should. I need to structure what you're saying to understand your question.
So therefore, I will say it. What I'm saying is, factually, you do not need any type of pain ever to appreciate or value.
It's not answering what I'm asking at all. I don't know what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying as a statement.
Wait.
I can understand what you're saying if you just tell me this. Are you giving the fact from a formal position or a metaphysical?
He's pulling it out of his ass, to be honest.
Yeah, give us an example.
I think that, but I'm asking you.
Give us an example. Sorry to talk over you guys. Not you, Flicker, the other guy who just stated that position. That one, you just said, paraphrasing here, right? You said pain can't condition pleasure, whatever. Can you give us a real life example of that? Thank you.
What I'm saying is pleasure can simply build on pleasure. So, for example, in our lives, we've all experienced things that are pleasurable. And on top of that pleasure, we're already experiencing. Let's say, for example, you're playing a card game that feels good with everyone else voluntarily, and you're enjoying it. Then, on top of that, you have sex with a gorgeous female who you're dating afterwards, which is 10 times more pleasurable than the card game you were just playing with her. And then you experience another greater pleasure on top of that. You don't require pain to be this contrast to pleasure or to be this thing that drives you to experience. It's unnecessary. You can simply have deeper degrees of pleasure compared to lesser degrees of pleasure. That's all that you don't need.
Yeah, but what didn't you say?
And without pain, you would have you wouldn't have as deep of understanding of pleasure. You'd have a lesser understanding.
That's not true. You'd actually have.
Yeah, that's what I agree.
I can explain how.
Yeah, but
I can explain how.
Yeah, but
no, you didn't. You explained how experiencing pain would give you a deeper understanding. You proved yourself wrong.
I didn't say that at all. That's not at all.
You did. The different if the variances in pleasure can give you a deeper understanding of pleasure, then pain can give you an even deeper understanding of pleasure.
Lesser intense pleasure is not the same as pain. I said lesser
yes, but it's still a scale. You're still admitting that it's the difference that gives you the qualia. Okay. You're admitting to the thing you're trying to disprove.
You can experience the entire scale on only a pleasure scale is what I'm saying.
And not on the same scale you would if you had also experienced pain by your own explanation.
Because it can be experienced only on a pleasure scale only. That's why the pain part's unnecessary.
And not to the same extent as if you had also experienced pain.
To a greater extent, and I can give you an example. Would you want?
Go ahead, try. Okay. It's probably going to prove you wrong again.
No. So check this out. If you're experiencing the best sex you've ever felt during your entire life, okay, and right after that greatest sex you've ever felt, the next day you experience even better sex than that sex you experienced the day before. That's just pleasure building on pleasure.
You literally just repeated yourself.
Wait, that doesn't make sense, my friend. You just measured the hedonic. You're talking about the hedonic treadmill, right? Where you can keep upping your different levels of states of pleasure. But here's the problem with what you
There's
just
more
said.
to it, and I haven't finished.
What
There's more to
you?
it.
No, okay, I understand, but let me just interject quickly. Yeah. So you just said that, but here's the thing: you've forgotten about something called dissatisfaction. I would argue you just said that you can keep building pleasure on pleasure, but if you look at that cycle, what goes up must come down, and you can literally keep maxing out on the hedonic treadmill, but you will experience dissatisfaction at some point, which can be argued is a form of pain. Do you agree? Yes or no?
You're talking about simply the biological flaw of the human body, where the body gets exhausted, is what you're talking about. That's very different from the need for pain.
No, it's nothing to do with the body, my friend. It's to do with neurochemistry. Your dopamine receptors get fried, and then if you keep driving a fucking Ferrari every day, you're gonna get dissatisfied with it. And I'm just saying that breaks the so-called building pleasure upon pleasure, because you're now.
You're mentioning a very basic sense thing, which is totally separate from what I'm actually talking about here. Basic sense, of course,
No, it
the
isn't.
body's limited, and the body experiences
Dissatisfaction interrupts the pleasure upon pleasure building. That's all I'm saying. And
It's not
with that,
okay. It's not the dissatisfaction that drives your urge for greater pleasure. You don't need the dissatisfaction or pain part for that. It's unnecessary. No, you're going to go for pleasure in spite of the pain. Yes, in spite of the dissatisfaction, but not because of it. That's what I'm saying. This need for pain and pleasure to be the driver for more pleasure. This need for
You're
pain,
moving the goalposts.
wait, that doesn't make sense. So you're telling me if you was fully content that you would seek anything? I think I'm not really saying that I'm a Buddhist or anything, but the Buddhists do have a point. If you are fully suffering,
see, this is what I'm saying. This is why it's so important to have moderated chats so people can have time.
Yeah, okay, so let's do moderation, my friend. I don't want to talk like this either, but you.
All right, well, look. Let Rose speak. Let Raz speak.
Rose, all good, man. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is, PP, is like, all I'm arguing is this, right? Yes, you can keep stacking pleasure upon pleasure, but it's impossible to do that ad infinitum, because dissatisfaction is part of this natural cycle. So like you said, you may be having great sex, but once you climax or reach orgasm, you're going to come down. Yes. So all I'm arguing is this, my friend, is that this pleasure or dissatisfaction, let's say dissatisfaction, that's the word, it can be argued that dissatisfaction is a form of pain. Being uncomfortable, being at dis-ease with your current situation is a form of pain. Would you not agree? That's what my position was.
Of course it is. But experiencing the best sex ever, there's not dissatisfaction of that. Experiencing greater pleasure after does not mean there is dissatisfaction in the previous pleasure. Do not mistake the two things. It's very important not to mistake this. The nature of this impositional world is a lot of shit show hellscape stuff is thrown at us all the time that doesn't allow us, because of our physiological limitations, to actually experience pleasure properly. That's the issue. It's not that pleasure itself, or I should say, it's not that pain itself is required to appreciate pleasure or anything like that. It's simply that we've been imposed with bodies that are limited in their capacity to go as far as possible into pleasure. This is the whole idea behind paradise states, where we're freed from these temporal bodies, where we have these impositions.
Yeah, but I disagree with paradise. Sorry to interrupt. I disagree with that, because
you can disagree with it, but what I'm saying is that's
okay. Let me give you a thought experiment.
He's going to use the word factual again to describe paradise.
Let me give you a thought experiment. Yeah, there was a fucking game. Without going off on a tangent too much, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Whoever's played it has whatever. So in the game, the protagonist ends up dying, and according to Norse mythology, he goes to Valhalla. Meets the gods, his fucking dead brother, and all this other shit. So according to Norse mythology, every day he wakes up and they do the same shit. Listen to this now, yeah? So they get up, they go and fight with all the great warriors, and they go to the great hall of feast with the gods, and it keeps repeating. Now by day 3, again, this is just a thought experiment, he wakes up and he's like, what the fuck is this? I've had enough. So what I'm trying to say to you in a nutshell is the nature of the mind is that it always wants something that it doesn't have. So how can you keep stacking pleasure upon pleasure? It just doesn't make any sense. So if you take away pain, then the very pleasure you're experiencing, you'll become numb to it, my friend. Like, let me prove something to you. If you're sleeping on a nice bed and I take away fatigue out of that equation, are you telling me that you'll fucking sleep on that bed for 24 hours, excuse my language? You wouldn't, because eventually, even when you're not tired, why would you be lying down on the bed? So fatigue kind of does condition the need or the good feelingness of sleep. Similarly, hunger conditions for you to taste food. That's why I don't know if you've ever practiced fasting or anything, but let's say like when you're fasted, and I give you a piece of bread and water and you haven't eaten for 24 hours, that bread will taste really good, but that taste is relative because the hunger is really what conditioned that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's all relative. Yeah.
It's very easy to understand what you're saying. What I'm saying, you're saying basic sense things. You're repeating very basic sense things. The basic sense things that we all can easily recognize. What I'm saying is the world that's imposed on us, this body that's imposed on us, right, against our will. We don't desire to have to breathe or to have to drink water or have to eat. Those things are imposed. They're not our will to have to do those things. So what I'm saying is, in order for you to experience or go deeper into pleasure, even from your perspective, which seems, I would assume it's probably a materialistic, secular perspective, maybe, is that correct? Is that more or less where you're coming from on this topic? That's
for the sake of argument, yes, but not in totality, no, but for sake of argument, yes, go ahead.
Okay, for the sake of this specific point. All right, so basically,
yeah.
What I'm getting at is you can at least acknowledge, you can at least recognize, at least the excruciating, extreme versions of torture and pain are not necessary for appreciation of pleasure. At least you can acknowledge that much, right? You can understand that at least. That, like, for example, an innocent child being tortured is not required for everybody else to recognize that it's important for no child to ever be tortured. That doesn't actually have to happen as a manifest thing for everybody to already recognize, hey, let's prevent that from ever happening and to appreciate the pleasure that that's not happening, right? You don't need the child to literally be tortured somewhere in the world for us to all have a deeper appreciation of why child torture needs to stop or why that gives us pleasure that kids aren't being tortured. You see what I'm saying? You don't need the extreme versions. Can you at least understand that part of what I'm getting at? You don't need the extreme tortures to yourself or others to value pleasure more or to go deeper into pleasure. It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
You can make arguments, though. Here's the thing. You can make arguments, and that's fine. If you want to say, okay, semi-voluntary pleasure, like exercise or hiking up a hill or things that give you like minor degrees of discomfort or pain can help you appreciate pleasure more. Sure, I'd even grant that to people if that's their philosophy. That's fine, because that you can make arguments with that. I'm talking about the extreme types of pain are not necessary to value pleasure more or to go further into it. That's what I'm talking about, mainly and especially. But I extend that to the minor pleasures also, but it seems like most people can understand much better when we go to the extremes. They can at least grasp it on that level. Extreme torture, extreme pain to you or others is not necessary to appreciate pleasure more. Can we all agree on that at least?
I can't.
I'll agree with you on that. Extreme, yeah, but as a base, no, but yeah.
Sure. But yeah, we can. People can make arguments about minor pain and suffering or semi-voluntary. Like if you play a board game, for example, you're imposing on yourself artificial rules you don't need for the fun of it, playing a board game.
I disagree with it.
That's not the same. That's not even in the same ballpark as a child being tortured. Therefore, we can only appreciate children not being tortured because one has been. Like, no, not even in the same ballpark. So semi-voluntary stuff that actually feels good on another level is a totally, like video games, board games, doing stuff with people, sports where your legs start to burn after playing soccer. All of that stuff is within the fold of pleasure. That's what I'm saying, like, because all of it's minor and semi-voluntary. What I'm saying is non-voluntary, forced on you, imposed on you against your will, extreme pain is never necessary for you to appreciate pleasure deeper. Ever, under any certain, and it doesn't. It actually just harms. It doesn't cause deeper appreciation of pleasure.
No one said
it just
that.
Makes the person hate life. That's it.
Can I just say, if you want to join, folks, the link is in the description. It's in the description under the video. Thank you.
So
and thank you to everybody who.
Guys, I'm really sorry to interrupt. GNW, sorry, I was just going to say, sorry, PP, just a really quick one. What's the rules for this?
Yeah, I'm muting you because you did interrupt. Sorry about that. So yeah, thanks to everybody who's donated as well. Link to do so is pinned in the live chat. Thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. It pays for the bills. Now, Raz, now that you've learnt some manners, I ask you to show decorum in future and don't interrupt. Now you can talk.
Yeah, apologies. You know what it is? It's hard to get your voice across sometimes in this chat, and I understand why. There's a lot of passion, a lot of different viewpoints. But DNW, really quick one. Yeah, apologies for that, my friend. But what's the rules for this chat? Like, are we allowed to use profanity or what? How does it go?
You can use profanities. Just don't direct it at any one individual, and don't commit a hate crime. Don't say anything illegal. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No worries. Thanks.
Yeah, DNW, can I just ask a question on that hate crime thing? And I'm not going to be the you know, that do that, you know,
Yeah.
all that.
Well, you live in the UK. You know, you look at
He's right about that.
And so, as somebody who lives in the UK, I just want to confirm. What do you mean by hate crime? I mean somebody who's generally just being hateful to somebody, and they won't give up on that because you know.
No, there are specific rules in law around hate crime. Go and look it up. You know, there are certain things you cannot say about certain minorities or certain groups.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry, I should have said that. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Unfortunately, not all groups are protected, but there you go. It's a bit of a there's a little bit of favoritism going on. But go ahead anyway.
Empathical, and so be as empathical as you can. That's a strange word, empathical, because I wanted to link it to those gentlemen who were chatting.
Danny wouldn't say you're an empath.
Well, I'm not just an empath. No, I wouldn't class myself as an empath. I say I have the ability to be empathical. I also have the ability to be narcissistic. That's what makes me whole.
Isn't that part of the human condition, though? To have the light and the dark?
I don't disagree. I'm saying it's part of it. Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, Vibe, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, brother. Great to have you here. What would you like to say, sir?
Hey, how's my audio?
Great. For me, anyway.
Good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I joined I think maybe 12 minutes ago. Love the topic. Does good or evil exist? But I came in on, I think what I came on is we're trying to compare good and evil to pleasure and pain.
I'm not sure that my original claim, by the way, is not exist. Just to keep you up to date, Vibe. I was the one who brought the claim. Me, the ego. No, of course, I interjected the claim into the conversation, and it was that I believe they exist in a fictional format, and I can't use connotations like good or bad. We try to align the structure by way they look by others, and it's been absolutely amazing for me anyway. I've learned a lot, but I do say that good and evil are not real, as in they can't be mapped to anything objectively.
Another way of looking at this is everything is ideological. We all like red is an idea, you know. Yellow is an idea.
No, I don't disagree. I agree and I disagree.
No. Everybody sees yellow as the way you see it. Not everybody sees red. Some people are colorblind.
That's not my claim.
Different things. Their brain is interpreting reality in different ways. It's an idea in their head. Okay, so lots of things you could argue are fictions. But fictions clearly matter. Ideas matter. Okay?
The truth matter.
Well, you don't know what the truth is, son.
No, I don't. But does it matter?
I mean, it kind of my spin on this, and
that's why I thought we was all here for finding truth, finding gnosis. But it matters. Yeah, I'm not saying I claim what it is, but if it matters, shouldn't getting close to it as possible matter, and therefore alignment isn't that what truly matters? Coherence, cognition. I agree with you. I see. It always sounds like I'm disagreeing with people because the way I have to communicate. But guys, I truly aren't. Most of you, I believe, are correct in one form or another. But I'm just saying that it's not fully how I see it. It's not my full claim. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that good and evil. If good and evil, I say this, I will give you this. If good and evil had no negative effect that I could map to real harm in objective reality as I see it, and I've been refuted on it. Once I can give people the conditions on how to refute it as well if they ask. But if they can, I will shut up and I'll be like, oh, heck, I don't care. Good and evil's awesome. I love fiction. I love fairy tale. My son is learning what good and evil is, but I'm just framing it different. I'm teaching him it's just fiction, buddy. But in reality, people are using it. It's not something you can deny. Yes, DNW.
I agree, and I'd say this as well. Bad is independent of good or evil. Something can be bad, but also not evil.
Then I agree with you. We're in agreement.
Yeah, and you know something I came up with prior to jumping into this on Fleesa. Is it Fleesa or is it?
You can call us Car, but it's Flickr. I know.
Flickr.
I'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I came up with 5 categories, and unfortunately, they kind of. If you're in one of these 5 categories, it's a circular conversation always because you can't agree because you're in one of these categories. And one of the categories that I think you said, and maybe I'm strongmanning you here, is there really is no difference between good and evil or good and bad, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well let me lay out these 4 categories, right? The first 2, and there's 2 sub ones to this, is you're either like you've got religion or you're secularist, right? And in those two areas,
No, I think there's a third one I do, but
Right,
That's
I
a
do.
false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy. Sounds like a
That's
false
only-
dichotomy. Why is there only religion and secular? Why can't it be? I'm sure there's more nuance to that, my friend. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
I do have a fifth in there. I agree with you guys, right? So the four, because I said five, the four would be first splitting it into two, which is you believe in a God or you don't believe in a God. Okay.
I know there's a God.
Okay, and that's fine, right? But I don't think everybody on
How do
this
you know?
panel agrees with that.
It's the
And
only
that's how
thing I know. I don't know
that's
anything.
how
Guys, let him make his point. Guys, let him make his point, honestly, because it's just going to be some abstract thing going on where it's like 10 different. Let him make his point. Let him make his point.
Right, and so
Go ahead.
and I'm just throwing this out. This is what I came up with the 12 minutes of listening to you guys. Is you've got people that believe in God, and people that don't believe in God. I don't care which category you're in, and if you're in one of those two categories, in the most basic sense, especially with those that believe in God, based on whatever their God is, they have a good or they have an evil. When I say secularists, I put them in their own category because a lot of secularists actually do believe there's a good and bad based on outcome or what you guys might have been talking about, pain or pleasure. Or they may have their own philosophy of it. But I do believe there's a fifth one out there, which basically says, you know what? We don't have to be in either of those categories. Good and evil really is just how the universe works. It's not a positive or a negative. And it could actually be evil in that fifth category could be construed to us as evil, but actually a better outcome for the universe, right? So, and so you basically got five types of people on here, maybe a six, right, that I didn't think of. But ultimately, if we sit there and try to define it to each other, if we're all in different categories, the argument ends up being circular.
I disagree, but when you're ready.
I'd love to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would agree if me and you saw the world exactly the same and your world of formalism was the correct world, but it's not. And I don't agree the world I'm in is the correct world. I think we could work together to see something true. I do understand what you're talking about, and if the claims, as you understand, I think the reality is, were true, then your answer would be correct, because that would still make me as delusional as you. But I'm not claiming any of the stuff that you said. I'm not making it subjective. I'm just looking at reality and saying, look, I can't map what you... Right. My mind looks to map things, yeah? I can, every time someone explains evil to me, and I'm going to get to the point in a minute, which is, I'm just telling you how I got to it, right? Every time someone maps evil to me, I map something like illness, miseducation. Everybody says, you see that murder, was it evil? I'm like, no, it was a murder. I don't get it. I don't understand that. So I tried to map for ages, because this kind of answers DMX's question from earlier is, do you think you should bow down to everybody? And not bow down like that. I mean, not it. That's mischaracterization. I'm doing it again, Carl. My hand structure of bow is like, you know, do I want to accept their reality and say that's the correct reality? Yeah? So that's what he was asking more online. And I did try that for a long time. It just didn't work. And now I structured my own way that does. But I'm saying to you, let's just say there are many structures out there. And yeah, lots of them subjective. And we just find the best coherent ones. But what if there is a structure that looks like it's working, but really I can prove to you that it's based upon something that causes harm to people? I'm not saying that you can't say something is good or bad, like as in DNW uses. I'm starting to understand what he's saying. I'm just saying there's a priority that if a structure can and does cause harm, not to everybody, but to some, isn't it worth us going, right, that's not worth it? If there's another structure. I'm not saying to get rid of something. I'm saying I can replace. I found a way to replace it because I did it with myself and my son. I didn't go right at the beginning where I fought this. I wanted to prove it with physical evidence. I've written metaphysical papers. You can all go read it. I know you have to take it on good faith, so I'm not going to throw that in your face. I'm just saying that's my reasoning, my understanding, and I can say that from a place of honesty. I could be incorrect. That's true. But no one's looking at it.
Could you also say that there's different versions of good and evil? So there's good and evil.
You didn't really answer my question. I had a question in there, which was, would you say if that is true, and what I'm saying is true, yeah, it's hypothetical, but we find a notice, right? I'm not claiming it. No, I'm saying if what I'm saying is true, if I can prove to you, and you can read it, and you can go, okay, I understand what you're saying now, and I'm saying that I've mapped something to say one particular system has a detrimental effect, and I'm just saying, guys, is there a better way we can we can look at this restructure. But no one's going to want to do that until you look at what I'm saying is the effect. And I'm saying the effect is highly negative. And once you look at it from an adult's point of view, you wouldn't want to happen to you. The people want to claim, I remember being a kid. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, all of academia will go against you and say, no, you don't. You have a gnosis about being a child, and you have to align that now because you didn't have the same faculties. You didn't have the same experience. Nobody taught you what freaking words were. I like to tell people that before there was mum, dad, and tree, there was only you and what was God. I won't go into that because it's a fickle thing. I'm just saying that there are structures out there. Some align, some don't. I'm not claiming to know the truth, but I am saying that I'm seeing something in a particular structure that is yes, those other structures exist, but can we all agree that Disney, the most academia, the school systems, the cartoons, they all promote a particular structure, and that is you go to hell and religion, mostly dogmatic things. They put dogmatic views in children's heads so they confuse it with the adult who's just following a dogmatic way of controlling their child. And you've got to see that could be a blindness, surely. That could be what's causing everybody to be. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying if it could be, and I can map it, would you be interested in looking at it and going, okay, if he's
I actually did get your question properly before. And the reason I actually didn't answer it was because you're like, hey, if I can map this, and it makes sense, would you adopt it? And my response to what I heard you say before was, we can look at different categories of mapping, right? So if I look at good and evil on myself only, I can map that to what's good and evil for myself. I can then take that theology and say that's correct. Or I can say, okay, actually, let's not just be selfish. Let me map that onto society and what's best for humanity. Right. So maybe me being deleted actually is better for humanity. That would be the better option. I don't know. Maybe me not being deleted would be better for humanity. I could take a third option, which is one that none of us can comprehend, which is the universe. What if all of humanity isn't actually the benefit for the universe? Therefore, the first two theses that map really good for reality are really bad for the universe. So, and if I can map that, then
we have another outcome.
Right.
All right, Ultron. I have to change your name to Ultron.
Knows.
Do you want to hear the other outcome? The other outcome is, or I can say, I don't know any of this stuff. The fact that I'm here and this is happening, I should just shut my mouth and just let that happen. Why am I questioning this? I'm not God.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I don't understand anything, but it's really fun to talk about.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm not disagreeing that. I would never do that. I'm just remaining character for the show, obviously. But no, I would never do that. Nope. You can tell me shut up first. I don't. I love this. This for metacognitive IQ. This is
torture is a fact.
It's like heroin to me.
Period. That's it's a bad sensation.
But guys, don't we need? I understand. Like, if I'm getting it correct, that the sort of ultimate reality of what is the meaning of good and evil, they're just words. But don't you think, as humans who live in civilization, that sorry, just aim this at Flicker. Yeah. Don't you think, Flicker, maybe in the ultimate sense, I agree with you. Like, this is down to discussion because it's very nuanced. But don't you think we need conventions, especially for children who are not mentally developed, to say, look, don't punch that kid in the back of the head because it's not good. And now to simplify why that's not good.
So if I can answer your question, I think I know what you mean. Yes, right. So if
like on a conventional level, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe in making ethical rules for us. Like I said, I believe in coherence and all that. I believe in that. But good and evil are extremes. And we're teaching that these extremes are real to children, and they're believing in it before they can understand it. And this is evident. It's like, I can't present a massive... maybe I should make a little video. I'll give it to DNW. He can assess it for himself and see if he can put it up on his channel. And, it's just be me just trying to prove my point. Because, what am I going to do? Sit here and prove the layers upon layers of structure that I went through to get us over the years to try and communicate with you? I can't. But what I can do is try and do it in the simplest format I can and say that I'm just saying, I'm not saying anybody's incorrect. And I use correct and incorrect. They're not absolutes to me. I'm never right or wrong. I'm always either correct or incorrect. And the moment I understand that I'm incorrect, I'm now correct again. So I work like that. No system.
Okay. Well, maybe you can do that, Fleeker. I want to bring Vibe in. Vibe, you're new here. Maybe we'll go back to the topic of the show, at least temporarily. What is really going on in the world right now, Vibe? Have you got any more insight into that question? I know we ask it quite a lot on this channel, but since we last spoke, have you seen any news, anything that has maybe struck a chord with you to help us answer that question? He is muted, so I don't know. Does somebody else want to answer that question? What about you, Raz? You didn't answer that question. Raz, let Raz speak. He's new here.
Yeah, what's going on in the world? To be honest, I think what's going on in the world is what has kind of been going on, especially in terms of human societies, which is war, disagreement, inequity, all of the bad stuff. Obviously, some good stuff as well. But yeah, to be honest, without sounding like too much of a doomer, I do think we are a bit fucked, really. Especially with what's happening in Iran with the war. And just actually last night, I was watching a documentary about Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and I was just looking at just the aftermath of, and that was then with the fissioning of the atom and the technology then. And I was just thinking, although we might not be at that level of escalation now, who's to say that we can't be looking at nuclear fallout in our lifetime? And you know, like, it's just crazy, man. Like, yeah, in a nutshell, DNW, bro. We're just all living through a shit show. I'm not trying to, you know, fearmonger or sort of doom and gloom, but that's how I honestly feel, brother. I feel like we're all living in a shit show, and I feel like we're all living the same life. Doesn't matter what color you are, what religion. I feel like we're all going through the ringer, but because of perspective, we see it differently. We think, oh no, they're the ones doing it, it's them, it's this, it's that. But technically, if you woke up today and you live in Britain, at least where I'm from, I believe we're all going through the ringer, man. Sadly.
Okay, brother. Do you have any beliefs or opinions as to why all this is happening? Do you think there's a deeper meaning or purpose behind existence that perhaps that most people aren't aware of, or is it something that you speculate upon?
Yeah, I would say I've looked at the different religions, to be honest. I really looked at them. At one point, I was really into sort of Buddhism and stuff like that. I've looked at the Abrahamic stuff. I looked at Hinduism, a little bit of animism, which I think Flicker is a pagan or something like that, if I'm correct. But I don't think any of them have the ultimate truth, because I believe right now, what a universe is, and you know, like these, when we say like what's the meaning of life, that's just a word, and is that even applicable to the universe itself? Because that's just it's a noise, a word. So I'm not trying to sound like I just feel like I feel like it's really inconceivable, but we should still carry on because we're getting closer. But in ultimate reality, nobody knows the ultimate truth of anything. It's impossible. How could you know? You know what I mean? But yeah. Let us continue the search, brethren and sistren.
Does anybody want to ask the question about war?
War. I think war is so a lot. You're a Christian. You believe in a higher power, God. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I just want to. Sorry, I was muted. I want to go back to Raz, seeing as he's new here. Sorry, guys. That's why I was muting people. I didn't know I was muted. I don't know what the hell goes on with StreamYard. I mean, sometimes it just mutes me randomly, and I have no idea why. Raz, a bit of a fun question. Well, it may not be, depending on your experiences, but we always ask it to newbies. Have you ever had a paranormal experience? If so, would you like to tell us about such?
No. I would say no, honestly, no.
Okay, buddy. Fine. As you were, gentlemen. Sorry for butting in. Go ahead.
Oh, my question.
I don't think we can know what's going on. I think Jean Baudrillard was correct, and we've entered a time of hyperrealism, where symbolism is more real than reality itself, and we're lied to from so many different directions. Propaganda and gaslighting have become common methods of human communication. And all that's left now is the narrative. We don't even know the difference between objectivity, subjectivity, facts, and opinion. And we're in a hyper-realistic state. And I think the reason why is because man's lack of harmony with nature has caused him to evolve with a scarcity mindset. And that scarcity mindset is why we feel the need to compete rather than cooperate. It also blinds us to the possibilities of abundance and cooperation because we're so
No,
stuck
I
in our
think
current way of thinking.
scarcity is part of life. I mean, if there was no scarcity, it would be keep on growing forever. There is a limit to nature. Nature has limits. Like you can't
Right,
grow the
I- that-
population
I-
forever.
What's scarce?
I agree with that.
What
I
do you
agree
need to
with
live
that.
that's
Like
scarce?
the reason that we moved into such a technological place is because there has always been that feeling. Like
Has
without
always
that feeling,
been.
we would have stayed stagnant. You know, there's always gonna be a push to gain more, to get better. There's always gonna be a carrot on the stick, you know. And what I do agree with what you said about propaganda and gaslighting hitting us from like it's just the commonplace now. That makes me think of something that just recently happened. You know, 22 or 23 dogs were just rescued from Rigland Farm. I think they're called Rigland Farms or whatever. I don't the exact name. By Direct Action Everywhere is a vivisection farm for dogs, and I guess what happened was like the police chief of that county or that area did a press release later on that said that they had recovered all of the animals, right? Which is a lie. Like they had rescued 23 of those dogs and they were being brought to, a place for someone to adopt them, right? Why, like the fact that he would go on that just, the fact that he just blatantly lied like that to the press, it makes you think, okay, they could lie about anything. They'll just, what is true? Half the shit that we hear from authorities is probably bullshit, right?
More than half at this point. And what's based on reality is still ultimately manipulation.
I thought reality was the truth.
Anyway,
Yeah, but
look
is
into what
everybody's-
just happened with Ridgeland Farms.
Yeah, but is
Look into
reality the
what
same
happened
for
with
everybody?
Ridgeland
Though?
Farms.
I don't think everybody's seeing reality the same right now, dude.
But anyway, I was disagreeing with Dennis in there because I do think that life has limits. We can't like live in a limitless. There's laws of nature that limit us and stuff like that. So I don't think we can't be like abundance all the time. You know,
Are we,
don't.
are
have,
we bumping up against the laws of nature?
Yeah. We're part of nature.
How
so
is nature making your life scarce?
Well, I'm just saying that the idea of abundance is not.
You live in abundance, sir. You're going to say it's not realistic, but you live in abundance.
Sorry, Dennis, I got to mute you. You asked him a question. Give him time to answer. Sorry, bro. Go ahead, Sean.
I'm just saying that the ideal of abundance is an ideal that we all want. But I think if you understand the laws of nature and all that, nature has its limits. I mean, obviously, we could maybe in the future be like gods or something. But currently, as we know of the laws of physics and science and shit, we can't like grow the population forever in a finite planet, or we can't like destroy all nature and expect to have always positive things from it. So there is limits. Do you understand?
No, and he didn't answer my question at all.
I maybe didn't understand. What was your question?
How is nature limiting your life or causing it scarce? Do you not live in abundance?
Well, it's subjective, I guess. But yeah, I am in abundance because I'm like part of the 1% in the world because I'm in the Western world. But if you were to, I'm just saying that obviously it's subjective. I don't know. I don't understand.
Right, but you're going to tell me that I'm objectively wrong.
Despite nature, it's despite nature that we are in abundance.
Correct.
It's because we have had to conquer nature to a certain degree, and we're still working to conquer nature.
Correct. And now, but we no longer live in a state of necessity of scarcity.
Well, we still need food, like necessity. I mean,
yeah, we throw away food, brother. We waste food.
I don't understand what you're saying with abundance. We can live in abundance.
That means more than what we need, brother. Abundance means more than what we need.
Isn't nature still limiting us by how long we live and in our abundance, what we eat and what we choose to eat? Like, I can't just go, well, now that I got abundance, I can eat bacon every day, all day long and live forever, right? Nature is still objectively contradicting what we take from it.
Do you live in abundance, sir?
I do not think so, but I would say that probably most of the world thinks I do.
I do.
Yeah, I do as well. You clearly live in abundance. No offense, but you're quite a full-figured gentleman, and you're here on the internet spending hours of your time arguing with morons like me. So clearly, you live in abundance, sir.
How does he know he's full-figured? I don't know.
Technically, if you have access to the internet, he's right on a certain level, relatively speaking. Yeah, if we all have access to a supermarket, and the internet, then relatively speaking, compared to previous ages, not so long ago, we do live in abundance. Come on, guys. Relatively speaking, come on, let's be honest, we do.
Half of my population is obese.
Well, I'm definitely nowhere near the obese category.
No, and you're better looking than I am. I'm just saying, please do not deny your own. Don't deny your own abundance, sir. Please.
No. Here is what I was trying to say when I said, like, I don't feel like it, but the majority of the world would probably think I am, and I would agree with them. My statement basically comes from in that quick statement is where I live. I am in the bottom of the category. In the rest of the world, I'm in the top category. So yes, I am in abundance. And matter of fact, even the people in the bottom of the category in the United States, for the majority in the bottom of the category, they're also in abundance.
Right.
That's why I said it's relative.
That's how fucking abundant it is.
Yeah. It's a little bit crazy that even the poor have a flat screen in every room. We do have to look at things like that in the United States, and like but that's a whole different topic on good and evil. So I'm not going to sidetrack there. But I like I said right away,
that was smart.
I'll concede there.
Oh man, I don't want to go off topic, but I'm really hoping D&W you do one about. I know not all of us are Americans, and not everybody has access to firearms. But I really hope you do one about the Second Amendment and should that would be an interesting discussion. But yeah, sorry, side note. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, and on that side note, I mean, the whole main reason for that was to keep you motherfuckers out, right? So that's why that was drafted in the first place.
Hey, I'm coming to America soon, my friend. I'm following the English Pilgrim route. I'm going to naturalize as well.
And you're more than welcome. We love you guys.
Oh man, I want some freedom and I want some Texas barbecue. So.
Thanks, Ross. Fleeca, what are you on about, mate?
And so I do sometimes. Obviously, I watch YouTube to find out what is going on, as D&W asked us. So there's what is going on in the world. I want to know anybody's opinion, which will take us off what we've been talking about, I hope. And D&W, I'm going to say some stuff now, and I'm going to say it slowly. Say shut up if I'm saying something inappropriate. I need help here, but I don't think it is because it's on YouTube and it's on the news, which means in London somewhere, a Sikh restaurant at the moment, the Sikh owner was arrested because he put a sign saying something about halal, proudly we don't serve it, or something like that, and Muslim youngsters were attacking him. He claimed attacking his restaurant. There's a clip of it, and if you take on good faith what I'm saying, that this clip was stating that the children, the teenagers outside were clearly being quite offended by this and were being really abrupt to the police, ignorant.
Well, I suppose he's taken.
He was arrested.
But he had no good reason to say we don't serve it.
Oh no, he wasn't arrested.
But why does he need? No, wait. Sorry, DW. Why does he need a? What do you mean? He had no good reason. It's freedom of speech, my friend. Why? Sorry, I'm not being.
We don't have freedom of speech.
Can I finish this? There's a little nuance. There's one little essence, and then I'll shut up. It's just so you know this one extra thing. The reason he wasn't arrested for that, believe it or not, he wasn't, because that is his faith. And fortune, I don't. Right, forget fortune. It was he wasn't arrested for that. The police was actually defending that, to be honest. Although I do think DNW has a point, and I'm willing to listen a minute. I'm just saying the reason he was arrested is because online he put a little dagger from his faith on his hip and said, my family and I have been threatened of death so much now that I have to carry this to protect my family, and I'm going to do so. I'm letting the world know about it. And then he was arrested for that. I am not saying anything of good and bad. I wanted to know, because I don't believe in it, what everybody else thinks about that.
I mean,
should he have been arrested or not?
That is the problem. Well, he's carrying an offensive weapon. Now they are allowed to carry it for religious reasons, but he's taken it outside of that, and that's why he opened himself up to being arrested, because that is not the general religious consensus on the matter. It's not to target any one particular group of people, but he's making it out. That's why he's carrying it. So he opened himself up. It was an act of stupidity on his part. It didn't have to happen.
Yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, you have to respect the law of the land. And if you breach it, then you must face legal consequences. Like, was it you, DNW, who said nobody should get special favor? It doesn't matter how dark your skin is, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
I'm saying that I like what you're both saying, but as British, we would say something on that. Is there Americans in you that disagree with this at all?
Well, they have a different system. Their freedom of expression has a much wider scope, than us.
But yeah,
I agree. I'm interested. I want to know what they think about it, though, because I'm not saying you guys are incorrect. I'm saying that it'd be interesting to see how they interpret
him being arrested.
I mean, I personally think countries like Canada and the UK have just, even European countries, have gone overboard on stifling speech.
Yeah, I agree.
If I were you guys, I would be upset.
We are very upset.
I tell you why I don't think that's necessary, because you can actually say anything the hell you want. It's how you say it. And if you're too dumb to say something in a manner that won't get you into trouble, well, then perhaps it's a social good that you get into trouble, because it shows that, your ideas aren't that smart, because clearly you're not smart enough to say them in a way that won't get you into trouble.
Well,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing,
right?
But here's the thing.
There's
one thing
in the United States that say stupid things, and I'm proud that they're allowed to say those stupid things. I'm proud that I'm allowed to come up on YouTube and say, "Look at how stupid this person is," and not have the government.
You're allowed to. You're allowed to do it here too. You'll just get into trouble if you.
It's worse than that.
Yeah, but DNW,
so now you're not going to say what you really think just because it's stupid to say it out loud.
Yeah, but DNW, what about that example
what's the problem with not being able to say stupid things?
No, nobody said it was stupid. It would only be stupid because you get in trouble.
If they get into trouble, they are stupid because they haven't said it in a manner that meant they weren't going to get in trouble.
Only you
can literally say anything.
No, what he said is not stupid.
You can make an intellectual point about anything without getting into trouble. They do it in a manner
what the man said was not stupid.
Yeah, but it was just
by any stretch of the imagination.
The way
it made perfect sense. It was righteously correct. It was morally correct. The only reason it was stupid for him to say it is because your laws are so fucked up that him saying it out loud got him arrested.
No, but there was a bit of sentiment tied to it. I take what I said back, because he did use the word proudly, and if he said we do not serve halal.
Oh no!
Not
the word proudly.
Yeah.
He said proudly, so that means there's a little bit of
high ground. At the end of the day, he's a bloody meat eater. He's involved in supplying corpses to the public. He doesn't really have the moral high ground to say proudly we don't serve halal when he still is involved in something that is deplorable in my view.
But D&W, going back,
So he should go
earlier,
to prison
You said
for it.
something. You said
No,
something about
by the way, he's not
being
necessarily
stupid.
going to go to prison. I don't know why you think he's going to go to prison.
So he should be arrested and put in a cage for it, even if overnight.
He may not have even been put in for that long. He might have just been in there for a few hours. We don't know the ins and outs of it. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but D&W, so basically you said something, I'm paraphrasing, along the lines of, you said, oh, well, it's because he said something stupid, and if people don't say anything stupid, then there should be a social thing, something along those lines, right? So, but here's the thing. What about during, because you're in the UK as well, so what about during the migrant issue that was really boiling up with the protest, and there was that woman, that English woman, who literally said, oh, they can all go to hell for all I care. Now, let's be honest here. If you understand the white working class...
Was it Lucy Connolly?
Yeah.
That talked about tax? Yeah. What
No,
about
she
her?
never talked about attacking. She said they can all die for all I care. They can all burn. Go to something along those lines. Yeah.
I think he encouraged. I think if I look, I
You
don't
cannot
really
say.
want
Wait.
to
Sorry.
talk
Let me
about
finish my
it
point.
because
Just
I'm
give me a
not
sec.
sure, but I presume it was considered a hate crime, so she obviously
Nonsense. Yeah.
she encouraged someone to do something that was illegal against a
No.
certain group of
She
people.
made a blanket statement. Come on, you know the white working class archetype in Britain, man. They have a certain way of talking, a certain cadence, they use certain expressions, and she was like, "Oh, they can all go to hell for all I care." That's not an incitement to
Are you
violence.
sure about that?
You know what
Would
I
you like to
mean?
bring up supportive. I heard otherwise. Would you like to bring up supportive a source for that? Because I heard otherwise.
So what
There's
did you
no point in
hear?
us talking.
Because that.
Well, I heard someone said we should go and set fire to their hotels.
But is that what she said? You just said I heard someone.
I heard
Is that
someone
what
said
she
that, and they
said?
got. I'm not sure if it was her. Someone said that, and if they said that, in my view, they deserve to get into trouble.
And that's something we have here too, right? If you're inciting
Yeah.
violence,
No. I agree with that because that's
in.
incitement to violence. Yeah, but I'm not. One thing I like about what Jordan Peterson said that relates to this is with all these people who have these fringe sort of ideas about they're anti-immigrant or anti-this or anti-that. The point is, this is why I believe in freedom of speech, right? So I'm sure a lot of people here do. But what I'm trying to say is, look, there's certain situations where if it's not an incitement to violence, but it's going to cause some type of discomfort, there's certain things you shouldn't say. However, should you have the legal right to say it? Yes. Should you say it? Probably no in certain situations, but should you have the legal right to say it without fearing violence? We need to create a society like that, or even a world like that. Like honestly, man, because going back to that what that Sikh man did, I don't agree with that.
Enough, Raj. You're incorrect, and here's the evidence. This is from LBC. This is what Louise Connolly. This is what she said. This is why she ended up in prison. She tweeted, "Mass deportation now. Set fire to all the fucking hotels full of bastards. For all I care. If that makes me racist, so be it." There you go. That's why.
Okay, so I'll concede on that one because no, 1 second, guys. D&W, I'll concede on that. Apologies, because I only saw a clip and I saw they can go to hell for all I care. I didn't see the full thing, so I'll concede on that position. Yeah, but
she said,
but what I'm saying is,
to me, you're saying that's not. People are saying, "Oh, but that's not a call to arms or whatever." Look, look. I'll put it back on screen. I'll put it back on screen, okay, for the babies out there. Now this is it. Look, mass deportation now. Set fire to all the hotels full of the bastard. All I care. If that makes me racist, so be it. She is clearly supporting action that would put others in harm, and that is a hate crime.
yeah, no, I said I concede my previous position because when you're saying set fire,
others that harm minorities, it was a hate crime. It was dangerous.
Yeah.
Anybody can see
Okay.
that could inspire someone to do something.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Could inspire. Anything could inspire.
I agree with D&W in light of that evidence.
Some things are more obvious than others, and that.
Yeah, no. She explicitly said set fire.
It wouldn't reach the level of incitement here.
Given the timing of it, given there had been fires, given the timing of it, that was a very dangerous and incendiary thing to say.
But that wasn't your original statement. Your original statement was basically like, so I think everybody on the panel agrees that anything inciting violence against other people is bad. You're giving that example, but your original statement was, hey, some things actually should be punished as well, just because there's
as a social good. No, I agree with what you just said. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's why I was trying to challenge that position of his.
Look. When I say stupid, obviously it's attached to our hate crime laws, which are to protect people from violence, oppression, and being victimized unfairly. That's what I mean by stupid. When I say stupid, I don't mean 2 + 1 is 4. I'm literally applying it to our hate law crimes to protect people from unfairness, given things they can't control, like disability, like gender.
So you're okay
like
with like saying, "Hey,
like
I think a particular race is inadequate in intelligence, inadequate in this. I don't believe they should run for government. Maybe we should take away their voting rights." But I'm not inviting any violence against them, right? But I am making what I think everybody on this panel would agree, blanket stupid statements.
Studies, etc. Then
no, why does he need to support it then? Why?
You can invite violence against people.
Why can't he just have
perfectly legal.
Why can't he just have a ramble? Why does it need to be supported by scientific evidence? You just said it needs to be supported by scientific evidence, but going back to what the gentleman just said, if someone wants to make incoherent DNW, let me finish my point, Bano, please. Let me finish. Please, let me finish. If someone wants to make an incoherent rambling, although it may be offensive, yet it doesn't incite hatred, why does that need scientific support or evidence? I don't understand that.
Actually, scientific evidence wouldn't save them if they were calling for people to be eradicated, or not given jobs, not giving housing, etc.
Yeah, but we're taking that off. Well, actually, I guess we're not taking that off the table. So you're saying if we are calling for basically removing them from society, that's also a hate crime.
Of course.
What do you mean removing them from society? Though, hold on, you need to be clear.
Are you talking about holocausting them? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
no,
exactly. That's a bit vague.
I'm not talking about any eradication of people. I'm just saying I believe that this particular type of person really shouldn't participate in government or.
Well, if they're a UK citizen, of course you shouldn't say that. You should.
But can I?
And if it can be related to their minority status or a protected status under the law, then yeah, you'll be culpable for a crime.
Yeah, but it's not just minorities.
A hate crime, as I've already said. Look up the hate crime legislation.
Okay, so in your world, hate crime doesn't just involve violence; it's removing somebody from rights.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what the funny thing is, guys? I just want to drop a small anecdote. Yeah, the other month I was doing my shopping in the supermarket. Some guy came, hit my car, reported it to the police. Yeah, filled out a crime report. And there were CCTVs all across, and they couldn't find the guy. But I guarantee you, yeah, if I was to tweet something, even though I don't, or to put something on X that's offensive, the police will be knocking on my door. So what kind of law and enforcement justice is that? I'm not saying that was your point, DNW, but I'm just bringing it up as it's on topic.
Well, so I have another
that's the sad state of the UK right now.
Discrimination isn't necessarily a hate crime, okay? But it could be construed as such if there's verbal abuse attached to it or incitement to hatred or physical assault. But discrimination will be dealt with in another way in employment law, for example. It depends on the arena where you're making the argument.
So I want to put the arena in something that's a hot topic in the United States, which is abortion, right? I feel like when I say I don't want babies aborted, that I'm fighting for the rights of a human being to be accepted in society. And I have a whole nother culture that is fighting against me, saying, no, they have no rights. They're not human beings, right? So in that particular case, am I like, who is doing the hate crime there?
No, but here's the thing. Can I just challenge that position one bit?
Because you're saying
you're advocating for people to not be aborted, but then are you also advocating for those people to be given a good life as well? Because if you're just saying it for the sake of some type of self-righteous morality, where it's like, oh no, don't kill because you're killing babies. But who's going to love those children? Who's going to look after them? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I'm just saying.
There's actually a waiting list to adopt. So there are plenty of good homes there. So that argument is flawless here. Now, in other countries, I know that isn't true. So your statement
like the third world.
Can be true in another country.
I think the third world should be having less children, by the way. I'm not trying. And by the way, Yeah, listen, I come from a minority ethnic background, whatever bullshit that means. Yeah. So,
I mean, my point
but
kind of being
what I'm
here
saying is, yeah, go ahead.
would be that, you know, a million people will say stupid things, but one person might say something smart that goes against everybody else, right? And if everybody else already thinks the other way, they're going to think that one person is stupid, right? And
now listen for a second, right, Vibe. 1 second, guys. Vibe, you talked about abortion. You've got to again zoom out a little bit and realize there are laws, there are bills, there are articles. There are articles of law that are in existence that cover things like abortion in the UK. So it would depend on the applicable legislation. Okay, so
yes, but
although you feel like it's hateful towards the life, the unborn life, harmful, you have to consider whether there is any applicable legislation in existence.
Okay, so
that may have been democratically decided upon.
You're kind of nailing my point, because my point really isn't about whether we should do abortion or not, but this is a point where some people in our country, right? And I specifically said this is a hot topic in our country. This is a point where I don't think it's necessarily a hate crime to say that I believe in this, and I'm just using this as an example, where other people are saying I actually believe that they're invaluable, which the person on the side of saying they're valuable would think that everybody that's for abortions is a hate crime. And if we were so inclined as a government to say, okay, we should arrest anybody, right? Now let's just take the United States out. Anybody who wants to do harm to a human life, no matter what stage they are, should go to jail for doing a hate crime. And my point here actually really isn't about abortion. It's actually about, like, where do we draw that line on what's hate and what's not, and how do we determine that?
In our country, we draw that line in the Houses of Parliament, deciding on which bills to pass them to the House of Lords, and then becoming legislation. And this is
okay,
all
but beyond that, the single person on the street that's saying, I believe in this, doesn't then the House of Parliament say, okay, we don't believe in that, therefore you're not allowed to talk about
well,
that?
they have a right to petition, to go into politics, to try and start a movement for their aim. That's what,
and they can go out in the
democracy
streets and they can say whatever they want, right?
Obviously, they can't, because it depends on what they're saying, given the law at the time. They have to operate within that which confines them, like all of us.
So they're constrained in their speech.
They
there's no freedom of speech in the UK,
but
right?
As I said, if they are clever, if they are clever, there are ways for them to communicate their points without it becoming illegal. That is why we have things like
they
that.
can
Is
write
why
a
we have
letter,
things
but they
like
can't share
that
the
is
idea.
why- Sorry?
They can write a letter, but they can't share the idea.
No. Freedom of expression extends to things that are written down, like, as well. Sorry, curbs on expression extend to written word, video.
What about hate itself? What if
about
they
hate?
want to express hate?
Well, I suppose it depends how they do it. I mean, there's a lot of license given to artistry, so maybe they could make a film or tell a story. There are ways around it that might help shift the zeitgeist. It's a very difficult process, but do you know what? I don't think it should be easy. I want to bring Brother Marcus onto the show. Brother Marcus, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, sir?
It's just an interesting topic that I have an interest in, because we do have speech laws in Canada, and it does frustrate me, but at the same time, it's like I have no influence, so I just deal with it. And it's not like I go out there saying controversial shit anyway. But in theory, I don't like that it's still in the books.
Have you ever speculated upon why they exist? And maybe the
intention is to reduce harm. I'm well aware of that. But
well, it may not be just that. It may also be to curb and to lessen the power of the populace. But like, it may be a double-edged sword. It may be for two different things. But
sorry,
do you think the good is worth the pain? The good intention of it is worth. Sorry,
no,
you don't. Okay, Chickpea, you're in the Fighting Gnosis show.
Hi, Graham. Right, I've got to say, I'm not quite sure what abortion has to do with men anyway, bearing in mind that you can't get pregnant. It's got nothing to do with men.
By the way, 43% of
What?
Americans.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with men? Men are the ones who carry the seed, darling. What do you mean it has nothing to do with men?
We're also the half of we're also half of the people being killed are born.
Please let me interject here. This was a great case study for just making an example of one group thinks it's a hate crime, the other group doesn't. The actual point had nothing to do with abortion. It's where do we limit people's speech? And that's actually was the example, and it's a relevant example. It exists today in the United States. I'm sure it exists in other countries. The point of the argument was not to have a debate on whether we should legalize or not legalize abortion.
You mentioned abortion.
He was using it as
Yes,
an
because it was
exemplar.
a very perfect, relevant example of how one party would think that is hate speech, right?
But you said you're anti-abortion. It's wrong or something.
Okay, let me lay this out really simple. Really good example. Those that are anti-abortion would think that those that are saying that abortion is legal would be hate because you're actually making a call for action to allow people to kill babies. Correct?
Yes.
I don't know if
Yes,
that actually
right. That
stands
is the point. That is the point. And I actually want the anti-abortionists and the abortionists to have that freedom of speech to say that. I'm not saying shut up the people that want babies aborted. I'm not telling them to shut up. I'm saying they should have that right, even though somebody that's anti-abortionist would categorize that as a hate crime against humanity for killing people. So once again, it's not actually an abortion conversation. It's an example of where do we draw the line on hate speech.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm one of these very pro-abortion people, and if a man says women shouldn't abort, I have a hissy fit. I do apologize.
Yeah, but would you classify that as
Why is it when only a man says? Why is it only when a man says? What if a woman says it? I'm just asking.
She's a misandrist if you
Yeah,
hadn't
but regardless
noticed.
if you're discussed about it, do you
shit.
think it's hate
Fuck.
speech?
Oh fuck.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, I'm really trying not to do. I apologize. I brought this up, but it is perfect
You brought
example.
it up as an
really
as an
good
exemplar
example.
for speech for free
No,
speech.
but
and
sorry,
for hate speech.
Chickpea. Can I just ask? Sorry, finish your point. Then I'll ask Chickpea the question. All right.
Go ahead.
Gonna be fun.
No, finish your point. It's all right, man. I'll ask after.
My interpretation is that he was using it as an example for the core topic of speech and free speech and hate speech and the boundaries that we socially construct on this. And I did have a hard time with the example because 43% of Americans, I think from Gallup, are like pro-life. So even hypothetically putting that, it kind of, I don't know, it kind of confuses me. And also I'm pro-choice, and I've never thought people who are pro-life are like doing hate speech. But
No, it's the other way around.
Right.
He's saying that when you're saying that that embryos or a fetus can be killed in the womb,
Yeah, that's
because
like
they're
that's like
not.
arguing for infanticide. I get that.
But they literally say that it's because they're not human beings. That's literally the argument that they use.
Right.
And that's why he was saying if you're going to talk about dehumanizing or depersonhood, that's a pretty stark example because it's literally the argument people are objectively making about killing in the womb.
Are there?
And by the way, it expands beyond that, right? We see this in Norway right now, where they're like, "Yeah, we don't want like Islam here. These people don't belong." We can see it in the history of like the United States with like, blacks are subhuman, right? There's all these people who have like called out like crazy things, and we as a populace end up making the final decision. Brother Marcus said, "I don't even understand why if 43% don't believe in life in the womb, why we even have the discussion." Well, I think that 43% have a voice to say, and the other side might say it's hate crime. And that's why I'm kind of going against DNW's original comment where like we have to, like, if you just make a call, I hate all blacks, let's burn everyone you see, and you're a public figure, I mean, you should be charged for that. That's like a major offense. However, that's like obvious. there are gray lines, and I'm saying that freedom of speech, I should be allowed to say things as long as I'm not calling for a rise of arms to go against that person, what side they're on, right?
By the way, I wasn't trying to say not to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
wasn't trying to say not
Vibe, I
having
agree with you.
discussion. I wasn't trying to say that.
I
if it
agree
came
with you,
across that
Vibe.
way.
Yeah, no, brother Marcus, I loved everything you said. I'm with you.
Because
And I
like
have a
why
lot
I
of friends in
hopped on was
Canada that are
because of this
leaving
discussion.
Canada right now because they feel like they're being stifled by freedom of speech. I have friends in the UK, and I was just there last year, and they're like, we don't know what's happening in this country.
Dude.
And these are like the logical people that graduated from college going, I love this country. I want to stay here, but I don't know what the heck's happening. And I'm just getting this secondhand. I don't actually live there, but these are the things I hear. These are the whispers. These are the birds tweeting.
Yeah.
That the reason we
Right,
have
right.
those standards here too is because it's an attempt to refrain from criminalizing speech, but to acknowledge that just because you use your mouth to commit a crime doesn't mean that you haven't transgressed the law, right? So that's those the standards that we try to create, like incitement, eminence, possibility, inevitability. These are ways to determine whether or not someone is asking someone to commit a crime, and just because you used your mouth to do it doesn't mean it's not illegal, or merely speaking things that could be criminal. For example, it's perfectly legal in the United States to support crime, to say I hate this group of people, to say I think we should commit crimes against these people is perfectly legal. It's only if you use your mouth to make someone commit a crime against someone, then you can't get away with it just because you asked for it and didn't, write it down or participate yourself.
So in Canada, we actually have blasphemy laws, and there's something that I have to be careful saying.
Blasphemy laws against what?
What?
Sorry, can you enunciate what you just said? What do you mean blasphemy law? Blasphemy laws against which religion?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, go
If
ahead.
you type in
Yeah.
Canada and blasphemy laws, it probably will pop up.
Do you know who Gail Bettencourt is, Brother Marcus?
No. I feel like maybe I should.
I don't think that you should. It just your voice sounds exactly like him. Like I can picture him in my head whenever you speak.
This is
It's
like-
striking, the resemblance.
The one
It's
that
a little
gets-
freaky.
The one that gets me, and I totally understand why the law is the law. I get the history, the context. And for the record, I don't believe in the people that deny that this event happened in history. I actually think it was much worse. And I think hopefully you guys know what I'm hinting at. I'm not allowed, even though I don't agree with saying that it was less or deny that it happened. I still believe in the right to be wrong publicly. You're like, if you're not inciting violence to the group of people, you're not inciting hatred. Just being wrong about that particular event publicly shouldn't be punishable by law, in my opinion.
Right.
Did the hints go through, or do I have to spell it out further?
No,
The
we know
Holocaust.
what
Are you talking about the Holocaust?
We know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Now, the
So
thing
why? This is my problem, guys. Why can't we? This is the problem.
Hold on. The thing is, the reason it is protected in that regard is because there is a multitude of people who will use disinformation, etc., to deny its truth and for a targeted attack. Okay, literally as a vehicle for hate, as part of their strategy. Now, I agree, it's problematic because we should be able to say that about lots of other groups of people, but we don't. But they should be protected in some way. I mean, maybe they are. I mean, Australian Aborigines, I mean, they got a raw deal, but maybe there is Australian hate crime legislation as well. Maybe they get protection in some other way. But I don't know enough about the subject, so all I know
Marketing
is
or propaganda.
all I know is
My-
they have a good argument. They have a good argument that it's there to protect and stop, prejudice and hate.
Well, this is the problem, guys. From when we got people on the panel who can't even use the word Holocaust, this is the state we've arrived at, where freedom of speech.
You can use
literally-
it, just
No,
can't
no,
deny it.
look at the law, Brady. Well, I can't do it publicly. No.
Yeah, but you can't even criticize it.
Yeah, but why can't you even mention it? Forgetting
One
about
second, guys.
criticizing
There's
it.
somebody new here. We have a newcomer. I don't know who it is. I'm just gonna put this banner across. You're on the Finding Losa show. What would you like to take home?
Man, they've been doing that a lot.
Person who keeps playing this, like they've done it multiple times now. I don't know what they get out.
What name did they just come up under?
Batman, he's come for me, Raza. It's Batman.
Chrome
Batman.
Sparta Mix Master. Sparta Mix Master is their thing.
So yeah, they're a troll because they came under a different name a second ago.
We all have hobbies.
DNW, have you read the messages? My wife has had a question in the background. She wants me to ask you because she agrees with you, and she just spent the last 10 minutes while you guys talking.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Speak for your wife.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I
Go
can
ahead.
read it out if you want.
All right, so gentlemen, my wife agrees with DNW from earlier on. Now, first of all, I must confess the wine is starting to hit me, gentlemen. So I'm starting to get a little bit more egotistical, and I'm going to slow my speech. Right, so try to understand what I'm saying. My wife is arguing with me. She says, "No, you're being unfair to DNW and everything because their claims earlier on were my claims when I first got with you." Because I didn't understand you either, and you came across as very arrogant, and I think that's what DNW's points have been tonight towards you, and you've missed them. Now, DNW, is she correct that sometimes I've come across tonight as arrogant, and you can explain if I have. I don't understand this stuff, so I want to hear it. She says that she agrees that sometimes she felt that I came across as, and I say to her, "Yeah, babe, I'm here to listen to you," and I do. I try to rebuild myself, and hopefully in time, as long as I keep getting better back, you'll see I'll try and change. But she says that she does agree with DNW that sometimes I can come across as I'm being too absolute and I'm not leaving breathing room things. And even though she understands I'm not doing that, what do I say?
Too arrogant and what? Not what? Sorry.
She's saying that, when I said my best advice given to me was don't take things too seriously, she thinks I hit those poles sometimes where DNW is actually trying to bring you down and you're not recognizing it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not recognizing it. Is she correct?
I mean, I don't know about arrogance. Like maybe yesterday, or maybe the first time you were on him, maybe.
I don't agree with arrogance. I'm just saying that from her point of view, she sees it as arrogance because that's how she's been taught. She's saying from a point of view.
I just think it's a typical problem of someone who's extremely neuroatypical, as I said earlier, trying to speak to a herd of others who think differently, and then there is this weird dance one has to do, like. If you accept you think differently, well, do you have to accept that you have to acknowledge they think differently and they're not going to think like you? Now, it's a really difficult. I'm not saying I want you to give up expressing yourself, but I mean, it's a difficult way of being. It must be exhausting, but there's not value in it. I'm not going to say there's no value in it because it may inspire.
My wife does have a question too. Then, which will align with everything you're saying. Is this? She has a responsibility for me because I'm different to others, and she's saying to you as the host, she's watching and loving, and sees this as a great space. But she also says that she apparently, as my carer, says, "Well, I'm in here. She's not in here. She's in your comments. So she's that's story time with Liz. That's my wife. Yeah, she's giving the comment up now." But she's saying that she wants to offer you that the fact that you're in charge of this room, not me, and normally she cares for me because she's the one who sees reality from your guys' point of view, to say that you're free to mute me, say anything you like. I can't take offense. She's pretty much saying that she's going to agree with you before me on this show and never think that's going to change. Even if she thinks you're incorrect, she's never going to think that because she says, this is the DNW show, Carl. Don't forget, you've got this main character syndrome that you often inject, but as long as DNW understands, which you just did kind of claim is kind of like a personality trait of mine that's kind of curse, and I will never disrespect you. And she says that she will side by you always. And if I don't,
She doesn't have to do that. She can.
No,
she
she
can be
said
her own
no.
mind
No,
as
she
well.
said she disagrees with you. She says she has to do it because she's not there. When she's got her words, she doesn't use it like a childish way. She says when she has the courage to come in and chat with us herself, then she'll put no more responsibility on you, and she'll be responsible and tell you something. Guys, I must agree. I live in your world. I think this is Liz's point was that DNW was telling you, you live in their world, Carl. When are you going to accept the responsibility? If that's a logical reality, DNW is showing you this and saying, should you be doing more effort to get what it is? And that, I do claim that I do, but I also think it's fair that that's not fair. But that's just my personal point. And she agrees with DNW, unfortunately. So she's told me that unless I go back in here and tell DNW that she agrees with him.
Don't give up your identity. But I think all I was pointing out was that there is some problem, and it's a way of life. It's something that has to be worked out, and that is you can't be on the outside all the time. Sometimes you have to get amongst people and walk with them, and that's all I'm saying. You can take it how you like. It is what it is. I want to move on. We got a Chickpea. Chickpea's been pretty quiet. Chickpea, do you want to say anything? She's muted.
I'm here. I'm writing little notes out, having a moan with Pamela. What's happened to Pamela lately? Gosh, I don't know. I would just say, speaking as a woman, I used to, back to the abortion issue, I used to belong to the movement, and I tell you something, personally, I think it should be made global for all women, regardless of who they are, regardless of religion, regardless of everything. I'd just like to say that.
Okay, LA, do you want to come on? GT, do you want to come on? Yeah, and whoever else is there in the chat, do come on. Divine,
interested in life abolitions.
Pamela's out there, DNW.
Sorry,
Pamela's out there.
I asked her to come on. Yeah.
Did you? Oh, sorry.
Hello.
I do beg your pardon.
Yeah. I always say hello to Pamela. Pamela's a long-time listener. And she's been on here many times in the past. She just hasn't been on here in a long time because she can't get her devices to work with StreamYard, unfortunately, which is a great shame for all of us. LA, you're on the Fighting Nurses show. What would you like to say?
I don't know if we moved past the abortion thing, if we still want to address that, because I do have thoughts on that.
Can we put a pin in that just for 1 second? Because I understand the conversation about free speech and hate speech was focused on inciting harm, but I added in, the other thing of just publicly being wrong. That is also a law. And does anybody have thoughts about that? Like DNW, I understand that some things publicly being stated as wrong can have consequential impacts on society. I'm not disputing that, but I think that, in my opinion,
the thing is,
having the right to be wrong publicly should be fine. Not fine, but legal.
Well, I mean, I think that the courts would take into consideration matters. I don't think there's, a concrete. I don't think sentencing is always, concrete. They would take into consideration the context and such. It is a little bit more nuanced than people make out. It's not clearly black and white. You won't be sent to the gulag for 10 years because of what you say. They will take into consideration the context of why you were saying it, where you were saying it, and they will try and look at the mens rea and all that. But it's not an easy thing to do. We lost somebody. Somebody joined, and go ahead, Chickpea.
DNW, can I just say something? Please don't think I'm being a nasty little old bag or anything, but I've noticed in the UK now that certain members of society can't say anything nowadays. I keep my mouth
Will you shut up?
shut.
Will you shut up?
Others can say whatever they like. I have been called an effing white bleeper quite a few times.
Well,
now.
no, that's not true. I know people who've been arrested for race crimes against white people as well. So there you go.
Well, I'm glad you actually said it, Chickpea, because this is what we're talking about. We can't be a healthy society, and if we can't have freedom of speech, and don't you think, guys, this is just something I'm putting out to everybody on this panel right now. Don't you think we would be a healthier society if we could just literally, like, as uncomfortable it is, talk about these very sort of incendiary topics about race, culture, people are not integrating, racism from this.
She is factually wrong. She's wrong in what she said. Hate crime in the UK is any offence that is like an incitement of violence or, you know, threatening.
No, DW, that's incorrect.
You know, it's a hostility and prejudice.
He's correct in saying the
race.
demo.
It doesn't matter what color your skin is against race. So if you call someone, if you say all white should be, you know, sent to the gulags in London, you are committing a hate crime.
DNW, I think she means on a
You're
social
really going to
level,
argue
on a
that it's
legal level.
enforced the same?
Yes, I do.
Sorry?
Yeah, but a DNW, I think she's arguing it more on a social level rather than a legal level, meaning that, let's say you took a quote-unquote colored person. Yeah, can you hear me?
You're saying she thinks, she's telling me she thinks that less people have their collar felt for saying whites, you know, inciting violence against whites than inciting violence.
What are
against
whites?
races.
What are whites? DNW. What
Yeah,
are whites?
whites are not a monolith. Blacks are not a monolith.
I want
There's
her
no
to
such
come
thing
with
as
the
whites or blacks.
That's definitely true in the United States.
It doesn't matter. That's her argument. It doesn't. That's her argument. I
She'd
want her to
definitely be
come
right
with-
in the US.
I want her to come with the receipts, the statistics, the evidence of what she's saying. Because
Yeah, but Denizen, you do know, for example, like the KKK that first emerged in South Carolina, you do realize that if you weren't white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, meaning if you were Catholic, but you were of Germanic heritage, they didn't want you in America. So white is not a monolith, is what I'm trying to say, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
just either way, regardless of it being a monolith or not, white people are legally discriminated against in the United States, even though it's technically a violation of the Civil Rights Act.
Thank you.
By the way, to answer the question, I think that certain conversations, discussions could actually produce more harm to society. But I think the freedom, the value of freedom should be a higher priority if you're going to do like some type of hierarchy of values for society.
I want to address the United States when it comes to racial discrimination. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are called the Reconstruction Amendments. These were amendments that were created to address the aftermath of slavery and Jim Crow. And so it was specifically for slaves and their descendants. And so nobody actually had a problem with the Civil Rights Act and legislation that was passed under the Reconstruction Amendments. The problem became when it was actually being applied to people who were not black, to all the immigrants. Then it became racial discrimination because it's basically it's not addressing a past harm. It's basically saying anybody who's not white. And so because they wanted to be so inclusive and have diversity and talk about, immigrants and people from Mexico and equate that with slavery. It's like, no, you were not slaves. There was no discrimination. There was no Jim Crow. You just got here. You did not build America. You chose to come here voluntarily and you're not a victim. So I think that's the problem, is that they're trying to conflate anybody who's not white as being in some oppressed group. There was never any systemic oppression against these other groups.
Co-opting other people's struggles.
Right, they always take it back off the Black Civil Rights Movement, and then a lot of white people resent it because they do see it as being anti-white.
We have seen this in history many times where the minority was in the right and the majority was in the wrong, and the minority eventually gained steam and won, right? And it would be in the best interest for the majority at that time to silence the minority so that those changes never came. And that's why not silencing the minority is very important, to allow the majority that are just lemmings and following the practice, and let them be the judges on whether this is a movement, whether right or wrong, stupid or smart, whether they think it's something that needs to be adopted into a society.
Here's the problem, though.
I agree
We
with you,
create
though.
protections. In order to do that, we create protections for minorities, and then they become a protected class, and then it creates a hierarchy of rights and privileges and permissions for minorities, right? So the more, and then we don't even care. We don't even care what the word minority means anymore because women are a majority in America, but they're the number one minority in America as well.
But the point really is, if somebody is seeing something that nobody else sees, and they have the ability to convince the majority to make a change, should we shut them up just because the majority disagrees?
I don't think we should shut them up. I just don't agree with what we do, which is we give that minority power, and the majority is like, oh, well, now because the majority agrees, now voila, you're at the top of the victimhood pyramid.
I think anybody should be able to say
solid point.
I think anybody should be able to say anything they want to say as long as nobody acts on it. If you can prove that somebody committed violence because they act on somebody's incitement, then they should be held liable. Otherwise, there's no such thing like hate speech is a violation of the First Amendment.
Can I tell people to kill themselves?
I agree. First, freedom of speech.
I think
I don't even care if you can prove someone acted on it. It should still be protected.
Can you use a rhyming scheme or something? We don't use that. Be careful what you say, Fleeca. Thank you.
The reason why is because
it was in correspondence with someone said someone must also be careful what they're claiming. You can't claim something that someone like me can't respond to. That's unfair. I don't mean I do agree with you, DNW. That this is very sensitive, but then on the opposite end must also be the same. Someone can't claim someone because I can't claim the opposite. What he said was also incorrect.
Anyway,
what are we talking about here, guys? What are we talking about? It seems like there's two conversations happening.
Yeah, we were talking about something completely different. The reason why the reason why it is different when somebody acts on it is because especially if it's a felony, you can be charged as a co-conspirator in a felony. So, for example, if someone is robbing or committing a robbery, and then in the commission of that same crime, that one of the co-conspirators commits murder, you would be prosecuted as felony murder?
Well, felony murder is also unconstitutional, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't agree with it, but I think there's a little bit more basis than somebody just saying something that nobody ever acted on.
Yes, precisely.
Do you care at all what causes murder rather than punishing?
In America, it has to be, you have to have the intent, it has to be eminent, and it has to be
if intent can only be performed by the lack of something natural, like the lack of a limb, is that really fair? What I'm saying is, if intent is only possible by the lack of something that should be natural, is that fair to say? I'm not right. Okay, it's difficult. I get that. It's not fair to say that. I would not say that. See, you put someone like myself in an almost impossible situation when you make good and evil, because I do agree in the essence that obviously if someone's causing harm, we should stop this. But I just say that good and evil is not there.
But making something illegal isn't the only way to stop it.
No,
we can agree that certain forms of speech are harmful, but that it would be more harmful to completely disallow them or to punish them with the state than it would be to simply curtail them or combat them with better ideas.
Yeah, I agree with Denizen because Jordan Peterson talked about this, and he said it's much more better even if you exist as opposition to what they're saying. At least you can keep them where you can see them, because when you suppress people or that have extreme fringe views, they tend to go underground, and then that's when you lose track, and then lo and behold, they start planning terrorist attacks or God knows what.
So pop up out of nowhere and name themselves Chancellor of Germany.
Or the right discourse is to challenge them in the same medium that they're using. So if they're coming out with these bold statements, then you question them and you engage them. You don't say you're not allowed to say that, you're going to jail.
That's why we're talking about you like banning people from this channel.
And I commend you for that, sir. I commend you for that.
Well, I haven't researched the statute, but I would be curious to see how it's written. Is it written as a strict liability crime, or does it require mens rea? Because
Are you talking about speech and incitement of violence?
right, if it's strict
Because it's
liability,
not.
meaning strict
I don't
liability,
believe it's
meaning that
legislative. It's judicial, and you have to have both intent and eminence and likelihood. Because
no, if it's a crime, that would be a statute. That would be a hate crime, a state statute.
yeah, but what determines whether or not it's a crime is created by jurisprudence. I mean, you of all people understand this. The Supreme Court determines whether or not your speech can be criminalized, not the actual legislation.
Okay, well, okay, I get what you're saying. What they would say is what the state is allowed to do. The state has an interest in protecting it, so the state would give legitimacy to the statute, but it is the state that would regulate it in the first place.
That would be time, place, and manner, right? So that's the state's interest in regulating speech comes down to time, place, and manner.
Yes.
The state's when your speech crosses a line into criminality is when there's intent, eminence, and likelihood of a crime.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So if you intentionally said it with the mens rea that they would actually act on it, that would be different because you were complicit in that. But if you just said something,
just because your crime is words doesn't mean you can use free speech to protect it. Exactly.
Yeah, there's something interesting that we brought up earlier on the Second Amendment and the Americans' rights to have arms, right?
Yes, let's talk about that. Yes.
And this is going to come right back to the same conversation that we're having right now. By the way, I'm not changing the conversation. And I mentioned that one of the reasons we did that was to keep the Brits from part of that same part is like we don't have to house soldiers in our house, right? It was our right to defend ourselves. But another part of that was actually having militias. Each state being about a militia. And one of the purposes of those militias was that if our federal government ever was doing something that all the states thought was wrong, the states itself would have the ability to rise up against that government. Now, that was the original intention. Not until like the 2000s did we like change it to self-defense. But the whole idea behind here is basically saying, and now I'm going to go into hypothetical. Let's say Donald Trump started killing protesters and started doing things that were bad. We don't want our state to stop us to do actual harmful speech saying our president is killing innocent people. We don't want
to be fair, he hired ICE to do it, but he's already doing it.
Let's make a point here where there is an actual time if you're in a state, and when I say state, I don't just mean the United States and states, because we call countries states as well. I'm saying that there are times that you don't want to stifle speech and don't even want to stifle hate when that government is hating against its own people.
It's legal to hate. It's legal.
Where do you do that?
Hate speech is legal in the United States.
I want to be clear about what
that, and that's why I like it here, and this is why it's bad in other countries. That when people are doing bad things, sometimes like you have to grant that freedom.
No, I just want to clarify what the Second Amendment actually says. It's not talking about state militias. It's talking about private militias. The Supreme Court basically changed the Second Amendment to make it about individuals having a right to own guns, and it was never about that. It was about the right for you to arm yourself in order to form a private militia for your own protection against state oppression. So when all these people talk about common sense gun control, and they're like, well, nobody needs an an assault weapon or whatever. It's like, you absolutely do. You need a weapon to protect yourself from the state. Whatever weapons the state has, it should also be sold in the free market.
I agree. I agree. That's one thing I really praise America for, the Second Amendment, because it's also the right to defend yourself. I mean, here in the UK, we're kind of cucked, like if somebody comes into your house, you have to fucking make him a cup of tea before you can worry about defending yourself. You know what I mean? So,
preach, brother, preach. I agree. I'm just being dramatic, but I agree. So go on.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Ellie. Sorry.
Yeah. So you want people to be able to buy nuclear bombs and tanks? Is that what you want?
Nuclear bombs, sir? Nobody. Come on. Do you think
I don't think it means that.
Yeah, we're talking about conventional weapons here. I'm
You
talking
can
about
buy tanks,
shotguns,
by the way.
rifles. Why
you
would
want
you
to-
buy
In America, you can buy tanks. Just saying.
I can't remember
I
the
had-
name of I can't remember the name of Ron Paul's book, but he addresses all these issues. Basically, what Ron Paul says is that the free market would take care of that because basically you would have to accumulate sufficient wealth in order to purchase a nuclear weapon, and basically someone who's not insane would not be in a position to accumulate enough wealth to accumulate it in the first place.
That's the revolution manifesto.
You could be a mad Elon Musk with a nuclear bomb. I mean, there's crazy billionaires out there.
Why are you going to nuclear bombs? I mean,
Wait,
we're
why
talking about
would
conventional
you
weapons.
why would you trust like someone like Donald Trump to have access to a nuclear weapon more than a private citizen? Why? Because the people voted for Donald Trump, or you think that he's actually acting in your interest?
I would
I'm just
argue
saying,
no.
not all billionaires are sane
He
enough
doesn't have
to
control,
be
though.
able to buy a nuclear bomb. I don't think you should have the right to buy a nuclear bomb. I think it's even if
But my
you're
friend,
like
nobody's talking about a nuclear bomb.
You're right.
I think we're talking about conventional weapons, my friend. Nobody's talking about nuclear bombs or mortars or javelin missiles. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about conventional weapons.
You're right, Dennison. Trump doesn't actually have authority. There has to be a declaration of war. But Congress did pass a War Resolution Act, which gives the president authority to make preemptive strikes for 60 days. And then they're supposed to get a resolution from Congress, which they never do. We haven't had an official war declaration since what? What was that, World War II or something? Or was it Vietnam?
Yes. No, Vietnam was a police action.
Okay, so it was World War II.
Yeah, I think so. And also, a general would have to give the order. His next in command would have to confirm it, and then you'd have to have the men follow those orders. I know those seems like they're not important, but they really are a huge factor if you think about it, right? There's a lot of people that have to go along with it for it to actually happen.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, who's actually going to enforce that? The Supreme Court sure as hell isn't going to do it. What the Supreme Court will do, they'll claim it is a political question, and they're just not going to address it. They're going to represent whatever the president does.
Right. But I'm saying in reality, when the president gives the order, a general will have to give the order to the troops, and his next in command will have to confirm before the order is valid. And then the people who carry it out will have to carry it out. And that's actually stopped it from happening in the past, if I believe. The Hunt for Red October was based on a real incident, wasn't it? Where
Right. I'm sorry. Well,
Yeah,
Trump is basically trying to get rid of all these military generals who don't support what he's trying to do. He's saying that they're fat and they're old and they need to retire. He wants a bunch of sycophants.
and I would say that's where he becomes more like a regular CEO who just owns a nuke and can launch it at his whim, right? That's the even more dangerous thing than a president is a Jeff Bezos who can launch a nuke. As much as I don't support the existence of a president, and I think it's abhorrent, at least there's some limitations there.
Brother Marcus, Fleeka's wife wants you to start talking more.
Yeah, I saw that. Thanks for the compliment.
Guys, I just want to shift the goalpost slightly to geopolitics. Do any of you believe we're in the early stages of World War III?
Charlie really wants to say Raider right now,
Yes,
but
we are.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Who's talking? Okay, go ahead.
You are.
I would say. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll go first. All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I would say DNW we are, because I mean, if you look at the whole world stage, right, and you see all these sort of little things that are sparking up. You've got the Russia and Ukraine thing that hasn't quite fizzled out. Then you've got the Palestine-Israel thing, which is kind of taking us into this thing where it's like, okay, attack Iran now. Then you have Pakistan and India, two nuclear powers that had a bit of a skirmish not too long ago. Pakistan and Afghanistan are fighting as we currently speak. China and Russia are also backing Iran. So this does look like the pre-stage or stage one of World War
I
III.
mean,
Like,
Russia has come out publicly and said they are helping Iran with intelligence to find US bases and US positions.
But I don't know if the assassination of Netanyahu is true, because I'm on the fence about that, because I've seen different things.
No, that's definitely not true.
Yeah, so there you go. So, but I do believe, to call a spade, guys, like, not fear mongering anything, but this is World War III. Like, who's going to de-escalate this? Like, I want to ask whoever's going to speak next, who is going to de-escalate this?
I think it would
Go ahead,
basically
guys.
Don't forget now I can't see him.
One at a time, children. I'm going to get myself a little bowl of muesli with some protein
Yum.
powder. Chocolate
Nice,
protein.
man, nice.
And
I think it can only be World War III if China gets involved, because I think only China has the technology to actually go against it. Maybe Russia too, but I would say China to a greater extent. But I think it's going to be a different type of war. It's not just going to be guerrilla warfare. It's going to be cyber attacks and attacks on the currency and like that movie that was on Netflix, how they just hacked into the vehicles and destroyed the infrastructure.
I think it's World War IV, because World War III defined an era even greater than World War II, and we are coming out of the cold phase of World War III and entering into a warm phase, which is these proxy wars becoming increasingly skirmishes, and I think China is involved. That's why it's an extension of the Cold War, because I don't believe in the difference between communism and capitalism as is defined and propagandized by the CIA, but this is the terminology that they use. The West versus the East, capitalism versus communism, godliness versus atheism, this battle for global dominance that culminated in World War II and led to various proxy wars during the so-called Cold Era of World War III are now starting to heat up again, and more lines are being drawn, and the proxies are going to become more direct as Russia and China start stepping out of the shadows, so to speak, and become more directly involved. And I think it will be all those aforementioned countries that do the de-escalation, as they always do. The CIA intends to drag these adversaries into conflict in other places so that it will not be drawn to our homeland, and we'll continue to pump trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars into those skirmishes in an attempt to deflate the economies of our competition on the planet, those we see as in competition for resources, especially oil.
Yeah, it's all kind of silly if you look at it. I don't see a World War III, IV, whatever you're talking about with World War IV, but I mean, ultimately, right? If we look at this, we're hindering with Venezuela, we're hindering China, and we're hindering Russia. So they're paying notice to that. Now here in Iran, we're also hindering their oil production for their production. But when it really comes down to it, there's only one enemy we have right now, which is China. And China is 100% reliant on our consumerism on them. And by the way, this is an article that came out in like 1992, where China in 1992 had already launched satellites that are all aimed at our commercial satellites. By the way, look it up on YouTube, Google it, ChatGPT it, whatever. This happened a long time ago, where they have satellites aimed at our commercial satellites where they could knock us out in a half a second. But if they did that, They're going to lose all
Their
their
economy
commerce.
would collapse.
Their economy would collapse, right? So, like, we're in this really strange stalemate where, like, China wants to beat us. We want to beat China, but without us, China doesn't exist, and without China, we don't exist in our, as I mentioned, like I think an hour and a half
In our
ago.
current
Like
consumer
every
state.
poor person has a freaking flat screen TV on their wall, right?
Exactly.
I want to push back against that because China does not really need us. The only reason they even engage, with and trade with us in the first place is because the U.S. dollar is the gold standard. Once they drop the U.S. dollar, they're just going to trade with everybody else, and so they're already
Trading with
doing that. So
everybody else
China is
won't even come
already.
close. The United States
that's not
consumes
correct.
more than the
Yeah,
rest
yeah,
of the world combined.
Right, and we don't produce anything, so we're actually more dependent
So
on
we
China
produce
than
a
they
lot.
are on us.
We produce the majority of the world's food. Matter of fact, we produce two really good things. Like if we were to become a capitalist country in the sense that like we were a company like Google or anything like that, we have two things that we can sell. We can sell food and we can sell military.
Okay,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day,
And even though we
at the-
use
yeah, that's true.
manufacturing around the world to create our technology, it's still our technology that's being invented.
Yeah,
At
Americans.
the end of the day, we still have a
Definitely.
service. We still have a service-oriented economy. Most people are not employed.
would
Here
kill
at
our
home,
economy.
yes, but globally,
This is
that's
the
not
only
how
reason they
China
haven't launched
interacts with
missiles.
us.
China wants to dominate us, but they also know that we're their number one money supplier.
I don't.
And
they don't
they
need
can't
money.
create
We don't
their own oil.
It's
They
not
can't
even
make
money.
their
That's not
own
true for
energy
Russia.
standards.
It's not
I
even
don't-
money. It's currency. Money is not the same thing as
No,
currency.
it's not currency.
It
It's
is
not
currency. It absolutely
No,
is currency.
no,
The only reason it has
it's
value is because
exchange.
the only reason it has value is because the U.S. military. The military goes around deploying force to ensure that all these other countries accept the U.S. dollar. But once they drop it, the U.S. dollar becomes completely worthless.
Okay, first off, the US dollar really, we just set that as the baseline. So if you understand, when we came off the gold currency, it was based on input and output, right? And we used our number as basically the zero number to determine what economies are. Now, ultimately, we can actually make it any country. It doesn't actually matter that it's based off the US dollar because there's no gold behind that. It's
No,
based
it
off
matters. No, wait, let me just
No, it
explain.
doesn't.
The reason why it matters is because we offshore our inflation to third world countries. That their
we do
currencies
loans.
actually get devalued, and while we get to maintain a high standard of living, they're the ones who actually pay for our standard of living. We get to import their raw
Yeah, but the
materials.
opposite is true as well.
What is the
LA, are
opposite?
you like? Can I say
Our
something?
amount of
LA,
consumerism subsidizes their way of life.
No,
LA,
because
are you
our
like
consumerism is
pro-China?
based on artificially inflated currency. So
Sure.
so it's fake money, but we're getting real valuable tangible goods.
And so are
Yeah,
they.
but LA,
No, they're
LA, are
getting
you
fake money.
pro-China? And
All they're getting is fake money.
No, they're
LA,
getting lower healthcare
you need to
costs.
go
They're
back
not.
to econ.
They don't have. They spend 2% of their budget on their military. If that, most of them don't even match it. The rest of the
Okay,
world
no.
benefits from America's consumerism. I guarantee you.
I'll agree with the first point that our value is based on our military force. That we are the protectors of the world. They do rely on us for that. But the U.S. dollar, no, I don't agree with that part. That part.
We
LA,
we
LA, I have a
subsidize their
question for you, my
healthcare
friend.
too,
Are you
and their
pro-China
social
and anti?
programs.
Are you anti-US and pro-China? I'm just asking. There's a question to LA.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
there was
know.
just a conversation happening at the same time you're asking your question. No offense. Go ahead.
I don't understand.
Yeah, because you guys don't stop talking, bro. It's hard to.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, we
hard
were
come in
talking to
smoothly.
each other. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
I don't
just the
understand the
forum. I'm just
basis of-
adapting. Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead,
understand the
LA.
basic. I'm making a statement about how the economic trade, like how it works internationally, it has nothing to do with whether I support China or the United States.
Answer Ra's question.
I live in the
Why
United
can't
States.
you just
so
say yes or no?
I live
Yes
no
or no?
because you're trying to put me in. I don't like false dichotomies where you have to pick one or the other. Obviously, I live in the United States. It is in my rational self-interest to support the United States. But objectively, what I see what is going to happen down the pipeline, that we're going to be destroyed because we're not producing anything, and we are overly dependent on China. We have massive trillions of dollars in debt that I guess has been bankrolled by China, and we can't pay it. So China has us by the balls. So Okay, your question is sort of misleading because it's kind of like, am I on the side of the American government, which is a corporation, or am I on the side of the American people? Yes, I'm on the side of the American people. Do I support the U.S. government? I absolutely do not.
Well, I would agree with you on the latter part. I don't think any of us, even here in Britain, I don't think you can sum the totality of America as just being Donald Trump's regime. I mean, he's in power, his government's in power at this particular time, but you can't sum up the whole of the United States of America and all its history up until now as one government and what they do. Now, I agree with you. So the American people, but what I'm saying is, I've watched a few of these videos, and again, this is just my my perception, right? But you and that Fatima guy, you do seem to have this sort of anti-West and pro like East.
No, I'll agree with you with Fatima, but not on that.
I don't agree with Fatima.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, my friend. But I'm just telling you. Yeah.
He's a socialist. I'm an anarchist. We have completely different philosophies.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, you just clarified it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
I'm
he
an
hates America
anti-statist.
for the sake of hating America too.
Yeah, I don't
What he says
understand how you.
doesn't make any
By the way,
sense.
just to point out this economy thing that LA is talking about, so we could actually change the whole worldwide economy system, not based off the US dollar. We could switch it to Canada. If we did that, then everybody's dollar would go down by 25%. We could switch it to the Philippines and everybody's dollar would go down 5,000%. However, the value of all those dollars exchanging are still going to be equal because the whole world, based off of that gross national product input output, is going to be the same. It doesn't
the United
matter.
States will still be at the top of the food
it's
chain.
based off of. Yeah, we are.
It's a
And that's
Ponzi
why
scheme.
we base it off of ours. But it
It,
doesn't.
it would knock us
change
down
the-
a few pegs for sure.
It doesn't.
It's not like
doesn't
it has
change
no
the
value.
because the value of the dollar, the U.S. dollar, is based off of our input and output, right? And if we switch to another country,
Yeah, but being the base exchange currency has its benefits.
It's a
Like,
Ponzi
don't
scheme.
deny the benefits altogether. But
It
we
is
would
a-
still be at the top of the food chain, even if we weren't the base.
Okay, it's a Ponzi scheme, but I just wanted to explain the difference between money and currency. Currency has no value. The only value it has is based on state force. That you are forced to trade with that unit of exchange. It doesn't. I've done so much content about. I've talked about it. Anyway, I'm not going to pimp my channel out, but yeah. What everything we've been told about money and currency is completely wrong.
okay, so let's talk about money currency for half a second, right? So, wouldn't you agree that if I need boots, I go to somebody that can make boots, and they're like, I need a knife, and I make knives, I give them a knife, right?
Yeah, but Vibe, if I can get 10 boots for the price of 2 because of the dollar that I'm using, and I'm an importer exporter, then I'm gonna go to the guy with the 10 boots, and then the dude on the other side of the transaction who's just looking for one pair, he's not gonna know any wiser. He's gonna be getting the same boots I got because that's what I sent to him.
Actually, I mean that's a great example too, right? That's the difference between local and global economies that you just pointed out. The guy that can get you the 10 boots is a global economy. The guy that can get you one boot for the same price is a local economy.
Okay, here's the thing, though. So you have greater purchasing power just because of the value of the U.S. dollar. There are people who live in these third world countries who produce goods that they can't even afford to consume themselves because they would be purchasing it based on their currency. So their money is completely devalued and it's completely arbitrary. There is no fair trade. It's just we arbitrarily. It's more complicated than I'm going to be able to explain how it works, but they basically just rig it to where their money becomes worthless. Every time we just keep borrowing more money, and then we can
Wait, how
rig
is
it
it
to
rigged?
where
How is it rigged?
because we manipulate the value of their currency in order to keep our currency stable. And so they're the ones who
have
actually
you
pay
looked at
for
our
it.
currency lately? It's
I'm
not
sorry?
very stable. Our currency is not very stable right now.
Okay, it's not stable because they're dropping the
hasn't
U.S.
been
dollar.
even prior to
Again,
the
there's a
war.
lot of moving parts in this whole dynamic, but I'm saying
Agreed.
the way that it's been stabilized so far is because they've been rigging it. That they're not. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an economist. I just have kind of a basic understanding of how it works. But when I see it, I actually covered it, and YouTube shut it down. YouTube shut my entire live stream down and removed it. So I don't want to talk about it too much because I guess some of it is considered a conspiracy theory, but it's the same. Fatima would love this conversation. But I'm not going to go there.
Get him on. Somebody get him on. Get him on.
People are gonna hate me for what I'm about to say here. And I mean, I'm a business owner. I have U.S. employees. I love my U.S. employees. They understand the economics and how the U.S. works. But I also have a lot of offshore employees as well. And I also live in the Philippines as well. So in the summers, we live there. And I have a lot of employees in the Philippines. Now, my Filipino employees, I pay 1/10 the amount that I pay to my American employees. And people are like, why would you take advantage of the Filipinos like that? But those employees that I'm paying 1/10 of that salary are living bigger lives than their parents ever did. They're buying cars, they're buying houses, because in their economy, that money is a lot. Even though I'm paying less, I'm giving those people huge lifestyles. And sometimes those guys are like, hey, do you have a program? And we have done this where I can come to the United States and live in the United States. I'm like, yes, you can. But if you do that, I just want you to let you know your lifestyle is going to drop. You're going to lose your house. You're going to be living in a 1-bedroom house because it's so expensive to live here. It's so crazy. I recommend you stay in your country because you're going to live a much better life. Now, is that horrible? Am I a horrible person for outsourcing some jobs to overseas? Am I horrible for paying less to somebody that's has a better life?
It depends. Are these people doing Are they doing customer service jobs and answering the phone? Because if so, then yes, I hate you. You're the reason all things bad exist.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends who you are.
If you are, and by the way, I've eaten with every one of them at their houses. They're not just they're just not like Zoom people on a random call. Because I live there and I interview every employee, and maybe I'm different that way.
Can I ask a question, guys? This is just everyone, yeah. Like, it's very easy to criticize this gentleman here, how he's talking about his business strategies, but sometimes I think, as humanity, we're all very disingenuous because, like, if we was in his position, like, life is always about maximizing your leverage. Like, let's be honest, guys, we'd probably be doing the same thing. He's trying to maximize his profit and obviously be a little bit altruistic, but it's very easy.
Oh, I hope I wasn't giving the impression of the opposite.
and look at this
I would probably pay less than 5. I'm a motherfucker.
Let's just be honest. I can't hate this guy because he's just playing the game. He's playing the game, man.
He's a much nicer guy than I am.
I am playing the game, yes, but at the same time,
we're all
deny that
game.
I'm helping people.
Like, for example, who's that, by the way? That just spoke. Is that Vibe?
That's Vibe, yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, in the UK, in London specifically, right, we have Transport for London, and there's a big hysteria about our sort of train drivers, how they're always striking, and it pisses people off. I understand because they basically are the gatekeepers of all of the commerce and the transport and people getting to work, and they tend to strike, and people call them all sorts of things. But what you need to understand is, like, they're just playing the game. Like, they have that leverage. Like, the CEO of a company who cuts himself a nice bonus out of the profits is just maximizing his leverage. Now, I'm not saying I'm a diehard capitalist and I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's the best system ever. But ultimately, guys, if we're honest with ourselves, whatever level you are in the hierarchy of capitalism, you're just trying to maximize your leverage. If you're an employee at the bottom, you're probably asking for, a rise in your salary, more better holidays, more holidays, etc. If you're an owner or a shareholder, you're probably trying to do the opposite so you can take more of the cake. But ultimately, guys, we're all trying to maximize our leverage. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's really, really interesting, right? And I mentioned earlier, I'm a Christian, and I was reading Deuteronomy, right? And I read this one verse in between, like, marriages where it says, you should never muzzle an ox when it's grazing. And I was like, what the heck does that mean? And why is that the middle of everything, right? And so I did some research on it. And it was basically saying you have an employee that is working. If you muzzle that employee, you're taking away the benefits from that employee of the work they're doing. By muzzling them, they can't eat while they're actually producing for you. Now, I've taken this personally as a capitalist and a Christian as saying everybody has to succeed. And I know this sounds a little bit socialist, but I'm not a socialist. I believe that you should reward those, and this is all through the Bible. Reward slaves when and we can go into the whole dichotomy of slaves. That's a whole other topic. But like treat the people that are doing the work. And some of us have the minds that says, "Hey, you do this." I have some Filipinos that are doing some work for me. I reward them. I have American employees that are doing work for me. They get a stake in the whole thing. Now, does the world work that way? No, and I disagree with that. I think there are a lot of corrupt CEOs, and most of them are secularists, and they're not Christian. Christian or atheists love to be like, Christians caused all this harm. I'm like, what about all the harm that's happening with all of capitalism in the world where they don't actually think this way? And this comes back to the original thesis of this conversation. What is good and bad?
Speaking of leverage, oil just hit $120 a barrel.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Vibe. At the end of the day, it's just one of those things, man. Like, this is the game of life, isn't it? Whether I'm definitely not communist, because we've seen where that leads to. I'm not saying capitalism is perfect, but if I had the choice to capitalism all day, I would never live in a communist. I have like individual liberties, freedom of expression, those good stuff. But yeah, if people criticize it and say Christian, again, going back before I got disconnected, I don't believe like Christianity is one thing. Like, I don't believe like people use it. It's very polarizing to say things like that, like, oh, Christian people, they genocided the Native Americans, or Muslim people, Islam, they did this, terrorism, or this and that, and then white people, this, they're all racist, and black people, this and that, and it's like, I don't believe like all of these things are monoliths. Like, there's so many sort of nuances to it. You know what I mean? And that's
Good
where,
point.
as a species of human beings, we go wrong. Because, like, for example, I said white is not a monolith because there's certain white supremacist groups like the KKK when they first were active in South Carolina. If you was a sort of white English person but you was Catholic, they didn't want you in America. They didn't
It's going to
want
be
you.
the largest demographic too. If you think of what's funny is like, so technically, right? Whites are dying off, and other people are growing their population faster, but white is still going to end up being more than likely the largest growing demographic because they're just going to start considering other people to be white and putting them in there.
Well, I have a question about Christianity. What are your views about usury? Because when I was a Christian, I was taught that usury was wrong, that it was ungodly.
When you say usury, sorry, Alex,
Usury, I'm talking about when you don't work, when you don't produce. When all you do is manipulate the markets and like stock trading and things like that. That's usury. Or you're just skimming off the top where you
so you're talking about interest. Sorry to cut you. Are you talking about interest?
I'm talking about all of that. I'm talking about the manipulative exchange rates. I'm talking about exploiting the currencies and investing without actually producing. All of that is usury.
Yeah,
That's
I think
how I make my living.
Vibe will have to answer that because he's the Christian, eh? Vibe, do you want to give us a response, mate?
Render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's.
Hey, somebody else has got a biblical scholar here as well. Then is it?
It's one of my favorite lines from the Bible. I think it's often misunderstood that Christians should follow the law of the land that they live in. And I don't think that's what Jesus meant. I think Jesus was being snarky because they were trying to trick him into speaking against taxes, which would have put him in risk of being arrested or harmed. And instead, he said, look at this coin, and what do you see? And the fact that it had Caesar's image on it, it was his way of saying, this is not of my world. It's not of my concern. Let this be Caesar's problem. And let the problem of humanity and spirituality, let that rest upon my shoulders.
But didn't Jesus also say, "He without sin cast the first stone," meaning he in some way circumvented the Hebrew law of adulterers and adulteresses, sorry, should be stoned to death.
Right. He wasn't saying go ahead and find somebody who has no sin, right? He's saying,
but then
who among you has no sin? That's what he was saying.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, you can play with the words, but his whole intent okay, let's draw an inference that he was trying to circumvent the natural consequence of doing what the Romans would do in terms of what the Jewish law was back then, meaning stone that woman to death, because that's the consensus of, the ethics at play here under that form of Judaism. And adulterer should be stoned to death, but didn't he try to circumvent it? So wouldn't that go against your first point about render unto Caesar what is his?
It wouldn't go against my point. It would go against those who think that he meant to follow the law.
So what do you say?
He was saying the law is Caesar's problem, right? Matters of faith are what I concern myself with. Same thing with turning the other cheek.
Yeah, but
a lot of people think that he said to turn the cheek in order to avoid confrontation or violence. And I don't think that's what he meant. I think that he was saying that if I offer you my other cheek and you strike me as equals, then I can challenge you as a man instead of to be demolished as a slave.
But in those societies, I'm sure that faith and the law weren't really separate, because the Jews at that time, or the Hebrews, let's call them, I don't want people to think I'm being anti-Semitic. Let's say the Hebrew society at that time, where they're not asking for their own sort of religious law to be implementing, which is stone the adulterers. So faith, and at that time, I'm saying in that society, faith and law were kind of intertwined. Would you agree?
He's saying the opposite.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So he's not rendering unto Caesar, is he? Because he's trying to circumvent the natural consequence of that faith-based law, which is stone the adulterers.
Well, he would render the coin and the matter of tax unto Caesar.
But then what about the laws of the land? Don't they come under Caesar?
The laws of the land are not the laws of faith, though.
No, but what I'm saying is the laws of the land are part of the sovereign ruler, right? But the demographic of that place was majority Jews, so they were asking for their faith-based law, stone the adulterers, to be implemented. So would you render unto Caesar that? What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Would you agree with that?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Agree with what?
So would you agree with because the initial point you made was render unto Caesar what belongs to him, but the way I see it, this is just my perspective, right, is that the stoning of that woman, potential stoning of that woman, if we were to follow that statement of render unto Caesar, then you should have allowed her to be stoned, because that was
because it's a moral question. He's separating he's separating the law and authority from your allegiance and your morality.
Yeah, but that's
in both circumstances.
But in the Hebrew society, they had a faith-based legal system, because if you were to ask them, why do you want to stone this woman? It's not because they enacted that statute. They would claim to you, this is a divine law, of the Hebrew tradition to stone the adulterers of that time. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure.
But yeah, it's just a moot point. I guess it's a moot point, really, but it's just food for thought, innit? Whereas, yeah.
LA, did you want to debate abortion?
I sort of forgot my point. I mean, I think I was going to make a point as a corollary between my position on maid and restricting abortion access. I think that the state is basically commandeering a woman's body for the state's purpose. It is, or the state's interest, I should say. It is extraction. And if you're going to use a woman's body to procreate or to produce new subjects for the state, then the state should have to pay for the maintenance of that woman and her child, which is what Nazi Germany did. The Nazis wanted the German women to produce German babies for the state, but they actually paid those women. But our state wants to force women to have children, and they provide no remuneration. So that's my issue. It is slavery. The state does not, it goes beyond the scope of legitimate government. It was a right that was protected under common law. It is a natural right that even animals engage in infanticide. So the state has no legitimate authority to regulate abortion or anything. I would even go further than that, but I don't want to say it on DNW channel.
What about fathers' rights?
Okay, it's not even about the father. I'm just saying I want the state to be involved. That the state should not regulate. I would say that the father has standing to, I guess, protect his interest in that child. I would say the father has an equal interest to the extent that the father is willing to accept financial responsibility. Only thing I'm saying is that the public, the state, all these third part, like the public in general, they have no standing whatsoever. A father, of course they have a say, but just because some random stranger thinks that it goes against their religious belief does not give them any legitimate authority to have a say in it.
So a father should be able to sue for damages then, for example. Especially if the pregnancy was agreed upon.
I don't know how. I mean, I would say preemptively that if the woman was about to get an abortion, maybe the father should be able to get an injunction to prevent her from doing it. The reason why you can't get damages, and which is problematic, which goes against the reason why you can't get it is because the Supreme Court does not recognize your personhood as a property interest. That is the reason why they're able to criminalize medical assistance in dying. It's considered a liberty interest, not a property interest, which is incorrect. So even if you recognize that there was a violation, it would be a violation of a liberty interest, not a property interest. So you would not be able to get compensatory damages.
What about pain and suffering?
I'm trying to. You mean like intentional infliction of most? It couldn't be negligent emotional distress. It would have to be intentional. That they intentionally inflicted emotional distress. I mean, I don't know how that would play. I haven't given much thought to that, so I'm like trying to come up with an answer. I do support fathers having rights, provided that they're willing to pay for their share of the financial responsibility. I'm not sure how it would actually play out in terms of punishing the mother for terminating the child. But at the same time, I would assume that you would be married in that context. So I would afford greater protection for a husband whose wife terminated the infant or fetus, whatever. If you were unmarried, it's kind of, but at the same time, I don't support child support. I've had this whole discussion on Tiff Mann's channel. So I think if you're not married and you're not living in the same household, then you basically forfeit your right to any financial protection. That's how it works in the animal kingdom. If a lioness leaves the male lion, she does not receive protection from that male lion. So I don't see how it works where you get to enslave the father and he has to pay like 40% of his income and he can't survive. And the state just garnishes his wages and he has no say in how that money is spent. It's the most oppressive system ever.
LA, can I ask you a question? And I apologize because I actually heard my name called while I was making noodles for my kids. I apologize. DNW that I didn't respond. But I mean, and that was on the Caesar thing. But I mean, coming to your point, LA, right? Let's just say we have two people out of wedlock. We're not even considering religion here, and we have an oopsie. Somebody's pregnant, and as a father, I'm like, oh crap, I wasn't expecting that, and the mother is like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. But it's both of our DNAs there in the womb, right? Now, this is not even a question of religion or when life becomes life. This is a question of saying there is a man and a woman's DNA. Now, it just happens to be in the woman, and the man goes, you know what? I don't care whatever his reason is. He's just like, I have a conviction. I did an oopsie, but I'm going to raise this kid. I'm going to do whatever I can to raise this kid. And the woman says, you know what? It's not convenient for me. Does he have a right?
I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. If you're going to say, if you're going to, the basis of it, I'm assuming would be an implied contract that you had an agreement with her or something. But at the same time, if
No
that is the
contract.
case,
No
if that
contract.
is,
It's an oopsie.
There's no oopsie though, Vibe. The contract is when you agree to have unprotected sex with me.
That isn't. I'm gonna
The-
100%
the only-
agree
the
with
only-
you on that. If you're doing it and you're doing all the protection, yes, 100%. There's a contract saying that we're engaging in this, and we understand that there is this percentage chance based on their contraception we're using that there may be a mistake, and we both know that when that happens, nobody actually discussed that. So here we are in this scenario where it happens.
okay, I think it's easier to take a position if they were married. It's
No,
a
no.
little bit more.
No,
I'm going. Let
because
me
that's
just
not
finish.
how
Let me
it-
let me
that's
let me
not
just
how it
finish.
happens.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The reason why it's complicated because if the man has an interest in that child, that woman also has an interest in her body because she's going to have to take off work. Her body is being used for a purpose that she does not want to use. So I would say even if he does want that child, she should be entitled to compensation if she does not agree to it. So he
Okay,
should have
so
to pay
Ellie,
her for carrying his baby.
Let's look at it this way. Before there was like hospitals and nurses and everybody to like and all the things that happen in having a baby, right? People have been having babies forever and successfully. We're really good at it. We don't even need hospitals. Before even midwives, women are pretty successful at having babies. This is really not a normal threat to them. Every once in a while it is. I will concede to that.
Are you serious?
But women,
They have to lose their job. They have to take off work. It's a toll on their body. They can't wait.
used to have to, they only lost their jobs about 30 years ago. But all of humanity, they never lost their jobs.
Wait, but do
Just
you have a
30 years
problem
ago,
with
they
what I
started
said?
losing jobs.
Do you have a problem with what I said? If he is going to carry his baby for him, should she not be entitled to some compensation for that?
Not
She
enough,
really
because
needs
the
to be able to
contract they
get.
already went into.
She really needs to
both
be
knew
taken care
she
of
could get
during the
pregnant.
entire pregnancy.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So if the man is willing,
It was an
if
oopsie.
the
It was
if,
an oopsie, and because it was an oopsie on both of their sides, now the man has to pay her.
no,
to keep
if
that
he wants
child?
the
No, only if
baby,
he wants the baby.
only if he wants the baby. But if he doesn't want it, then she should be free to get an abortion without any protest from him.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna run with this on a secular world. So I am a man, no religious affiliation, but I'm like, she's pregnant. She says I don't want it, and I say, you know what? I'll take it. It's mine. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. Can she still get an abortion?
Can
In
she? Is that what you're
addition,
saying?
in addition to taking care of the baby, you also should have to take care of her while she's pregnant.
Right, because she's vulnerable.
Okay, I'll agree with that. I'll concede on the medical expenses. But can I say
No,
you're
no,
allowed
not
to
just
get
the
an
medical
abortion?
expenses. You should have to pay for her housing expenses, her food.
Yeah.
She's carrying your baby.
Security. Yeah, because
during
in that
her
state,
pregnancy.
she is very susceptible to being harmed in that state.
Hey, I'll
and
concede. I'll concede on that
she's
too.
physically disabled as well.
I'll concede on that too. If I'm willing to pay for all her housing, all her work leave during that period of time, but I say, I know you want an abortion, but I don't. I will pay for you for this 9 months. I will take care of you. Once the baby's born, you're out of the picture. Even though you want an abortion and you don't want to do this, can I have that baby? Am I allowed to do that?
But in reality, if men were willing to do that, I don't think most women would get an abortion. Like if you were willing to foot her bill for 9 months,
100% on that.
No, I'm saying I'm not talking about somebody who works at Walmart who's saying I'm going to give you $200. I'm saying if you had sufficient wealth to actually take care of her for 9 months, it's a win for her. Why wouldn't she do that?
There would be less abortion. I'll give you that. But a lot of women don't think of the harm that abortion does to their body, and they just think of the harm or the aesthetic disfiguration of pregnancy and the convenience of it, and they choose the convenience of abortion without giving it consideration for how harmful it is. So those women are still going to exist by a large number, but I think abortion would go down dramatically if we lived in a society, we had a culture of men providing for women when they impregnate them in every way, financially, security wise, shelter, food, etc.
Amen.
Right, because when I was in law school, one of my friends got pregnant, and she was like a staunch Christian. She didn't believe in abortion, but she didn't want to quit law school, so she went against her beliefs and got an abortion. So because she didn't have any support, she knew it was going to be on her. She would have to quit law school, and her whole life would change. And now she's a successful attorney.
And how many kids does she have now?
I haven't kept up with her. I don't think she has any children, but I'm not sure about that.
Exactly, because by the time she finished law school, by the time she actually was successful, by the time she was able to actually get to a point where she's like, I have full financial control, she probably got married. She probably found a husband, and they probably tried to have a kid. She might have had one, and they probably had to pay tens of thousands of dollars for IVF to get married or to have that one child. And she might have wanted 3, but because society told her that she was supposed to be a successful lawyer first before she ever picked a husband, she ended up not actually fulfilling her actual what she wanted.
No, you're putting the cart before the horse. The problem, the root cause of it is that she has to work in the first place. The fact that she has to be a bread, she shouldn't have to work. She should be able to sit on her ass and have some man's babies, but she does not have that luxury.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with you 100% on that. And that only changed in the last, I'm getting old. Now it's 2026. So that only happened in the last 60 years. That never existed before.
Yeah, but LA, aren't the progressive feminists to blame for that? Because they're the ones always telling women that if you choose to have a family, then you're brainwashed by the patriarchy and, of that type of sort. So what do you have to say about that?
I have never heard anybody say that.
Really? So you've never heard any feminist rhetoric saying that, child rearing.
Pretty big in America. Like it's third wave feminism in America.
It's big. It's big all over the West, my friend, not just in the US. Yeah.
Well, they say that women should be compensated for their labor for being a homemaker and raising children. I don't think that they want women to have a choice.
They stigmatize motherhood though and traditional.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Families.
I think they did that during the 60s and 70s. I don't really hear anybody saying that now.
No,
I think
they
it is.
absolutely did it.
Really?
So 80s.
Really? So what's this whole boss babe and independent, I don't need a man type of rhetoric about? I think they're all intertwined. Wouldn't you agree?
I think more women are becoming anti-feminist. They really want to go back.
It's starting to turn around again, I think.
Right.
Yeah, he has a point. Very, 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 very recently, it's starting to turn back around.
I was born in the 70s, and I started going to school when they were educating us on men and women are equal in the 80s. And in the 80s, I was sitting next to my female colleagues in middle school and high school, and they were telling all of us that we were all equal and we all have the equal opportunity for jobs and we're all going to go to college and that women and men are no different. And by the way, I have a wife and she's a brilliant, brilliant person. So I'm not actually begging on women right now. And I was high-fiving the girls next to me when they were going to college and getting engineering degrees. Now I'm 54 And every single one of those girls that got really successful jobs, making killer money, ended up going through this scenario I'm telling you, where once they had the money, once they got the job, once they were there, they decided, they're like, you know what? I'm missing something. I want to have a family. And they all started having to go through IVF for like 10 years, spending tens of thousands of dollars because the educational system lied to them. No, I'm not saying that women can't be successful. They can be, but they robbed those women by brainwashing them of their childbearing years.
I want to say amen to Vibe a minute, and I also want to say, I don't want to interrupt, I just want to say thank you, and Vibe, well done for picking up the wife. I appreciate that, and I accept what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, I'm not being anti-female here. I think women can have engineering jobs, and they can do all this stuff. Like, I'm not anti that. But I really feel like, and only because I grew up through this, and I have so many female friends that I was high-fiving, getting these huge jobs. Wait, 1 second. That and encouraging them, and then later in their lives, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't have a baby anymore. I did what they told me when I was a kid." And they never told me. Nobody ever mentioned, if you do this, you're going to go outside of your fertile years.
Right, but there's some women who genuinely don't want to have children.
And I think they should have that opportunity. I'm not saying that this has to be a prescription. I'm just saying that the schooling system I grew up in shouldn't have lied to those women. They should have said, by the way,
agree with that. I can agree with
all the way up into your late 30s, getting your
Everybody
career
knows
first.
that.
Just
I don't
want you
think
to
it is-
know. No, everybody didn't in the 80s, LA. Everybody didn't.
No,
It was
everybody knows
all-
how biology
everybody was
works.
equal,
Like they
and
look. Wait, you
nobody ever
look at
talked
your
about biology in school.
you
Nobody
look
talked
at
about
you look at your mother, you look at your grandmother, your aunts, and look at what age they bore children. You know that beyond a certain age, it's going to be difficult.
all before 30.
Okay, many women.
And everybody of my generation started having kids after 30.
Okay, and my grandmother had children when she was like still in her 40s. Like, I mean,
Yeah, you could still have them, but it's really hard.
It's risky, I think.
Yeah, there is a biological fertility window. Let's be honest, Ellie. Come on, the science is saying there is a biological
I'm not
clock for
saying
women.
women shouldn't go to college. If they want to go to college, go to college. That's fine. Just tell them the truth. Don't lie to them. That's my
But I
only
will-
point.
Wait,
I'm not saying-
what
Yeah.
was the
In my
lie
generation,
specifically?
They lied to them. They
What was the
lied to
lie?
them.
That you
What
can have it all.
was
They
the lie?
never brought up biology. All
Is
they
that a
said
lie
was
or is that an
men-
omission? A lie is not the same as an omission.
No, it is. It is. I would say it's more of a lie because they sold them a dream, which is like, oh no, you can be this independent boss babe woman, have a high flying career and a family woman. There is that rhetoric that was going around. I agree with Vibe, but you cannot because the two are diametrically opposed. How the hell can you reach the apex of a career and then be also a full-time mom? It doesn't make sense.
I don't
So a
know.
lot of
I
women-
think they were trying to
Yeah.
change the working conditions so that women could do both. They were trying to have a 9 to 5 schedule. They were trying to get childcare and also, I mean, this is before my time, but I looked into Gloria Steinem and what is her name? Fredman, whatever her name. They were trying to get an equal rights amendment passed so that there would be equal protection for women even when they did become pregnant, but it didn't pass. So they wanted men and women to be treated equal.
I do want to hear from the woman on the panel.
Yeah, the one woman. Well, there's two now. Yeah.
So the men should probably just shut up and get our asses kicked by the women right now. But
Okay, well, this
I
is a
said, I
perfect
have no
time for me to come
disrespect
into the
for women. I want them to do
conversation.
whatever they want.
Excuse me.
Hello, Divine. Good to have you here, Divine. Go ahead, darling. Go ahead,
I
Divine.
apologize, Divine.
Divine, can you hear me?
Oh, maybe she got cut out.
Oh dear. Chickpea, did you want to say something as a woman?
Well,
The full-term pregnancy or not, and we should decide whether we choose not to have a child as well. Men should not be able to, quote, dangle money in between us and say, oh, I'll pay you to have a baby. No, there are plenty of women out there that you can pay to have a child. You do not need to be approaching me to do so. If you want that, somewhere else to go.
I don't buy that foolishness.
Devon, they're not going to pay for it though anyway. I'm just using that as a rhetorical argument. They're never going to pay for that. They don't have any money.
Hold on. I just simple question for Divine. Divine, let's say you and I accidentally, neither one of us planned to have a baby. Do I have any rights to that?
Absolutely
women,
none.
no.
Absolutely none.
Women don't believe in male reproductive rights.
And I'll tell you why you have absolutely none.
Okay, why?
That's ridiculous.
Of two reasons. One is I would never be in a situation where that could happen to me specifically. Two,
I understand
it
that
can't
for
be
you.
done because that is not how the operation goes. When a woman are we living together?
Okay, one.
In this make-believe thing, are we living together or not?
No. Okay, number one, just to address
No,
your number
it ain't
one.
happening, baby.
Hold on, Divine. Divine, I really want to engage with you honestly and equitably. So number one, you said that would never happen to you, but would you admit, number one, it does happen to other people?
Of course it happens to others that are irresponsible for their physical bodies.
Okay,
Look,
so-
you're going to listen to the whole sentence I'm going to say or I'm off.
Okay.
Thank you. Next question.
Oh, well, I was listening to the whole sentence. Your first one, we just dismissed. We know that will never happen to you, but you also agreed that it happens to other people. So let's talk about the other people. Is that okay?
Fine.
Okay. So in number two, you said, actually, can you repeat it? I forgot what this number two was. It was,
it's not how the operation goes.
It's not how the operation goes. So
if you're married, it's one thing. If you're not married, it's another thing. If you're unmarried and not living together, it's a totally different bag of worms.
Okay, so let's
I
say
agree.
on number
I
two,
agree.
you're not married. And once again, this is the example I'm using. Two adults, maybe not adults, I don't know. They engage in something. They didn't know about the contract that, oh, this could happen, but it did happen, right? So we're in scenario two. The man still has no rights, correct?
That is correct.
Even though his DNA is in her womb.
Do you know why I say this even more so? And none of you guys even get this. Remember back in the old age? No. Remember back in the old ages, people had to have blood tests to be married or to be in a relationship? The reason why was because some bloods don't combine. They make bad children. If we brought those rules back, we wouldn't have half the people who are not all there and all correct.
Okay, I'm done talking to you.
Wait. So did you just attribute bad genetics to a bad mixture of blood when?
Yes, because not everybody's compatible.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, follow-up question. Well, what about, okay, so let's just say you just said agency truly belongs to women, right? Is that your position? I don't want to straw man you.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, so given that position, yeah, don't you think then women also, the onus is on them in terms of producing better genetics to pick actually decent, viable men in society instead of fucking turning this place into Gotham City by creating little bastards running around committing crimes? And when I say bastards, I'm talking about children born out of wedlock in a dysfunctional family setting, just for the record.
I'm just as upset about that kind of foolishness as you are. I don't go
Guess
for women
what?
who only meet up with men just to have men's children so they can just soak them for everything they're worth. That's not how it should be either.
Yeah, because guess what? You're in the US, I take it, and you're a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer, and my taxes go towards this type of behavior. And it literally, if all agency belongs to women, then we have to hold them massively responsible for certain things. If you're going to hold that position, then.
If they're going to get pregnant, they need to support their own children.
Yeah, I shouldn't be paying for bastard children. That's what I believe.
You shouldn't be paying for anyone just randomly thinking that, they're going to try to quote catch you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's what socialism leads to. And I'm not going to get too political about this, but that's kind of like where we're at. Like, one of the reasons why there's a lot of bad people walking around is because a lot of quote unquote women at the time made poor choices and they chose to have children, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, unfortunately. So,
Okay,
yeah,
let me ask Devon a question. Devon, if you were with a man, but you guys broke up, but he was a decent man,
and he was willing. He wanted the baby, but he was going to take care of you for 9 months and make sure that you were fine. Would you agree to still give him the baby, even though you broke up with him?
No. If I don't want to be pregnant, why would I do that?
Okay. I was just curious what your
I'm
response
talking
would be.
physically. Like, say, for instance, I'm having the time of my life, having a career. I'm solid in it. I'm making a difference in the world because I'm that type of a person anyways. Why would I give up 9 months of my life to have a child that I'm not even invested in any way? It's just a thing that's going on. That doesn't make sense to me. And you know what? I'm just as against women, and I've just went through this with my grandson. A woman got pregnant on purpose because she wanted to catch him. And I looked at him and I said, you need to think about this a little bit more. I says, because this is not viable. He goes, what do you mean? I says, I already know that this pregnancy is not going to last. I don't even think it was 2 weeks later, there was a complication and she lost the baby. Now I said to him, she's not a viable person to have a child with. Obviously, you lost it. Why would you think that this is a person that you should lay with again? He thought about it and he realized that they weren't compatible after all. They were just going through the motions. And he broke up with her. There are women out there who do this as a career, which is wrong.
By the way.
But yeah, sorry, but I have to admit, I do think abortion should exist, my friend, because at the end of the day, you can't just have. It's just insane to think that somehow nature, or whatever you believe in, God, or is going to regulate all of these mass human births coming into existence. I mean, that it should be there. Whether it should be encouraged to be, so easily taken, that's another thing. But vibe, let's be honest, abortion does need to exist, because you can't just have human babies being born in X, Y, and Z conditions en masse and think that's going to turn out well. Because if you look at the third world, that's a prime example. They
For
tend to
a
have
settlement at the end if that's what he wanted.
So, Devon,
that should not be happening between couples because it never works.
How many third world countries have you been to?
Because obviously, if she wanted to have a child, she'd have one.
No.
My allergies. My allergies are bad.
We've got this yeah.
I'm just saying, okay, so what I was saying, Vibe, when I say third world countries, yeah, I'm not trying to stereotype, but if you look at the data and the statistics, they have the highest fertility rates. But would you let's talk about this? I know you're very staunch Christian in that, but philosophically, yeah, I know probably Danny from Social Experiments will probably be happy I say this, but do you really think it's a good idea, like we're in shithole places? Yeah, sorry to use that terminology, but there's no better word. That human beings should just be born and like into those horrible like cesspools, and just because there's a sort of virtue behind it of no, we can't have an abortion. Like, who's going to look after those kids? Those kids end up literally starving to death, not cared for, going through all types of hellish existence. Why? So abortion doesn't need to exist. Whether it should be encouraged or not, that's another topic. That's my position anyway.
I mean, we should give them access to birth control. I don't know that abortion is the first option, but I want to ask Devon a question. What is your view on child support? Do you think that if the woman still, if the opposite way, the man doesn't want the baby, but she wants it, do you think the man should still have to pay child support?
Depends on the circumstances. If they were living together and they were a committed relationship, yes. If not, no. I'll tell you why. I was also in that circumstances. I was in a relationship, solid, for years. And
Someone's playing music.
realized that he was an alcoholic. Okay? Nothing that I knew of before I married him.
Sorted.
I had to leave. There was no choice. Took the boys. We had to leave because he was unsafe. When I left, I did not ask for child support. The reason why is because I made the choice to leave. If I'm going to make the choice to leave, I'm going to want to be taking care of the kids. That way I can have a say in how they're brought up. I can also set the example as to what they should and should not be doing as they're growing.
Do you think that there's countless other nuanced reasons why some people may be in similar but dissimilar situations, and how the same rules might not apply equally to everyone?
Because the reason why is because so many different people are doing their own thing and what's important is not first and foremost.
But just as a point of information too, miscarriages during the first pregnancy are very common, and rarely have anything to do with the partner. And most women go on to have a successful pregnancy their second time around, even if it's with the same man.
I don't buy that.
Can I ask
That's
Divine a
just
question?
what the medical facts are.
I agree with Devon, though. If the woman is
I've
not going
been in the medical field for decades, sir, and young man, no, there is no possible way. If you were not supposed to have that child, you will not have that child. It doesn't matter what the circumstances were. A lot of people think that it all depends.
Abnormalities.
No, it all
Not
depends.
some predetermined, preordained destiny.
I agree with Devon. If the woman is going to forfeit any claim for child support, then really the man is out the picture. He's in the clear. He should just be lucky that he doesn't have to pay. And it's on the woman. It's her body. She's going to raise the child. I'm not sure why a man would even want to be involved in that scenario.
Okay, the reason why I opted not to have him be involved in child support was because it was going to be a lifelong connection to him.
Right.
Of fighting for money, which is unnecessary when I can make my own. So I did not want that lifelong connection. My sons had sat me down one day and said, look, I'm not going to go visit him, so don't bother asking me if I want to. And I said, yes, I only gave you that option because obviously he is your father, and if you want that option, you should have it. We don't want that option. We don't need the connection. I said, fine, then that's easier for me to break what I need to break. It's going to be a lot easier. And that's how we chose to roll, because he wasn't giving anything to the marriage. He certainly wasn't going to give anything to the separation. So why involve him? So we let him off the hook. And you know what? Both of my sons are happy because of that.
I have a question for Divine.
Yes.
Oh, so I'm on the exact question. The question seems to be led on whether or not a man should have authority or a female should have authority. And I just want to know, is the same sort of fairness applied to whether or not the man has decision on whether or not an abortion can happen or not?
I guess I didn't hear the question.
All right. So the question before, well, what was the question prior to that? I just forgot what.
I asked her if she separated and she wanted to keep the baby, would she forfeit or would she expect any child support? She said no.
Yeah. So the question basically is if the first decision to be made is whether to keep the child or not, unless both parties have both equal decision in there, how can any subjective question after that fact request that both parties be? So if the man has no option on whether you keep the baby or not, how can you, after making that option or not, then say the man has to apply to anything? Because you've
that's
already
called a double standard. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Oh no, I'm. Oh, shut up, you. Shut up. He knows I've had some wine.
But she's not asking for child support, though. If she were, I would say it would be a double standard. But she's not asking for it.
But she's saying that if you live together, then she should be able to.
Okay, I'm also in the circumstances in this moment never to have children again. Okay, because of cancer. Okay, but say tomorrow a magic wand was held in front of me and in a solid relationship I could have and choose to have a child, I would say no.
Can we turn that music off?
That's you, Chickpea.
Yo, chip away.
Wait, that was Chickpea?
Everyone needs to mute their mics until they're talking, and when they're talking, they unmute themselves. This doesn't have to be up to DNW every single time. We should all have common sense and respect.
That is true, but I don't believe in common sense, but it's kind of true.
Does anybody have a problem? Does anybody have a problem with what she said? Because I think what she said is completely reasonable. If she's going to forfeit child support, it should be on her. The man should not have a say in that situation.
Well, she also said that if the man lives with her, he should be subjected to child support.
Personally, I don't think it matters if you're married, if you're dating, or anything, right? If the man, and it's an oopsie or not an oopsie, whatever it is, I think the man should have a say to the DNA that's sitting in that woman.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You guys would be so surprised if you knew the rest of the story. I'm telling you, if a woman is out there to, quote, catch a man, honey, you're not the only one that has your DNA in there.
Divine, it doesn't matter what
when
the
you
story
sleep with
is.
a woman,
Doesn't
you are
matter what
sleeping
the
with
story-
every
doesn't
woman
matter
that
what the-
every man she's ever been with. If you're sleeping with a
doesn't
man, you've been
matter
with
what the
every
story
woman
is.
he's been with. When they're having a child, it's not necessarily just your DNA. Doctors
There's
aren't
a
going to tell you that
million
shit. They don't want you to
stories.
know that shit. But I know that.
There's
And
a
it's a
million
courtesy because
stories
he-
out there. Some of them are justified, some of them are not. There's a billion.
That has been
actually.
debunked,
A billion
actually,
stories,
mine.
right?
Yeah, that's
So
absolute
today's
hogwash.
question is, does the man have a right to say, if there's an oopsie, and I'm trying to keep it really simple, right? No marriage. They're not even dating. It's just an oopsie. Neither one of them expected to get married. Does the man ever have a say to say, okay, I made an oopsie, but I'm going to take responsibility? I conceded to Denizen already, saying, yes, I will support them through their off work. I'll support them.
You have
through-
no
She already said no to that.
After that,
Would you-
I'm done.
Let me ask
She
you this
already said
question,
no
though.
to that.
Would you
Yeah.
do that if you were a woman? Would you have a baby for a man that you didn't actually want to keep? Like, would you do that?
No,
Of
never.
course.
The circumstances.
If I was a man, would I have a baby for a woman that I didn't want to keep?
You would
Hopefully
not.
not.
Yeah, it depends on the circumstances.
Right? Like, where did I lose my rights when my DNA entered her?
When you're boinking people who don't want to have children.
Why would you be that reckless with your DNA? in
If
the
you're
first place?
boinking, then you're already taking
That
responsibility
person,
for
you didn't want
children.
to have children either, but now that you have that responsibility, you take it.
Why would you be
Divine,
that?
No, that's
why
not how
would
it
you be
goes.
that reckless
You
with your
commit
DNA?
before you have. You commit before you have. If you're that into wanting to do this,
Commit
you
the
both need to
second
be
you have
committed.
sex.
Yes.
But you're not just playing with just her. You're playing with her and everyone else she's played with before, and just
she's
him,
played with
everyone else he's played with before. The DNA is not pure. Look, the only way you're going to get
That's
a fucking
bullshit.
pure woman's child is if you are committed and you are with a virgin. Otherwise than that, you're going to have some slanted ass fucking kid.
Okay,
No.
so I'm going to disengage with you right now, and I'm not going to speak to you at all because of your impurity on.
I'm just telling you the truth. You just don't want to hear it. Get
You're
over
just
it.
you're making shit up, and you're
I'm not
and you're
making
saying
shit
it,
up.
and you're thinking
You
just
guys
because you
might
say it
wanna
at the top of
research
your
this.
lungs that it makes it more relevant.
No, you might want to research this.
Yes, of course we have. It's been
No, you
researched.
haven't.
I am
This is, a DNA test would be impossible if what you were saying is true.
because of your
Divine, I said
craziness
what you're saying.
of compatibility. I am disengaging with Divine, not talking to you anymore. Not because I
Wham, wham. Wham, wham.
because of
Okay,
the
can we hear from
insanity
Chick?
of your science.
Can we hear from Chickpea now?
I'd like to hear from Chickpea now. That'd be great.
Define. He's not going to speak to you anymore. Oh, you poor thing.
I know, aren't I lucky? It's about time.
Again.
Right, you just engaged with him in bad faith for 20 minutes then.
No, it's a bunch of men trying to decide that, and they don't even have the facts.
You're the one saying that babies come from multiple sources of DNA, talking about.
God
So- and you
damn
also
Ben.
said that miscarriages were caused by the partner, which is incorrect. You said that a woman who has a miscarriage wasn't likely to have a successful pregnancy on her second pregnancy, which is incorrect. Everything you've said has been factually false.
I am a woman. Why wouldn't I know what's factually real and what isn't?
Right, can I say
Right, just being a woman entitles you to truth.
DW, can I have
That's amazing.
Hey, let Chickpea speak.
Can I just speak for a minute?
Go ahead,
please?
Why you're questioning me?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chickpea. Go ahead, Chickpea. Go ahead, Chickpea. Go ahead, Chickpea. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Answers much
I'm telling you, you guys need to do more research, please. I'm not challenging you for something to do. I'm telling you, this is based on fact. If you have a virgin in your bed, you will have a pure child. If you don't, you are not going to have a pure child.
Right, okay. Women carry multiple.
Chickpea, can you say what you want to say, please?
Yes, women carry multiple distinct sets of DNA, a phenomenon known as microchimerism.
There you go.
Thank you. The most common source is pregnancy, where cells from a fetus across the placenta persist in the mother's body, including blood, brain, and organs for decades. Right, okay. I can assure you.
And they don't go into the eggs.
Yes, no, the DNA stays in the woman's body and it's born
In the woman's body, not the child's.
Right. Fetal cells can remain in the mother's blood and organs for more than 26. No, Christ Almighty Divine is saying is true.
No, it's not.
Yes,
She's saying that the kids share that DNA.
Yes, they do.
That's
don't. That is the sad, brutal reality.
No, it's
of,
not. It's some shit that you just made up and was not supported by what you just read.
Oh my gracious.
What you just read did not support your conclusion.
DavidIke.com. Chickpea, was that on DavidIke.com?
No, it was on IQ.
No, she's talking about fetal absorption and the fact that male DNA can cross the brain barrier in women. It does not go into her eggs and then come out in her offspring.
It happens in extremely simplistic animals, but doesn't happen in humans. Apparently, I looked this up before. It's been debunked.
Whatever. Why do you think men are marrying virgins over from other countries?
Because there's because
they know
DNA
too
test
many
didn't
women.
exist.
No, because
there's
they know
no way
too
to
many
know that it
women
was your kid.
Lie about what they've done and what they haven't done in their
Yes, so
past.
there's no way to know if it's your kid. Not that because it shares DNA with all the other people. That's ridiculous.
So you don't think that every woman you've slept with is going to have just your DNA in you?
That's not what I said. I said that the babies don't come out with other men's DNA in them.
That's enough now. That's enough now.
Kenny, I need you to sing to us right now.
Show.
Oh my
Kenny, you're on the
gracious
Fighting
sake.
Ocean show, mate. I'm gonna please Kenny's chance to talk. Go ahead, Kenny. What would you like to say?
Whatever.
Kenny, you're on the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, and when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
What?
You're quoting.
When you start to let you do anything.
I knew he was either going to do that or he was going to
He
sing.
was trolling. He was
Bro,
trolling.
this
He
guy
said, when
become
you're
a
star,
meme.
They let you do it. They let you do anything, and then he left.
He's literally a Scottish dude being a Magda person. This guy's a living meme, man. Gotta give it to him. Yeah. Oh.
I suppose Trump is half Scottish. Maybe
I
that's
just
what
don't
went
get
wrong.
the whole conversation because if you're having sex willy-nilly
Actually,
with women-
he has property in Albania because Albania is one of the safest countries in the one of the safest countries in the world.
All right, I guess I'll leave that comment to another day.
Kenny, you should be supporting Scotland as well, man. You're from the UK, closer to us. But anyway, I got nothing against the US, but I'm just saying. But anyway, I digress. Back to the main point, guys.
I just don't get it. If you're having sex willy-nilly with women that you barely know, you're not married, you have no relation, you don't live together. If she went to go have an abortion, you would have no way of knowing what she did. Like, I don't understand how you can get upset about, like, if you hooked up with a woman at a club and she got an abortion. Like, what did you expect? Did you really think she was going to have your baby? Like,
That's true. I can understand.
let's just look at it that way, right? You hook up, she gets pregnant. You never see her again. You never know about it until you go to like 23andMe, right? And then you find out you have a baby. But what if she says, I'm pregnant, and she calls you up? What do you do then? Now, some men are going to be like, hell no, I don't want to be a part of this. She's going to get an abortion. Some men are going to be like, probably a few men will be like, crap, I want this kid. I'm going to take responsibility for it. And maybe that's the minority. And even if it's the minority, should that man not have a right to have something to say? That's my point. I think Divine was saying, yeah, in her scenario, in her life, that would never happen. But it does happen. And she already agreed to that. How
does that actually work, though? Are you going to say that the state should, strap her down and force her to have the baby against her will?
Well, okay. So, yeah, let's look at this. Should the state also force her down and tell her she should get aborted because she's not married and that kid isn't in wedlock?
But is an abortion a choice up to the individual? I don't think the state does it, right? Is it?
Yeah, I would personally think, ultimately, I'd love to see it as a societal type of thing. I would prefer to see the state out of marriage. I'd prefer to see the state out of abortions. I'd prefer to see the state out of all that stuff, right? But ultimately, right, one, we've had a decline in manhood. And I think Divine pointed this out. Men are not what they used to be. I think a lot more women would not be getting abortions if men could stand up and be men and actually provide and do those things. Now, unfortunately, the secularists have promoted all these things where Kardashians are allowed to flash their boobs everywhere and do all this stuff and create free sex wherever we go. I don't think that's a good lifestyle personally. I think finding the right woman and having a child with that woman is great. That is something I might agree with Divine on, but unfortunately that's not the world we live in. So what happens when a good man makes a mistake with a woman who, as Divine said, just is out there sowing her seed to see what she can catch? And even if the man is like, you know what, I'm willing to take responsibility, and the woman says, I don't want to have a responsibility for this, he has no say. He has no say.
Yeah, that's what I agree.
In a state of nature, he would have no say. The only way he would have a say is if he went one and one. Let me finish. In a state of nature, he would have no say. The only way he has a say is if he goes to the state and asks the state to deploy violence on his behalf. In a state of nature, if he was out in the jungle and he impregnated a woman, that woman could leave his tribe and go somewhere else, and he would not have any say in it whatsoever. But you guys want to use the state, and I'm saying it goes both ways. It goes both ways. It goes both ways.
Well, if that were true, then he could track her down and eat her and all her young.
LA, that's called appeal to nature fallacy.
One at a time, so I can respond.
Appeal to nature fallacy 101.
In the state of nature, abortion does not exist.
That's not a valid argument.
No. I was responding to what he said. He was saying that ideally we would not want to go to the state to resolve it. We should be responsible ourselves. So it's not an appeal to nature. I'm saying that it is self-evident that you are relying on the state. The state is involved in that whole situation.
So why did you then go on to say that? I like other animals. Yeah, that was
because I'm an anarchist. That's why I don't believe in statism.
Yeah. So if there's no state in the real world of animals, there is no such thing as abortion. It doesn't exist.
There is infanticide. You never heard of female lioness killing her own cubs? You never heard of that?
That's not abortion, though. That's not abortion.
Okay.
Then the male can drag her down and kill her and eat all her young.
Then let's take the more extreme. Then let's go with the more extreme approach, which does exist in the animal kingdom, which is infanticide. Infanticide was protected under common law, and now we don't have that because that has been criminalized. So if you don't want abortion, then let's just go back to infanticide, and that resolves the whole problem.
I never said I don't want abortion. I'm for it. I said it should exist. It's Vibe. I think Vibe is vehemently opposed to abortion. I'm not. I said it should exist for what it serves, the purpose. So you'll have to point that to Hive, not me. I'm just saying you can't use the appeal to nature fallacy to say just because in nature it would have been like this, that therefore it should be like that with humans. No, because it's a fallacy. But anyway, yeah.
It was not a fallacy. I was responding to what he said.
Yeah,
if
but
you
it-
don't, okay.
The point
I'm
is
trying to.
that
I was trying to
animals
make a
don't have
point.
abortion.
I was trying to make a point that you are relying on the state because absent the state, and I use the state of nature, but the point remains that you're still relying on the state.
Okay, so the state of nature, would you agree, is not a state? It's just the way nature
No,
is.
it's two states. It's the state of nature and the state of society.
So who enforces the state of nature?
No one enforces the state of nature. Exactly.
Right, which means it's not a state. It's actually a part of reality. Correct?
Oh my gosh, I'm going by what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said. There's two states: the state of nature and the state of society. I'm not making this stuff up.
Okay. Maybe we're misusing the word state.
How many animals?
That's no. It's just
We're talking about
you have to read what he wrote about the social contract.
How many animals eat their children after birth?
Basically boils down to if a woman's pregnant, she has a right to have the child or not. Simple as that.
Yeah, definitely no.
Simple as
And
that.
men have no
She's the
rights.
one that's pregnant. If she wants to have the child, she can have it. If she doesn't want the
And why is
child,
it her
there is no
right?
child. And it doesn't
Why
matter
is it
what your
her right?
circumstances are at that point.
Why is it
If
her
a
right?
woman, opens her legs, she knows she's going to get pregnant. Correct?
Not necessarily.
Well,
because she's uneducated.
Wait, what? What?
Okay, but let's just go back in history though. You would have no rights prior to civilization because there were no DNA tests. There would be no way for you to even know that it was your child. So in the state of
DNA has
nature,
nothing to do
the
with this.
woman would have absolute say on how to raise her children.
No.
What? What the hell are you saying?
If I was
I'm saying that the only reason you have a claim is because of civilization and technology to give you DNA tests. So it's not a natural right. It's not. It doesn't exist in the state of nature. It's based on it.
If I was a woman and I opened my legs and I want spunk put inside my body, sperm, I know I can get pregnant, correct?
Okay.
Okay. What was that lady there was asking? Sorry, I'm not trying to be insulting anybody, but you want the spunk.
Have another
inside-
drink. Jesus Christ. You can't come on the show and not be drunk. You shouldn't be on the show, sir.
Fuck off, you little bitch. Grow up.
I'm drunk.
Men get drunk, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Men do get
2/3 of you guys are drinking, and that's not proper. Because all you're doing now is just booing everybody who has a comment.
No, but to be fair, Flicker,
One second,
to be
guys,
fair,
please.
DNW did say the other day, DNW did say that you shouldn't be drunk, because I remember you got into it with another guy who was a bit tipsy. Is that correct?
Right. But the point is, I said you shouldn't be incoherently drunk. I don't think Disobey has been incoherently drunk. However, he has been a naughty boy, swearing at the one. Please don't do that, brother. We're trying to do it.
I want to go back to I want to go back to my original points because if it's not based on natural rights, which is where I always defer to, in the state of nature, I don't think that men would have parental rights outside of a marital contract. So what would be the basis of the rights? It would have to be a social contract. It would have to be the state passing a law that gives men parental rights. And so I'm not sure if you're not married to someone and you hook up with a woman at a club, why would you think you have any claim over the child that came out of that?
Because your DNA is literally inside what.
Okay,
what
so you think
constitutes your child.
so you think the state should pass a law to give you rights that you don't have in the state of nature?
Oh my God! Appeal to nature fallacy again. Stop resorting to the
I'm
state
just
of
asking
nature.
a
We're
question.
talking about
It's not
society
a
and
fallacy. I'm
civilization.
asking a question. I'm
It is
asking
a
a question.
fallacy. Okay, so remodel
No,
the
the
question and
fallacy-
take away. Remodel the question, my friend, and take away the nature element. Ask me that question. I'll give you a proper answer.
Can I
No,
rephrase? Elaine?
it's only a fallacy if I'm saying that.
Can you trust me for a second? So what I think you're saying is that basically in nature, we remove the state, we remove everything, right?
That's the correct term, though, by the way.
Yeah, we remove the state, we remove everything, we remove laws. And I get a girl pregnant, and she doesn't want it, even though I want it, right? And this is the thing I'm fighting for. I want it, right? And I want some type of state in place. This is what you're fighting for. She can jump on her belly all she wants. And how can we punish her for doing that? Am I correct there?
What would be the
To put
punishment?
her to death.
No,
Right,
this
you
is my point. There's no state. We're just in pure nature, right?
So anarchy. Can we
I
change
am-
the
I'm
word
arguing
nature
for
to
some right,
anarchy?
and you're saying
you mean state of anarchy? State of anarchy.
well, yeah. I mean, this is
Because
what
tribal
LA is all
people.
about.
There is no state of anarchy. It's called the state of nature.
No,
I'm using the
because-
correct
Yeah, state
term.
of nature. I agree
Oh
with
my
you.
god.
100%.
Okay, so
Read Jean-Jacques
wait.
Rousseau, and then you can get back to me. This is what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said.
Well, tribal people who live in the wild live in a state of nature, yes, but they
Right.
have social norms. So I wouldn't say they live in anarchy. You're talking about state of anarchy where there's no state government.
You don't know what anarchy means. It means without a state. They're still in a state of nature, even though they have some type of system, a tribe or whatever. That's not a state. I mean, it's a state of nature, but it's not, a nation state or whatever you want to call it. It's not a government and a fit with like a corporate status, the way that we have like taxes in California.
That you're talking about right now is I'm actually going to concede. Yes, a woman can self-abort on her own in a state of nothingness, no state, nobody telling her what to do. She can jump on her belly and try to abort that baby, regardless of what the man says. Right?
Exactly.
Everybody, can I just confess?
the man can
I want you to finish your point because I know you're about to get somewhere.
But in the countries that exist like that, without a state ruling them, in the tribes, in the areas where they're secluded, and even if they have a government, they don't even know about the government, right? There's a lot of places still that exist like that. They don't do that.
Right, but I'm saying that men don't have any natural parental rights. Those rights only come from
in those areas.
Those are
they actually respect life. That's the weird thing. It's only in this crazy complex world where we get all philosophical, where all of a sudden we stop respecting life.
Is there any countries that?
I don't think it has anything about this respect of life. I think it's about women trying to line their pockets by sleeping with men randomly, whoever they want to try to quote catch.
Okay,
I'll grant you that in that our society of this Western society of money, like manipulation, all that stuff is a thing. In the areas I'm talking about where they don't even understand this stuff, it's just about ownership. And not ownership over the woman or anything like that. Hey, I did this, now this is happening. This is what we take care of. We take care of a life. That's
Or the
all.
Christians on the panel.
It's
Or
not
the
about
Christians on the panel.
my
Have you
job,
read the
it's
Old
not about my success. It's not about my money.
Yeah.
Have you read the Old Testament and what it talks about when these women had children out of wedlock? The fathers had no claim on those children. They would. A lot of them were prostitutes. A lot of them were prostitutes, and they had complete control over their children. The father was not involved. If you look at what is, I believe it's Abraham. He had Sarah, and I forget the name of the was it Hagar or whatever. Hagar, I guess, that's supposed to be the mother over the Palestinians. And then Sarah is supposed to be like the mother of the Jews. I don't know.
This is all great. You're bringing up LA, but
can I say just good night,
not brought
everybody?
religion into this conversation at all? This is
No, because they're Christians. They're the ones who are Christian, and they're saying that we should go by the Bible.
Good night, Carl. Good night.
But we're not having one right now. We're just having a morals conversation right now.
No, but I'm talking about what would happen and like before we would have a state. What happened? The woman, when she had her 2 children, she went off on her own. She was not a part of his family. He had no say over what she did with her kids because he was not her wife or she was not his wife.
I'm willing to change the conversation in a different stream.
Yeah, but we don't live like that anymore, do we, LA? We're civilized now.
Right, but I'm against civilization, so that.
Oh, fuck you know. So how did you eat this morning? Oh, did you go and hunt? Did you go and hunt or forage berries?
I wish I had that ability.
Really? Because let me tell you something.
Unfortunately, I did not choose to be born into civilization. I did not.
Oh, fuck, here
I
we
did
go.
not
I've heard your
choose to be
spiel
deprived
before.
of my
I've heard it
natural
all
hunting
before.
instincts. I would prefer to be a savage.
Well, wouldn't call it a savage. Because you could be self-sustaining. I wouldn't necessarily say
Right, that's the whole point. I want to be self-sustaining. I don't want to be dependent on the government.
Well, that's a different topic. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is, I agree with Vibe on this. Why don't men get this sort of right of access? We live in civilization, so don't tell me about the state of nature. At the end of the day, it's still our children. Yeah, they are progeny as well, just because they don't grow in our body. So why can't we have some type of property rights? I'm sorry to use that word, but why can't we have a certain say in it? And for example, let me just add something onto this. If you look at the legal definition of rape, I'm talking about in the UK, for a man to fall under the legal definition of rape in the UK, he needs to have a foreign object inserted into his anus or his oral or his mouth forcefully. It can't be a woman just came and basically sat on his thing without his consent. So there is a lot of misandry in our systems as well. I know the women here probably might not agree with that, but that is the fact.
Oh, clearly they agree with it. Listen to them. You can't help. They're frothing at the mouth with misandry, the whole lot of
Yeah,
it.
like well, us men don't have it all that good. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out how would you enforce that? How do you force a woman to carry a child to term against her will?
Well, that's why we have discussions, Ellie, and that's what discussions are about, you know.
Okay,
How
but
do
we're
you
having a
avoid-
discussion. Can you tell me how you actually would accomplish that?
Yeah, I'm waiting for that answer too.
Well, why is the onus on me to accomplish it? Why can't I
Because
just be
this
the
is
one
your
who raises it?
position, so you should defend it.
Accomplish
I am
what?
defending it, but
Women have the right
I'm
to
also
delete
wait, guys.
child.
Let me speak. I'm earnestly saying I don't have the rightful solution at the moment, but does that take away does that make what I'm saying invalid? That doesn't make any sense. It's like
I don't
saying,
think it's enforceable. I don't think I can't think of a
What
way
isn't
that you could.
enforceable?
Well, guess what? In America, they said the same thing about the abolition of slavery, my friend. A lot of the
Okay, but if it is
when
enforceable, tell me how. Tell me how you would do it.
If what is enforceable?
If the man has an equal say and the woman doesn't want to have the child, how would you force her to carry it against her will?
It's not really about forcing her to carry it. It's about
Exactly.
punishment for not carrying it. She should have to pay damages if she destroys his child.
Well, there you
and
go. That's a
also,
good idea.
women can be stoned to death for committing abortion.
Oh, that's a bit savage, bro. We don't want to do that.
I'm just making
For
the
the Dark
point.
Ages or what?
I'm just making the point.
We no longer
Okay,
live in the
well-
Dark Ages where that happens.
I mean, that's your opinion. That would be the Dark Ages. It might be the brightest ages we've ever had.
I appreciate you for actually answering the question because these other guys didn't answer it. But
No, listen, we're not going to use them, bro. That is a bit
You asked the
ridiculous.
question, but let us fucking answer.
I mean, I gave you two different avenues.
No.
You
You're good because you actually are thoughtful and you gave me a serious response. I guess I would be quite like, what would the damages be? Is it for the actual child or just for the sperm itself?
In America, it would be across the board. You'd be causing me actual damages because children are considered property, and so all that lost labor, all the lost free health care, the right to my progeny, etc. Then there'd also be pain and suffering that would be caused, and also whatever the economic cost that I put into reproduction up to that point. My own cost of health and education could be factored into that because now I'm going to have to start all over with another woman.
But what if it wasn't an abortion? She just had a miscarriage. Should she be punished? I mean, I don't.
No, because then there's no fault and there's no intent.
Yeah, but a miscarriage is involuntary, so why would you bring that up? We're talking about things that are done with intent.
The reason why is because it would be difficult to prove that she did it on purpose. How would you prove it wasn't a miscarriage? It was an actual abortion.
Well, that's what you use an independent medical party to say that. The doctors would have to do that.
No, she has the right to privacy of her medical records. You can't use her medical records to prosecute her.
Well, you can if the prosecution.
No, the
is-
HIPAA laws are always in favor. Always in favor.
you can.
No
Of
one's
course, of
medical
course.
rights can be brought up on any circumstances, no matter
This
what,
is
across the
just-
board.
Just another thing you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh,
medical records are used against people in trial all the time. And not only that,
only in the particular instance of what that's going on, like in a car accident or something. Medical records
yeah,
can't be
or
brought
you
up
mean
from the
like an
past.
abortion? You mean like an abortion, maybe? Like that circumstance?
I'm not for abortions. I know who you're talking to.
You want to squirt one?
Yeah, it's not whether or not you're for it. It's whether or not you've been here for the last 30 minutes of conversation. Are you drunk?
Boy coming in here, eh? I don't like it, eh? He's drunk. Don't fucking blame me.
I do not drink. I do not smoke. I've never been drunk a day in my
Well, then it
life.
should be easier for you to follow along with the conversation.
Remember, she's a lady.
See how men turn
Hardly.
things?
Hardly.
They're sitting here and they're actually talking about something they've never done before, and they think they're always correct. And if the woman is against the man and says something opposing what he thinks he's saying, then automatically it's turned around on her. Are you a narcissistic asshole?
That's literally what you've been doing since you got up here.
Yeah,
what
you
you were
just
doing in the chat before you
No,
came up.
I'm asking direct questions. I'm getting a bunch of foolishness from people
He
who
didn't
think
get
they know the
foolishness. You
facts.
got direct answers, and then you spewed some shit that was factually incorrect out as a retort, and now you're being called out for that. And just
Yeah,
because
you
you're a woman
literally
doesn't mean
said-
you get to lie with impunity. Or
I'm not
call it or-
lying. I'm not lying, sir.
Yeah,
That
just
is
like
not
you,
who I am.
just
That
like
is
how
not
babies
who I
share
am.
DNA with every partner, right?
You literally said medical records can't be accessed by the court. That's not correct.
Yeah, it's not even close to correct.
It's a fucking men's group. Or is it a women's group? Yeah. You're most welcome, darling. I'm not against you, but shut the fuck up, you
I'm not backing down because I'm not lying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
No, you're just
You
wrong.
need to do some research. You need to do some research.
Yes,
That's all.
I did the research. The research demonstrated
When?
you don't know
When
what you're
did you
talking
do the
about.
research?
I've been doing it since I was born, and it's all pointed to the fact that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
You're a fucking dank.
Interesting.
Sorry, we should have dialed 311 and not 911. There's no emergency. Please go back to what you were doing, officer. Thank you.
Chippy, the link is below the video in the description. You can come on. Guys, we'll change the topic, please.
I thought that was actually interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, it's causing too much aggro at the moment, and I can't be bothered with it.
DNW,
right.
can we hear more from you, bro? I haven't heard from you a lot, Ben, today.
It's a bit late in the day to hear from me, brother.
Hey, I'm with you on that. It's about what? Is it about 4 minutes to midnight, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chickpea, you can come on, sweetheart. The link's in the chat. Not in the chat. It's underneath the video in the description. Fatima's back. Fatima, you're on the Fighting Nation show. What would you like to say?
He hates the West.
Yeah, I do. That's
Okay,
all.
let me ask you something. Like, why? Can I just ask you that? I'm not being malicious or anything, but why is it that you support countries like Russia and China over the West? I just want to know.
Because they can actually keep their cultures good and they have more respectability. That's all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait. So, are you aware of what Russia's doing? How they're literally attracting all these foreign nationals, aka migrants, and they're sending them to the front line. Now, can you show me evidence of where the USA has done such a thing, or the UK, or any Commonwealth country?
What?
They're literally doing that with the fucking their own mercenaries and those like foreign nationals, quote unquote. They themselves are like the mercenaries. So I don't know. It's both the same thing.
I think Israel
No, that's not. No, what do you mean?
Israel's doing the exact
Do
same
you
thing.
know? Like, listen. Do you know the Wagner group of Russia? Yeah, they.
Yeah, they're a PMC. Yeah, and you support them because you support Russia, right?
Yes, I do. I support the fucking Wagner group 100%.
Wagner Group is like the Mexican cartel. They were literally beheading people and stuff in Syria and all across the world. No, I'm saying, but when they were active in the Middle East and that, they've committed as many atrocities as the Mexican cartel. in terms of the brutality, the savage behavior. So
That's because they were literally fighting ISIS agents inside the Middle East who are fucking more brutal than they are, and possibly
so
even.
were the British, so were we, the British, and so were the Americans. They were fighting ISIS as well, those pieces of shit. But what I'm trying to say to you is, do you know? Yeah,
You do know. You do know that the Epstein files prove that America and the British did help fund ISIS along with Israel. They helped fund ISIS, right, to like take out Assad in Syria. And now Syria is like a shithole run by former like the new president of Syria is a fucking former ISIS leader. Like I don't know why.
Yeah, he was part of Al Qaeda. Yes, he was part of Al Qaeda.
So I don't care. So no, like the West has no moral foundation to see themselves as morally superior to anyone anymore.
But so did the Saudis, and so did the
No,
Iranians.
thank you. The
That's
Saudi
the
Arabians
problem with your
still
viewpoint
practice
is it's only bad when the United States does it.
Saudi Arabia. Let me tell you something, my friend. I can go to the United States of America, even with ICE, yeah, and I could technically naturalize if I meet the criteria. You cannot go to Saudi Arabia. 1 second, Chippy. You cannot go to Saudi Arabia, even as a Muslim, and marry. If you marry one of their women and you have a child,
You think I
you
support
and that
Saudi
child.
Arabia? Whoa! I don't support Saudi Arabia. No, I don't.
No, we just gave you an example. We just gave you an example. So what about China and the treatment of the Uyghurs? How about that? What about China and the treatment of Tibet? Why don't you talk about that?
You know all
you
that
do is
is
talk
fucking
about the West.
propagated. You know all that shit's propagated by the CIA, right? Like
Oh,
all of
here
you.
we go. You're like, you know what you remind me of, bruv? Yeah, you're like those people, those pro-Palestinian supporters who are like, if there's a terrorist attack on you, they're like, oh no, it
I
was
am
done by the
pro-Palestine.
Mossad.
You are right. I am pro-Palestine as well.
Oh,
I am
oh,
pro
oh.
Hamas. Yes, I'm pro
So
Hamas and pro
you'll probably tell me every terrorist attack that was done by those jihadist people. You will probably tell me that it was done by the Mossad and ISIS went real. It was the AI deepfake and
that
all that
literally was
bullshit.
proven. That literally was proven with the Epstein files. Like I don't know what we're doing here. Epstein was literally a Mossad agent, and he revealed all. I do not know what the.
Fatima, I want to ask
What?
you a question though. Are you? Whose noise is that? Please turn it down.
Yeah, what is that racket, man?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you against the American people or the American government? Because I think there's a difference.
The American government, 100%, but the American people the American people do not do it. What the fuck? Why is there noise?
Vicky, will you mute yourself? Please don't do that. You'll get me a copyright strike.
Can you mute her?
I think that's the point.
I
Yeah, yeah.
love American people. I cannot stand your government and all the bullshit and all the wars you start. You never won a war. You start wars, you never fucking finish them. You run away. I love American people. Don't get me wrong, folks. I love you.
It's just factually and historically incorrect.
What's going on?
I hate my people, so I don't care. I hate Americans and Jews equally.
Yeah, I'm anti-American, but you're still spouting nonsense.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm anti-American. I can be critical of the government, but what America, the Constitution stands for, I probably agree with that shit. But
Like
I don't
I'm not
agree
afraid
with-
to be called
I don't
racist.
agree.
The
honestly.
Constitution focuses too much on states' rights and too much on the federal government's being restricted. It
Well,
gives
maybe
far
you
too
feel
much.
like that, Denison,
It gives
but until
far
you
too
live
much
in the
authority.
UK
It gives far too much authority to states and corporations.
I agree.
Well, fair enough. You're an American. You can say that. But if you come live in the UK, I guarantee you probably change your mind.
Kenny from
Because you
Acton,
think-
you're on the fighting notion.
That's how do.
No, because I don't believe in freedom. So the fact that there's cleaner air in the UK and there's healthcare is enough for me.
Oh look,
I don't need to be
Jew
able to.
lover.
Yes,
I
Kenny.
don't need.
Wait,
I don't need to be able to
guys,
say
I've
whatever
always
I
said,
want to
let
say on
Kenny
the
speak.
internet.
Let
Jew
Kenny
lover,
speak,
Kenny.
guys. Go ahead, Kenny.
Jew lover, Kenny.
Listen.
That's how good.
Go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead.
You will get
I
kicked
just
off
want
again soon.
to tell you something, mate. I wouldn't take anything serious that emasculated mangina cuck says because he literally thinks that he can cut his dick off and call himself a woman. That's how pathetic and demented he is. So
Who?
That's
Retard. Who? Jew lover. I
Oh,
don't fucking
guys,
talk
come
to
on,
Jew
man.
lovers.
I don't want ad hominems. I want good discussions, man.
I
Forget
don't
that
care what the
hominems.
fucking
that was a
Zionist
nothing statement.
Jew
That was a
lover has
big
to
nothing
say.
burger.
But my point is,
Fucking
Fatima,
boy slap lover. What the fuck, boy slap lover? I don't care what the fucking Jew loving retard has to say. about anything.
Careful.
yeah, but my okay, guys, back to the main discussion. My point is this, yeah, like the the West may have certain dark past, but overall, my friend, over fucking all, yeah. Let me tell you something about the British military as well. There's been so many cases where soldiers are just doing their job, yeah. They've basically, obviously, it's war. They've killed the enemy, but because the guy surrendered and they still shot him, they're literally prosecuting their own. Do you think Russia? You mentioned Wagner Group, yeah. Do you think Russia and China are doing these type of things? I'm sorry, Russia and China and what they stand for as a whole, I don't agree with that. The West has its dark past. Don't get me wrong, I agree, but overall, they are much superior morally than to what's going on in the East. And when I say the East, I mean Russia, China, Iran sponsors Hamas and all these other terrorist groups. You know that's a fact. I'm not saying they deserve to be invaded.
And that's why I like them, because they're fucking against. They are a resistance group. They're literally fighting against occupation. Like, are we not fucking?
So killing innocent people. I know the Israelis do it, but you're telling me when the Hamas go on October 7th and kill innocent people, you think that's resistance?
They took hostages. They didn't kill all of them.
No, they murdered people, my friend. They fucking shot. They went across the border and
war,
gunned down
and the Israelis
people.
been doing it for 75 years up for that point. What the
But it's
fuck?
not war when the Israelis do it. It's terrorism when the Israelis do it. It's only war when the
It's fucking
Palestinians
genocide when they do it, retard.
do it. Right. Yeah, exactly.
DW.
It's only genocide when the Israelis do it. Got it.
Yeah, because they're fucking evil.
Right. And the Palestinians are good.
Yeah, of course they are.
One
That's
second,
their
guys.
language.
1 second, please. 1 second. Mute yourselves. Let the lady speak. Chickpea, what do you want to say?
I just say hello to Divine. Divine, I'm sorry you got such a battering. Are you there, Divine?
Yes, I am. I just muted myself so that I'm trying to find information. And I know that what I'm saying is true, and I'm researching. I'm researching, dude. I'm not going to play this game and be undermined when I'm asked to go onto a panel and I'm saying my expressions. I don't talk for something to do. When I talk, I have something to say, and when I have something to say, it's the truth. I never speak lies. But I've done this research, and I'm just looking for it now.
Can I just say something for a minute, please? I'm sorry you got such a lambasting, okay? I'm 100% on your side in all this, especially from that bloke, because he's given me a hard time too. And I'm sorry it happened to you, because I don't like to see my own kind getting bullied. And you're correct in the whole DNA thing, because I have read it myself.
What's your own kind?
We're just talking female.
Yeah, exactly.
Misandry 101, guys.
Exactly.
Misandry 101.
Fuck, you guys
Sisters. There's nothing wrong with sisters doing it for themselves.
Zero fucks given.
Oh,
There's
but
nothing wrong with
why is it wrong with
othering men.
You know what you
Mansplaining
men,
and-
okay? You men, if you hate us women
You
so
men.
much,
You shouldn't even
why
have.
We don't hate you. We don't
I
hate
don't
you.
hate you.
well,
I
You're
hate you.
projecting.
I'm feeling the hate, dude. I'm feeling it.
Yes,
Okay,
because
so
you're
give us an
projecting.
example. Give us
Because
an
you're filled
example
with
of where
hate
we-
yourself.
I am
Give us an
Listen, I
example.
hate you.
Give us an example of where we've used language that excludes the opposite gender. Go ahead. I haven't heard Denizen or any other man say anything. Okay,
Pussy,
but you
pussy,
guys have been
ragu.
using.
I hate you.
Okay, yeah, you're a fucking libtard, far left fucking wanker. Who gives a shit, bro?
I support Afghanistan and Hamas, so I'm not.
Yeah,
like
well,
that
go
much
fucking
for it.
live with the fucking Taliban, and when they kill you for being an infidel, when you get fucking beheaded for, when you get beheaded for being an infidel, then fucking send us a pic.
I've seen all types of people go in Afghanistan, and guess what? They're just all right. You know, the Taliban.
Yeah,
doesn't- yeah.
So you think women should fucking wear the burqa on their head in 40 degrees, bro? Do you agree with that? Let's go there.
Celsius for our American friends. 40 degrees Celsius.
What do you do?
with you? What does
that got to do with you, Agul? That's in their country. That's in their country.
First of all, my friend, it's not Raza, it's Raza al Ghul. You need to go and pronounce it properly. It's Raza al Ghul, and go Google it. I'm sure you can do that much, my friend.
can I finish?
I'll just call you fucking retard from now on. How about that shit?
Oh, call me whatever you want. I'll call
You
you
won't
leftist
actually, but you'll
libtard.
get kicked off if you call him that.
Yeah.
What if he calls me that? I kind of like it.
Okay.
If I like it, is it okay?
No, it's not actually.
That Divine-
Go ahead, Chickpea. Did you want to say something?
Oh, DNW, take away all my fun.
For a second. As I was
Because you're a
saying,
man. Sorry, Denizen.
Sorry, let her speak, guys. There will be a culling. If everybody doesn't behave themselves, there will be a stream culling. People will be taken out of the game for today. Let's bring back some decorum. Chickpea, go ahead.
Right, Divine. I have read what you were talking about. It's somewhere online. I think they sort of muted it a bit so it doesn't come up instantly. But keep on Googling, you will find it. And it's just what you're saying is very, very true. Very true.
It has a lot to do with blood types.
Yes.
Not being compatible. It has also a lot to do with not clean diets and making sure that there's no drinking, smoking, or drugging. If there is none of those things involved, then you're going to have a clean child and you'll have a clean relationship. If you're going to have all that.
Sorry. I must tell you something, Divine. I'm one of those weird RH negative women. And do you know, RH negative women, we can't have babies with RH positive men unless, of course, we have an injection to stop our bodies kicking it out. You see, I'm not even meant to breed.
Thank you, Brother Marcus, for clearing up. Sorry, Sister.
Healthy people of all blood types can breed together. Most miscarriages are caused. Most miscarriages are caused. Most miscarriages are caused by a random. Let's watch the women screaming over the men, and of course that's perfectly okay. I waited for you to stop. You can't wait for me to say one sentence. Healthy people of all blood types can breed. Most miscarriages are caused by random chromosomes. I'm going to turn the volume. Most miscarriages.
Denizen, let him speak. Let him speak. And then
most miscarriages are caused by random chromosomal issues that will resolve themselves in a second or third pregnancy. Women who, it's quite common to have a miscarriage your first time around, and it's also quite common to not have a miscarriage your second time around. These things are measured. We record them. We write them down, right? So you have a 10% chance of having a miscarriage.
That's incorrect. My cousin was RH negative, and she had a boyfriend who was RH negative. Their child was born with an open crown and then passed away.
It has nothing, very little to do with
Mr. Desmond knows it's all
and
divine. I've been
Just
told
fuck
by
each other already.
I've been told by doctors this whole DNA thing, this whole RH thing. RH positive.
Women who retain men's DNA do not do so. It does not transfer into the egg and become part of the offspring's DNA. This is hogwash. It's pseudoscience bullshit. There's no evidence to support it, and it's been debunked thoroughly across the board.
Really? And where
Only because you said it, dear?
As an RH negative woman.
I encourage anybody in the audience to Google it for themselves. They'll find out what I'm saying.
Okay, guys, Denizen, I respect. Thank you for caring, but can we move on? Because these lot are they're trying to cause drama over this bullshit, and we've all moved on from it.
Yeah, I'm fine with moving on. I was just restating the points of information, the facts, because the disinformation matters to me.
Is there nothing in the world you don't know best? Because you seem to know everything.
I told you before, Chickpea, you would learn how to do this yourself. The way I managed to do that is that when I don't know what I'm talking about, I shut the fuck up. It's something you should try.
You do it now. Fuck up, you stupid man.
Oh my God, what is this? This is just going crazy.
JP was invited in by
Man is
DNW.
an
Everyone else
insult
should be
whenever she
quiet.
uses it. Everybody should know
I
that.
wanted to talk about.
Whenever she says the word man, you can tell she means it as an insult.
Yeah, I hate you, okay? And I'm glad you hate me because I wouldn't want.
I don't hate you. I pity you.
Yeah, we don't. DNW, you're the moderator, man. Can you just force
I
everyone
wish
to move on,
fucking
please?
all the violence upon you.
Oh my God, bro! You guys, why would you wish violence upon someone? Why would you wish violence because he disagrees? This is why nobody likes far left
Fatima, that's
libtards.
crazy, man. Come
Far
on,
left libtards. That's what he is. He's a fucking
He
far left
supports
libtard.
Palestinians. It fits perfectly.
Yeah, go fucking join them, bro. Fuck you, no, bro. Nutcase. This is why you can't trust libtards, because as soon as you disagree
Let's
with them,
move on. Soap wants to talk about dead internet theory. Does anybody know anything about that?
No.
What?
It sounds boring.
So, you want to come on and talk about that?
No.
I'm just joking.
I'd like Soap to come on and change it up a bit.
I'll tell you
That
what.
is
I'll
that's a
tell you
real
what, good
curveball
question,
change.
everybody. Good question.
Huh? I don't want to fight before bedtime.
No, it's not a
Let's make some
question.
peace.
Everybody has to answer this question. How's your sex life?
That's I don't know.
I think we're starting to lose people.
I got a minute.
Are you having a wank disobey? Why the fuck?
I've had a wank for a week, man. Don't be cheeky. But
oh, he's doing the nofap. Don't disturb him, D&W. He's doing the nofap.
Yeah, he's building it up. He's trying to get inspiration.
He's trying to unlock his third eye. Don't disturb him. He's gonna.
I'm just hanging on the keyboard here, but no, nothing kinky. How's your fucking sex life? You're all fucking moaning and groaning and fucking Jesus Christ, man. Get a life, you know. All right, we'll start with you, fucking DM. How's your sex life?
How's my sex life?
Yeah,
it's up and down. I'm not as.
Of course, it's up and down.
I'm not as rampant as I used to be.
Yes.
Maybe I need to take some testosterone.
You'd be angry, you cunt.
Well, I was an addict in the past, and I don't necessarily want to go back there. Still causes me problems. It's still something that gets me into trouble, but I'm working on it.
D&W, I just want to point something out.
Nobody asked you. You're going to tell them what your sex type is first.
Let Kenny talk. Kenny's a legend from Acton.
How's it going, Kenny?
I'm the only one that uses my real name and actually has the balls to show my face. Why is that?
Because you suck on Jewish cock?
Yeah, that's why. Aliases and you're hiding your faces.
Well, to be honest, Kenny, wait.
I don't want people like Fatima to know where I live.
Have some fucking balls and be human.
No, Kenny, to be honest, you have to respect people's choice for anonymity.
For that matter.
You have to respect individual choice for anonymity for obvious reasons. You don't want people to know. Because well, especially from you, motherfucker. You're the one threatening violence.
Kenny,
what are you talking about?
Right?
I don't know. Especially in the anti-natives community, many people have shown their faces, and it has negatively impacted them when it came to employment. So I used to do it. I used to do
question.
Some of the things that I think are pretty extreme. I don't want.
LA, how's your sex life, brother?
It's just great. It's absolutely stellar.
That's good.
I think more people should be having as much sex as I'm having.
Well, I'm scared to ask the women. They'll always deny it.
But maybe you should switch the others. It's easy.
Pardon?
I think maybe you should switch to the other team because it's much easier when you don't when you deal with members of the same sex.
Yeah, well, fair enough. What about the rest of you?
Okay.
You're all fucking sleeping.
Types. There are 8 blood types. Okay?
Oh,
and
fuck,
each
here we
one
go
of the blood
again.
types have types that they can be around or not. Oh, no. I'm going to prove to you that I do not lie, sir.
You let your true Israelis on the panel.
No, you're just
DNW.
full
You
of
should be
shit.
ashamed of yourself.
I shouldn't have said you lied. You're just full of.
You shouldn't have told me you lied because I don't lie. And that's
Next person who interrupts is getting kicked off. Let Divine speak. Next person who interrupts Divine is getting kicked off. Let her speak to completion. Go ahead, Divine.
okay.
Go ahead,
Blood
Divine.
types cannot give to O negative.
Sorry, Divine. We don't quite hear you.
Cannot give
Right.
to.
Divine, go
Oh,
ahead again
darn.
because
It's because.
your reception is good.
Okay. Is it working now?
That is better.
Okay. So, O positive is the only one that you can give to O positive, A positive, B positive, and AB positive. But you can't receive from O negative. O negative can give to everyone, and they can receive from O negative. B positive can give to B positive and AB positive, and you can receive from B positive, B negative, O positive, O negative. B negative can only give to B positive, B negative, AB positive, AB negative. You can receive from B negative and O negative. A positive can give to A positive, AB positive.
Divine, is
What?
this bloods or like?
This is blood types. This is blood types.
Yeah, but they were talking about conception. Having
Yeah,
a
she's
baby.
talking about donation.
You're talking about blood.
I'm talking about blood types. I'm talking about people who have different blood types, who are banging different people with different blood types and expecting a normal child. You're not going to be able to if your blood types don't mesh.
Of course you
I don't
can.
think that's true, darling.
It's not true.
Oh my goodness.
I think
Yes,
that might.
it
The only way blood types come into it is if you're getting a blood transfusion, right?
No. RH negative people cannot engage with other RH negative people. The child will not be viable. That happened with my cousin. She had dated a man and was with a man and was married to a man who had RH negative. Neither one of them knew that at the time of connection. They had a child. The child's brain never came together. The crown of the cranial never even formed, and the child died in infancy. So you cannot just boink anybody you want to.
RH negative is the exception, not the rule. It's a mutation.
Is this becoming a blame game again?
No.
Yeah,
the misconception that RH negative individuals cannot have babies with other blood types is a common belief. However, it's not true. RH negative individuals
No,
can
RH
have
with
children.
RH. Oh my.
Listen. RH negative individuals can have children with blood types AB, or O. The key issue is not the blood type, but the presence or absence of the RH factor. Okay.
Right. So when there's a complete lack of the RH factor, it will affect pregnancy. That's a mutation problem. That only applies to RH negative people.
By the
It has
way,
nothing
guys,
to do with
random-
A, B,
random-
O, or the other thing. Sorry.
Completely random. I had a weird lucid dream last night that I bought a taxi, a black cab, but it had blue doors, and I parked it outside a pub the same night I bought it, and I bought it for £3,500. And then I came out of the pub, and I noticed the doors wouldn't lock properly. And then I walked somewhere around the corner, came back, but the cab had been stolen. That's a
Joey, can
weird
I
dream.
say something? Now, I am an RH negative. I have been pregnant and I have aborted. And I can assure you, when I had my first pregnancy, which I aborted, after the abortion, I was given a special injection to make sure that I did not, in my next pregnancy, reject the baby because the RH negative attacks the RH positive. The antibodies.
Okay, so
in my
problems
body-
can occur when the mother is RH and the baby RH negative and the baby is RH positive.
Well,
So
yes,
there's a
we cannot
mismatch.
carry
It
we
can.
cannot carry RH positive babies. No, unless you have a special
Mismatch
injection.
doesn't cause any problems for the first pregnancy,
Not the
but
first.
it can lead to problems in
Subsequent
later
pregnancy,
pregnancies.
Subsequent pregnancy. I mean, you have to have a
So
special.
she is actually
injection.
right.
You have to have a special. I know so because I am one of those women.
There you
I
go. The
am.
ladies are right.
So that does ask a question.
No, that's not what she claimed.
Is the baby the problem, or are you the problem?
Well, my body just rejects RH positive babies.
Both are the problem.
Right, which has nothing to do with the
We have
partner.
Brother Marcus on the show. Sorry, and untrackable. You just said something.
Which has nothing to do with the partner being A, B, or O.
It's nothing to do with A, B, or O. It's to do with positive and negative.
Right, that was her claim. Her claim was it was the partner, that you can't have sex with whoever you want and expect a healthy baby.
I never said that at all.
Are any of you
That's
well-versed in,
exactly
like,
what
blood
Divine
or,
said.
like fucking medication? What the fuck?
It's a verbatim quote.
Because I'm the victim. I am one of those strange women with RH negative blood. Okay, I am one.
And you can get pregnant.
What?
And carry the pregnancy to full term.
No, but it's true. It can cause problems. It is true. It can.
Yes, of course. There's all sorts of problems that can arise. The statement
Yes, I
was that
know,
you
but
can't have
we
a
weren't-
baby
we
with
weren't-
someone
we weren't-
depending on who the
no,
partner
she-
was.
it-
That was
She has
bullshit.
a legit,
What are
she
you
has a
talking about?
legitimate.
I just said, right, a RH negative woman cannot carry an RH positive baby.
And no one argued against that.
And I finished.
Not a
It says
single
here,
person on the panel argued against
should be
that.
avoided. Marriage should be avoided between RH negative females and RH positive males.
And no one argued against that either.
That used to be in the past.
That's
But
the
now
only
there's
thing Chippy was
an
saying, and
injection.
she is right.
Thank you, DW.
That's not what Divine was saying. And she's wrong.
Well, she was trying to say that. Let's be honest, she was.
Oh, she's trying to say it. Oh, okay. By saying everything but that. And bringing up A, B, and O several times.
I want to be real. I want to be real.
As real as the gaslighting?
Yeah. How much science do we go through when we decide who our partners are going to be? And how much complaining are we going to do when it doesn't work out the way we thought it would? Hey, good night. That was beautiful. Tomorrow, oh, there's a problem.
What?
Yeah. Hey, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here?
Untrackable. That's why we come here, but that seems to no longer be the subject.
Yeah, we just argue here. Like, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
not about
because you
finding
guys-
love, it's about finding drama, man. Finding hatred.
It's because you people don't have tolerance for people who disagree with you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's because you guys keep going back to the same subjects. Can't you just leave it so there's no
Thank you,
contention?
Ross.
But
I like. Do you know what, guys? I like this Ross guy. He's new here. Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
Keep
brother.
coming back.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, same, Russ.
I like Untractable. I like him. He's very brilliant and he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't sit there and maim people for something to do. He gives everyone the opportunity to be themselves and to have their own understanding. The whole thing is the reason why everyone argues here is because if someone else says something adversarial as to totally different than what everyone else says, automatically they're criticized and they're, quote, liars. That's not the truth. That is not the truth. Everyone has their own understanding and it should all be honored.
No, bullshit shouldn't be honored.
Oh,
It
so
should
you
be called
shut
out.
up then. You should shut up then if bullshit shouldn't be
Right,
honored.
can I just say what finding gnosis means, if anybody minds?
Yeah, go
Finding
ahead.
Thank you. Finding gnosis means achieving direct, experiential, and intuitive knowledge of the divine, oneself, or ultimate spiritual truth, rather than relying on faith or rational intellect. Okay. Now, I don't know what everybody else is doing, and I came here to find myself. Okay, I didn't come here to chat about what the fuck you lot want to chat about, whatever it seems to be. But that's why I came here originally, and it used to be like that. I don't know what's happened.
That sounded very official. Where did you read that? Where did you read that?
I just
From the
Googled
manifesto.
it.
From the Finding Gnosis manifesto. Did you not get it?
The AI speaks very authoritatively.
You, okay?
It's
Rooted
it's
in
called
ancient
Chickpeas
Gnostic.
donated
Let
to
me
the channel. You got the
finish.
manifesto sent during the post.
Rooted in Gnosticism, this inner knowledge. It's inner knowledge.
Innate knowledge,
To
yeah.
understand their spiritual
Yeah.
origin, transcend
Yeah.
the limitation of the miracle of the material world, and feel connected to the divine. Okay. Now we're looking for something else within ourselves, our souls, or whatever. Not this constant shit you guys.
Well,
are bringing.
Chickpea, start with my weird dream. What did you hear about my weird dream last night?
No, well, you have no, you haven't, because you know what? There's been so much. Yeah. I've been buggering off to the kitchen. So what did happen?
It was
to you
a
last
really
night?
lucid dream, and I bought a London black cab.
Yes.
It had blue doors. I bought it off someone, and then I drove it down the high street, around the corner, and I went into this bar with a few people. Then I came out, and I think I went to another bar in the dream. And then I went back to where the cab was. It was still there. I checked the doors. The doors wouldn't lock properly. And I was trying to lock them, but nothing would work. Then I went I think I went to a cash machine like for 5 minutes, and I came back and someone had stolen the cab. And I think it was the person that sold it to me, because I saw him walking up the street, so I can only assume it was the same person I bought the cab off that stole it from me. That was my dream. And then I walked home really annoyed. In the dream, I walked home really annoyed that I'd bought this cab that had got stolen and I'd paid cash for it and I didn't have insurance because obviously I'd just purchased it. And that was my dream.
All right.
Weird dream.
Yes.
How would you interpret that, Chickpea?
I don't know. You just told me. My mind doesn't work that quickly, T&W. You know, I have to think about things for a while.
Ask Untractable what he thinks about it.
Untrackable. Can you make sense of that dream?
It seems like you remember it. Sorry, I do apologise.
I actually like, yeah.
It's amazing that you remember it so clearly, because I don't remember my dreams.
It was a really lucid dream and it was really annoying. And it was so funny because I woke up really angry and annoyed with the person that sold me the cab in the dream. And it wasn't even a real person. Because I felt like I'd been done. I felt like I'd been done. I'd handed the money to someone and then they had been the same person that stole the cab from me a little while later.
Yeah. It's obviously something, you're obviously thinking something inside your brain and playing it back to yourself.
Well, ask me a specific question, and I will answer.
And I think Chickpea brought up something interesting about the definition of this place, but I can talk about that later.
Well, Marcus, right? I came here initially when I came here initially, it was about finding out why we're in this shit pit of a planet, how we got to be here. And as you know, I have reincarnated. Now that used to be the top of conversation when I first came here. Now we seem to be arguing about all manner of different things. Half the time I don't even know what people are saying anymore because they use all this complicated language that they learn in order to win an argument. Google it, people do it deliberately.
Well, we can go there, Chickpea. Don't be afraid to pull it back a bit sometimes.
Yeah, don't be afraid to use like a complicated language. Like everyone is going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is done deliberately.
You can find gnosis in the most unusual places, Chickpea.
I would also say be careful calling this a shithole of a planet because you are on it and you helped create it.
Yes,
so,
I know. But, yes, but
I didn't help make the fucking monetary financial system.
Well, your existence, your existence reinforces it.
Yeah, but I'm doing things to counter that.
It sounds like you have a fear of a loss of control.
DP want to come back on
in your waking life. That you're feeling vulnerable, as though someone might be setting you up to lose. You know,
Witchy says the point of having different opinions is to learn which is the goal of Gnosis. Exactly, Witchy.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, I want to claim that I haven't
That's
been
fucking liberalism.
That's not true. I just went to a libertarian convention yesterday, and now I have a clear plan on how to actually get my goals accomplished.
Oh, you went to a libertarian convention, LA? Oh, how was it?
Well, I just got a lot of information on how the structure works, like how to actually get involved and actually change their agenda. So I'm actually going to do it. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to get the law changed, but like a pills and utilities, you can't do it. Like I don't want to get into that.
No, all right. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Can I just say something to LA?
Yeah.
LA, I personally think your thoughts should be made global law. Like we should have global, like it should be on demand in the same way as abortion should be on demand for all of us.
Right.
I don't have a word to say on the subject. None.
No.
Well, that's why I came on here, because I do see the connection between the right to delete yourself and abortion. It's like it's based on self-ownership. And so if a woman is pregnant, well, I don't know if I say it on your channel, CW.
We've said everything so far, don't worry.
I was just reading from David Hume yesterday. He makes a clear case for why the state does not have any legitimate authority to regulate it. So if a woman, and they keep gaslighting me, saying that we have the ability, therefore we have the right. So if I were to give it to that argument, though, that I have the ability to do it, therefore I don't need any protection, then you would necessarily have to respect a woman's right to get an abortion, because you already respect the right that you say that she already has the right to terminate her life anyway. Therefore, she does not have a duty to live long enough to carry your child to term. If she does that, that is not a duty. That is something that she's doing of her own choice. She does not have a duty to live for other people's benefit. She doesn't have a duty to carry a child for anybody's benefit. If you have a contract, that's one thing. If you have a marital contract where she voluntarily agreed to it, that's different. But if you just hook up with a woman in a bar, that is not a contract.
What's contract? Okay, but surely, okay. At the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, only a woman can get pregnant. So it's got nothing to do with men whatsoever. Nothing. You can't get pregnant.
I'm talking about if you were married to him, his opinion should matter, right? Do you agree with that?
It's the Blues Brothers. It's one of the Blues Brothers. Look.
He wants to sing to us.
Oh, I'm going to go watch some David Bowie now. Toodle pip.
It's the kike liver.
Go ahead, Kenny, the legend from Acton.
Mystery Singer when I'm logged on as Mystery Singer, remember?
Sorry, Mystery Singer.
If tomorrow all things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause that flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and where we are today. And I love this land. God bless the USA.
Nice singing there, Kenny. Mr. Singer, sorry. Wonderful.
Mystery Singer, I have a question for you. Oh, he's gone. But does he ever hope to naturalize in the United States? He's a big fan.
He's a big fan, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I think you American guys on the panel should try and fast track that. I think it's a bit of a tragedy that the man's living outside the US.
Maybe someone can marry him.
Yeah. The female word in Greek for gnosis is different than the the verb for to have knowledge. So personal knowledge and intellectual knowledge are differentiated in the Greek. That was all I wanted to nitpick on, and I know people may not be interested in that, but
can I go back to the dream?
That was a good assessment, Brother Marcus. Thank you.
And thank you for your compliment. Yeah, I think once people actually understand what I'm saying, they actually make sense and they actually agree with it.
Got a little bit of an echo somewhere. I think it's untrackable. Can I go back to your dream?
Yep.
So do you mind if I make it personal?
Go for it.
So I would say that given the way you described it, a car would probably represent your autonomy, your
Doesn't matter
travel.
that it was a cab. It was a cab, like a taxi, those ones. That's what it was, yeah. So you know that.
So you bought a taxi from somebody?
Yeah, I bought a cab. It's like a special type of taxi we have.
It does.
Here. Yeah,
I think it does. It would emphasize more what I was going to say for the regular car, which is a vehicle in itself is your method of transportation through the world, and it's a sign of your status and your accomplishments and your autonomy. It being a cab makes it even more so like a business venture and a representation of your professional accomplishments. And the fact that the person who sold it to you stole it from you adds, the fact that it was stolen speaks to your feelings of a loss of control over those things. But the fact that the same person who sold it to you is the one who stole it from you implies that there's some kind of betrayal attached to that. So someone that you may have trusted to share your goals, be on the same page as you, help you through your life, that person has betrayed you and stood in the way of your progress and your goals. And that losing the car is a fear of losing that control over, you know, where you want to direct yourself, where you want to drive yourself, where you want to be at the end of the day, and how you see your status in that movement.
Thank you for that, Dennis, and quite a remarkable interpretation. William says, you bought the cab. Knowledge cannot be bought. You have to take the test. Yeah, there is this thing over here called the knowledge. Basically, it's a test you do. You have to learn off by heart all the different back roads and stuff around London to get around. It's quite a complicated test. People spend money studying and taking time out to do it. But once you get it, it's like a ticket to drive the cab. And they get a bit annoyed because you can just be an Uber driver without doing that, you know. Anyway, what was I going to say? This dream interpretation, Denizen, do you put stock in dreams then? Is it something you take seriously?
Yes and no. I'm a Jungian, so I believe that there is a translation that occurs between the subconscious and the conscious mind, and that much of what drives us is in the shadow. But also, I can fall asleep to a YouTube stream and it completely and totally control my dreams. And then I can also have a lucid dream and make a complete mockery out of my subconscious and fly around like a superhero and bang supermodels. So,
Are You Puking says D&W shows the cab. He picks up passengers to explore the dark underbelly of the city. Well, then someone stole it off me. So that's a bit worrying. Okay. What else is there here? Brother Marcus is giving the he's looked up the he's given the meaning of gnosis. He says gnosis is the ancient Greek noun for knowledge derived from ginosko, or however you pronounce that, to know. It signifies specialized experiential or esoteric insight, often spiritual rather than just theoretical information. Iodine is an ancient Greek verb related to seeing, which evolved to mean to know, to have knowledge. It refers to intellectual knowledge, book learning, or rational understanding. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Understanding. It is frequently contrasted with gnosis, which represents personal, experiential, or mystical knowledge. There you go. Thank you, Brother Marcus, for the in-depth.
Yeah. So
done detailed
can
explanation there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Someone was trying to talk.
I wanted to speak on that because it doesn't necessarily have to be on the bigger world. It is the decisions we make every day. Statistics. You've been here before. You've done this on a similar day. And you're trying to teach the next about what to expect. So,
what do you mean by the next?
Well, it is Christmas, or the weekend leading up to it, and the people you work with are brand new, and you say, "Hey, sales are going to be high," and this is what we have been pushing. This is the product that is in high demand. So this is what we are looking for. There is no cookie cutter, but there is a whole lot of this that I know, because I've been here many years, that you're gonna want a whole bunch of this.
Untrackable. What the fuck are you talking about, brother?
Experience and witness. If you deny experience and witness, then you will create suffering for yourself because you refuse education. What do they call it? Just like the almanac, the weather. Through the seasons, the weather will change. Well, with the weather changes, so does the market. And as the market changes, the products you put your hands on will change. And so if we can understand this, then all the way down to the people who actually pick it up and put it down and send it into the market, it can make our lives so much easier if we understand that. But if you refuse it and you just think you're picking things up and putting them down, well, you will create more suffering for yourself. Do you understand?
No.
Okay, well, I said my piece. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Untrackable.
You're welcome.
Right. Well, Chickpea, I'm going to give you an opportunity now, seeing as you were feeling unsatisfied, frustrated. Change the topic to something.
I've just been sorry. I've just been DW. What? DW?
Yeah.
DW.
Yeah.
DW.
I wasn't.
You weren't what, darling?
DW.
I'm here.
What's happening?
Chickpea, we can't hear you.
Hold on. I'm here. I'm here, DW. I'm here.
Yes, darling. I know you're there. What do you want to say?
I don't know what's happening, DW. I'm just nod. I don't know. I'm here.
Okay, well, Chickpea, never mind all that.
Yes, what, dear?
I'm going to give you the opportunity to direct the end of the show. We're going to move into our final topic, and I want you to pick it for me because you're feeling unheard. You want to talk about something spiritual, something paranormal, something woo-woo. Go ahead. Talk about whatever the hell you want. The floor is yours.
D&W. Where's Divine God? So I've been watching David Bowie all this time. The fabulous David.
Chickpea, you're losing the plot.
Yes, I know.
We need a topic. We need a topic. We need a topic,
Well,
Chickpea.
you know,
Reincarnation, soul trap. What will you do? What will you do in the tunnel? I know a subject you like.
What?
Forgive me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
If when one dies, you are faced with a tunnel of light beckoning you to walk down it, will you walk down it?
No, it won't be. That's why I come here, dear.
That's the question. Do you want to hear what the others have to say on that matter?
Yeah, go on. Ask them.
Okay. Guys, that's the question. Denizen, we'll go around clockwise. You're dead. You find out you're dead or you've died, and then the next thing you see is you're standing somewhere, there's a tunnel of white light beckoning you forth to walk down it towards the light. Are you going to walk towards that light?
It depends on the circumstances. What's behind me?
Chickpea, can you explain it?
Well, there's nothing behind you. You know, once you die, you go through the checkpoint and you're at your next port of call. And there's as you know, there's supposedly a tunnel of light ahead of you, or of course there's the dark. You can go down the tunnel of light and get yourself recycled, or you can go into the dark. I don't know what happens in the dark because no one's ever come back. That's what the Gnostics believe.
Well, if I have all that knowledge, I'll choose the light. I'll just say that when I had a near-death experience, there was something behind me, and it was people who cared about me begging me to come back.
Yes, I
And
know.
so I said, screw the light, and I went back.
Right. Well, you know, apparently, and I haven't been in the light, there are people, and I've read this, that when you go to the light, there's all these lovely, happy, clappy people there begging you to come back. And that's what the part of the trap is, because I don't want to come back. When I die, I want to die for good. I don't want to come back here, not to in China. So, yeah, you came back.
Yeah, I like it here. Yeah.
You like it, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't, as everyone knows. I can't wait to.
Those of you trying to get on, the link is under the video in the video's description. Sorry, go ahead, folks. I'm listening.
So, were you in your conscious soul when you had your NDE?
Yeah.
You were. Okay. No.
Yeah, the only thing was I saw my life flash before my eyes.
Yeah.
And all of my questions were answered. I understood the meaning of existence.
Yeah.
And I tried to take it with me, and it wouldn't cross the barrier.
No, it won't. Gosh, lucky you having that experience. Envy you. I actually envy a man. That doesn't happen very often. So you've been there. Because I'd love to see that. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm getting quite old and I'm going to be dying in a few years' time. And my biggest fear is that when I die in a state of panic and they catch me. Because I believe what you've just said. You know, there is the light and there is the tunnel.
Well, when that ended and the stars were before me, and I felt myself rising up towards the stars at the speed of light,
Yeah.
then I started to worry. And then I could hear the people back, you know,
Yeah.
in the conscious world,
Yeah.
screaming and begging me not to go.
All right. That's something to remember.
And I got slapped around a few times too, which probably is what actually did it.
No, but this is nice to hear because, you know, you hear all this stuff, and the more one hears on the subject, the more you can be prepared for it. Because, well, I'm a great believer in it, and I do believe in the tunnel of light, but I don't want to get caught up in it. I don't want to see all my cats standing there meowing at me, because if that were to happen, I would get taken in very easily. I don't care if people stand and wave at me, because I don't give a shit who waves at me, but I do love my cats, and I don't want to see a load of dead cats, you know. My old cats. I know that sounds insane, but we all have our own saying.
No, they might anchor you here in that
Yes, I
moment.
don't want to
You
come
might
back.
choose to come back.
Well, thank you. Well, oh, we agree on something. Thank you. It was enjoyable to listen to. So what are you going to do next time round? Are you going into the dark or back into the light?
Hoping there won't be a next time.
Oh, right.
And I don't want to go.
All right.
But I'm afraid of what will happen on my actual deathbed because, in my opinion, this one was clearly, you know, a hallucination.
You reckon? Well, you've hallucinated something that, well, I've had an OBE. Like, I haven't had an NDE, but I had an OBE under surgery, and I can remember being out of my body, and our brains, our hearts, and our souls are outside of our bodies with us. We don't need a body to thingy them. They're just, it's a trap to keep us stuck. And yeah, I don't know. I wish I could have seen that tunnel. It'd be nice to have seen it.
For me, it was just no tunnel, just light,
Oh, well,
and
yeah,
then the stars at the end.
Oh, right.
And
Well,
I felt
yeah,
myself rushing up into outer space, and there was nothing there but space. It was
Yeah.
very, very cold,
Mm-hmm.
and I kept getting colder and colder.
Yeah. Yes. Because I'm practicing going into that black space, and it's I practice at night and I can't sleep. I know it sounds insane, but I'm practicing because I don't want to come back here. I just want oblivion for eternity.
I don't believe in God.
No, I don't. I think he's an asshole. I hate the god of this planet. Hate him.
I think the God of the Old Testament is a nefarious character, and I'm glad that he doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. So what do you? So you don't believe in the demiurge, then, the asshole that runs this world?
Nah. No, that's
Oh, I
us,
believe him.
unfortunately.
No, that's
We're
it.
the
No, I
assholes who
do
run
believe.
this world.
Yes. Oh, yes. We are. Well, we are. Yes, that's why I don't want to come back. Oh no, I do believe in the archons, and I believe that they try and pull us back because they feed off our emotions. I believe that rubbish.
It's the math is simple for me because in a world that is so undescribably horrible, where babies are torn asunder, literally, and people are decapitated in the street, there's still so much beauty and joy that it's overwhelming, and I can't even hold on to it long enough to write it down or calculate it. That's remarkable to me. I don't need any supernatural to be in awe.
Yeah, I would be happy here if people didn't do what they do, but they do what they do, and that's why I don't like it here. So I'm one of those animal rights people, I'm afraid. Which is why I hate it here. It's my bugbear. And it's everywhere.
I don't even think people should be allowed to keep pets.
Oh, well, I don't go that
Ooh,
far.
spicy. Why?
Because I have too much respect for animals. I don't appreciate their domestication.
Well,
what about the fact that some dogs keep humans? I know my dog bosses me around more than I boss it around.
Yeah.
I am in many ways my dog's slave.
Yeah, I am my cat slave.
I actually read a
Now the
study
thing is,
about that.
if we left domestic dogs outside and just let them be, unfortunately, they would end up tearing each other apart.
I actually read a study about cats. They have not become. They didn't. We didn't domesticate them. They domesticated themselves.
Yeah.
They still have all of their
Yeah.
wild instincts.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
for cats that is true. For cats that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, they're wild little things. Well, mine aren't.
What about a voluntary phase out of forced domestication? Would that be a middle ground, D&W?
I mean, it sounds about right because I look at the dogs sometimes and I just think we've bred them to have all these disorders. Basically, they're just like wolves. They're like disordered wolves, basically. You know, they're wolves with extreme anxiety, extreme ADHD, you know, extreme nervousness and dependency. Whereas when they were wolves, they were perfectly fine. You know.
Yeah.
But now we've made them nervous wrecks, basically.
We've heaped all of our anxiety and depression and uncertainty on them.
Yeah, I mean, they were better off as wolves, basically. And then we basically made them what we wanted. I mean, we even gave some of them huge problems, like you know, breathing problems, because we inbred them until they became pug faced or whatever, and we've given them arthritis because of their body size and such. You know, their joints have problems. There's all these weird disorders that some species, not species, but some breeds of dogs have some really peculiar problems. Like my friend was telling, I only learned a few years ago that German Shepherds or Alsatians, whatever you call them, they get this weird tunneling. I don't know what you'd call it. It's like it's just like a tunneling sore that opens up, it's like a tumor that tunnels inwards around their anus, and it turns cancerous. It's like a wound that just tunnels inwards, and it turns cancerous. Yeah, a lot of them get it. Yeah. I mean, they're really and truly. I feel so sorry for dogs because they can't really communicate to us. You know, my only hope is, as usual, AI will be able to help us communicate with them, perhaps to some degree.
Praise
but
be the
also
second coming.
we'll also be able to spot their medical problems, you know, faster, you know, and help them.
I was gonna say,
We really
what
owe
if
it
they,
to. Sorry.
what if they start making tools and speaking English and building their own societies? Then
Well, I
maybe
wasn't
it will.
saying connect them to AI. I was just saying give them like cheap MRI scans and stuff like that, you know, and all that kind of.
No, I mean naturally, even without AI.
Oh,
Do you pay vet fees, D&W?
yeah, I remember. I remember of that.
Do I have to pay my 7? Jesus wept. I tell you. It's
Wait, what's that?
crippling.
What are those?
What?
Well, we have things here like you can join a vet and you pay monthly. You know what I mean? And then it's like a pet insurance. It's like an insurance that gives you certain things, but not everything. But it gives you certain things.
Oh.
If you have an emergency situation, it gives you certain like priorities. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
You'll be seen and
Yeah.
stuff.
And do yours get better treatment than you do? Mine do.
I mean, I think they get equal treatment.
I don't
They
know.
get well.
My vet treats the cats like royalty. He's so nice to them. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't been to the GP in fucking long time, man. I don't know. It's a hell of a long time. But
Mine
yeah, if you're
called
asking me,
He's like,
if you're asking me, are the vets generally nicer to the dog than the GPs are to me? Yeah, it would seem in most cases.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the vets actually seem to like
Yes.
their clients, their patients.
Yeah. Yes.
There are people out there that actually communicate with animals and can tell you exactly what your animal's thinking and wanting to tell you.
I can communicate with cats, but that's about it. I've learned how to do it just from listening to vets and listening to their body behavior and their blinking and the tone of their purrs is like it means different things.
Yeah.
There is a way to talk to your animals and they will communicate exactly what it is they want you to know
Yeah.
it's called animal communication.
Yeah. Yeah, I do with my cats.
When I used to have a dog and a cat, I used to communicate with them telepathically, and they would tell me what it is they needed and wanted.
Yeah. I know that.
My
one,
cat
yeah.
told me to diversify my bonds.
Just what? To do
He's
what?
being ignorant.
Oh.
It was funny. I laughed. I was muted though.
Thanks, Marcus.
But I tell you, at D&W, if I didn't have my cats, there'd be nothing to live for. And there would nothing.
Cats know when you're depressed too. Like they know when you're depressed. They'll just like come and like try to like cuddle with you or whatever.
Yeah, they're always around me. They know. They know.
Yeah, but don't you guys think because of humans that a lot of these animals do live better quality of lives? I think D&W touched upon it where he said something about the domestication. I mean, if they were outside in their natural state, I mean, they're not exactly the pleasant beings that we think them to be. And I'm not like throwing shade on them when I say that. I'm just being honest. Like animals, they have their shortcomings as well. You know? It's just, and wouldn't you rather be a fucking domesticated dog in a first world country than to be some, I don't know, just some fucking random ass wolf or something trying to find its way in Greystone National Park in Canada and it's surrounded by all these other vicious wolves? I don't know. I'd rather be a domesticated dog. I'd rather be a domesticated dog, man. Fuck it.
I'm not so sure.
As long as I'm treated nicely with a good owner, fuck it, man. 3 hots on the cot. As you Americans say, 3 hots on the cot.
I don't know. Some of these animal parents are not feeding their pets a proper diet.
Oh, what do you mean by that? Oh no, don't tell me you're gonna. Is it the whole vegan thing?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Here we go again.
Oh, I have a rows over this really shocking rows because I feed my cats on fish. And if I had to kill a fish to feed my kittens, I could do it. So my
LA is not vegan. I wasn't going to say that.
What?
I saw vegan gains on the show, and yeah, fuck that, man. You can't be feeding no carnivore. That I mean, you just have to deal with the dilemma, Chickpea. That
It's a dilemma.
your pets. It's a dilemma, but you just have to accept it. You know that your cats are flesh eaters, and that's a fact. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
You
I
can't
think the
judge them.
positions are perfectly consistent. Factory farming for humans is not the same as cats meeting their nutritional needs.
True, but you don't necessarily have to use factory farm methods to feed your cats. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
oh, okay, yeah, I
You
agree
don't
with
have
that.
to do horrible things to animals in order for cats to meet their dietary needs.
Yeah, I mean, you could, if you had the means to, you could go fishing and feed your cats like that. If obviously that was feasible.
Little fish.
Or create a pond on your land and
Yes, that'd be nice.
farm your own fish.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could just have your own rodent colony and just allow your cats to go kill them. I don't know. And that
Well,
sounds a
you
bit
a funny
crazy.
story, Ra. Must tell you a funny story. I got lambasted on here because my ginger tomcat goes out hunting dormice, and I was completely lambasted on this channel. You wouldn't have believed it if you'd heard it. Shocking.
Yeah, you need to. Well, Chickpea, those people need to revisit the fucking the Great Plague in London, and then they'll understand why cats killing mice and rats is so important.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these people, they're very disconnected from the reality of the world. They just get caught up in these ideologies of like, you're wrong, that whole virtue signaling stuff. I mean, I understand, like, be as you be, but don't forget, like, there's a wider context to a lot of things.
Yes, it's harsh, brutal reality. But I'll tell you something else as well. By my cat killing the mice, he's actually saving the sparrow because mice eat sparrows' eggs. So he's actually helping the sparrows to survive.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, I think morality is sometimes it's definitely just a human construct, you know, like. I mean,
thank you. That actually, sorry, that triggered something in me. I'm gonna.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Life, abolition. You mentioned natural rights, and my understanding of natural rights is that it comes from human nature because we are the ones that construct it socially. So you see the tie there, Raz. But then you brought up things that happen in nature. I don't think that's what the natural rights theory means. Am I wrong in that?
You mean, no, I was talking about how it works with women having children. Like if you're like, I was comparing two different states, the state of nature and the state of society, that in the state of society, if you have a marital contract, then, you know, then you have greater protection than you would have in the state of nature. I'm not sure if you're referring to something else.
Were you saying like humans in the state of nature or other animals in the state of nature?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. When we were talking earlier about men having parental rights, I was making a point that men don't have parental rights in the state of nature.
Okay, what does the state of nature mean?
The state of nature is basically, pre-social contract, pre-political. It's not necessarily no government, but men.
I understand. Because I heard some people clap back at you saying it's an appeal to nature, but you're saying pre-states like Rousseau, as you said, would mention nature.
Right. That he didn't understand how I was using it. He thought I was just talking about the animal kingdom, and I wasn't.
Right. To be fair, I thought you were doing it too, but that's why I was so confused. But yeah, no, I understand now.
He wasn't understanding a lot of things.
Who was it? I don't know who. Was it a new person?
That person that just left.
Oh. I did not keep track of everybody's names.
Well, I was trying to clarify, and he just kept. So I was like, okay, never mind. Like I'm not using these terms incorrectly. Like either you read Rousseau or you didn't.
I very much sympathize with backing down when things like that happen. Just like when the term will comes up, I know that goes into a lot of different spaces, but I could understand why someone would make that jump, though. You're not doing the logical fallacy of an appeal to nature. You're using nature in a different sense.
Right. It had nothing to do with the animal kingdom. I was just basically saying that I was making a point that I would say women have natural parental rights just because they come out the woman's body. Men, the father's parental rights are based on a social contract, like entirely.
Right.
Actually, LA, my comfrey has started sprouting. Doesn't half grow fast, doesn't it?
It does, and you grew yours from seed, but once they become established, you can take little cuttings
No,
from it, and they
no,
will form new plants.
no,
Yeah, if you're not careful, they'll proliferate everything.
Mine's from last year in a pot. It had died or whatever, gone into the soil, and it's just sprouted up again. And it's grown about 3 inches in a day, literally.
Well, she's growing hers in a pot, so she doesn't have to worry about that.
Thank God.
Huh?
They are uncontrollable once you get them in the ground. They'll just keep growing and spreading and spreading.
It depends on which variety you get. If you get the Russian comfrey, that is sterile. It doesn't; those seeds don't germinate. But I have common comfrey because I want a lot of it, so I want it to spread. I want it to overtake the weeds, and
Yeah.
If I'm going to put anything in the ground or in my greenhouse or in a garden, it's going to be heirloom. I won't go with anything that's new or a hybrid or a GMO.
Gosh. I just want.
well, you can prevent that too, even with common comfrey. Like once the seeds come out, you can just cut it and make sure that the seeds don't touch the ground. But if you regularly chop it, then you won't even have to worry about that. Most people just they use it to fertilize their soil. They just do the chop and drop method. Excuse me.
That's interesting. PP is doing the same thing that I thought we just sorted this out. That LA isn't using nature in that sense. I don't know how you actually have these conversations if people are using the same word to mean different things.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing between Americans, UK, Australia.
And then when I hop on and I ask for definitions, people get angry at me. Like I don't
Well,
know.
it's like I'm.
Personally,
They won't even let me use it. They won't even let me tell you. Like it's like I didn't make this up. I'm telling you where it came from. So if you don't want me to speak, then I guess you just won't understand.
But Marcus, we all I've had it with Divine. She said something once about all these men got shot, and she was
I
talking
remember
about they'd had the COVID shot. But I thought she meant they'd all been murdered because to me, shot means murder.
Jabbed.
Yeah, so it happens between us all.
I know.
Americans. And, speaking as a secretary, if a British secretary wants to go work in America, she's advised to do a sort of couple of weeks course to learn the difference between British American and American English. British English and American English. Got me.
Well, because we can't say the actual words, because if we do, then we'll be taken off the channel. I mean, that's the whole point with everything right now. We can't even speak what it is we're speaking about, because if we speak what we're speaking about, it will be censored, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if we could speak what we're speaking about, we wouldn't have the discrepancies. It was done to separate us so that we wouldn't understand what each other was talking about.
Yeah. But I thought when you said that shot word, I thought I should talk about all being shot, because you talk about vaccines. See, that's so easy. It happens so simply. Yeah.
You never know what your channel is going to be taken down for, so you have to be mindful of that all the time. You know, what I'm going to say be in alignment with what everybody wants, so that you don't participate in helping bring the channel down, because that's not my priority. My priority is to keep it going and strong.
And when they do take your channel down, they're very vague about what the reason was. So you're trying to figure out.
They never tell you. Yeah, they never tell you. There's been a lot of investigations as to why certain channels were taken down, and they do not come up with any valid reasons. They just got done giving back Eisenhower, Santos Bonacci, and David Icke's channel back to them after years of not
Yes.
of taking them down. They're finally giving them back, and they've got all their followers back. Nothing seems to be going amiss now,
Oh,
but
I'm back.
it's sad that they've done that because these people worked really hard to grow their channels, and now they have to regrow them. But
Right, and you think that
same
everybody
with
would
you.
just you think everybody would just come back to your channel, and they don't. It's like you're starting over from scratch.
Well, if you change your name, they do. But if you stay the same name and the same thumbhole, they'll come back.
Yeah, I've gone back almost instantly. LA. It was almost instant.
Yeah, because Bonacci was so happy to come back that it was almost beautiful to watch the childlike behavior and being able to teach people again, because he was just so kind of almost lost in his own world until he got back on, and now he's just glowing. Every time he speaks, he just glows, because he's so happy to be back on. It makes a difference when you work really hard for something. You'd like to have the continuation of it.
Yeah. Mm.
And I think abolitionists, you're going to have a major, beautiful channel there if you can incorporate everything into one.
Right, I'm going to try to use this other streaming thing. I need to learn how to use it, and then I can have more people on. And if I can do that, like because I don't moderate at all. I just let people say what they need to say.
Right. Well, you do have to have some sort of decorum when it comes to moderation, or you're just going to have, people screaming at each other all the time.
Yeah, that could turn into a speaker's corner.
Yeah, Danny hasn't been here this evening, has he? Well, only for
I know
one.
I got bounced off. I got bounced off when the music started. I had to go.
I'm talking about Danny Shine.
Oh, him. That brings in a totally different criteria right there.
That's about Danny Shine.
Well, I just think that it works better when it's for people. Like when it's like 8 people, it gets chaotic.
Yep.
I think it depends on the subject too, actually, to be honest.
I think it depends on people's temperament. Like, there's plenty of people here right now. It's not, it's pretty chill right now.
It's the way it should always be.
But
When you
it
speak out of
is.
turn, that doesn't help at all. It just gets people more wound up.
But still, Divine, it helps get rid of one's stored anger and hatred. Have a good hiss and spit, and eventually you will empty. Well, I've emptied my soul out now. It's all nice and empty from all my stored up anger and hatred, and it's really good.
I don't think it's all gone yet, hon.
Oh, Divine.
I think it's a vicious cycle.
I have to speak my truth. If I don't, I'd be lying, right? And I don't do
There's
that.
a lot of it there. There's a lot there, Divine. There's lots of
Well, yeah, it's going to take a long time for it to be released, too. It's okay.
Yeah, but a load has gone. Quite a lot.
Just be
'Cause you
careful
know
though,
what?
because it
Here-
could be a feedback loop. You feel good to let it out, but then you keep doing it to get that feeling again. So
No,
like,
I don't enjoy it. No, Mother Marcus. The reason why I'm glad to get rid of all this anger and hate, because I've been in group therapy. The reason I've said this to DNW quite a few times, I come here as a form of group therapy because it provides you with a safe space to get rid of all my stored up anger and hatred, all the rest of it, because there's a heck of a lot of, because in the real world, I can't release it because I wouldn't dare, because, I'm an 8-stone female. I can't just say whatever the fuck I like to people. But here I can.
Yeah, usually at my expense.
Well, you do to me too, Denny.
Yeah, and cats don't speak a language yet.
No, but it has helped. It is helping me, I tell you. It's weird. It's a great form of group therapy. I wish there was
It's
more
wonderful,
of it.
Chickpea. It's absolutely
Right.
wonderful, Chickpea.
But do you know what? Yeah, on this note, I agree, man. I think you have to embrace it all, man. You have to embrace the madness of it, the calmness. It's a whole package, guys. You have to embrace it all. Because think about it. If everybody spoke here, I like order, but don't get me wrong. But it's like if everybody spoke here and it was always calm and demure, you're like, after a while, you'd probably be like, "Oh, what the fuck is this?" You know what I mean? But
I agree with you, Ross. It's a matter of keep rolling, as Limp Bizkit would say. It's like let the wheel turn. Realize there will be a new dawn.
Yeah,
Things will
well,
become peaceful again.
I
It's a
did it all
lesson-
for the nookie.
It's a lesson and experience in resilience building.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna go against all of you. I disagree with that. I think resilience can happen with internal emotional regulation. When people are expressing themselves, it releases catharsis, it releases dopamine, and you get a hit. It feels good to release, and you can go into a vicious cycle. And there are studies on this, and I am not prepared to provide those, but I'm just.
I think we had one here on the panel.
I agree with you, Marcus. But what I mean, the lesson.
I'm only
is,
jabbing it, Torty. I'm only
the
jabbing.
lesson is you don't have to join in. You can just let it happen and watch. You don't have to get involved. That is
that's what I do most of the
But
time.
Marcus, what I've always thought about coming here is okay, and I know people don't agree with me on this, but like sometimes we get people coming and moaning and groaning and moaning and groaning, and we get someone else coming along telling them to cheer up. Well, you know what? If people want to moan and groan here, they can groan to their heart's content. With my
Oh,
good
yeah,
will,
I'm-
to tell you something, I think it's healthy to moan and groan and lift off all that.
Cheer up, chickpea, smile, my dear, laugh, backs, cuddle your 7 cats, and have a cup of
Oh, look at that kitty. That's a chunka
cheer
chunka.
up, chickpea, cheer up, chickpea, smile, my dear, let the bad days flee, put David Ack on not knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially, dance in your favorite hat like that, curl up
Lasagna kitty. That kitty singing.
cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you.
Gato
Don't
rojo.
let the archives get you down. They hate it when you laugh. They frown. Laugh till it echoes. Dance round the flat.
That cat's thinking to himself, well, it's either this or the streets.
Oh
shit!
The first one was better.
That first one looked like peanut butter and chocolate ice cream. I want to put them in a bucket and use a spoon to eat them all up.
I'm talking the
That was
first
funny.
song that he had. The first song he created was the better one. It was more jovial.
That orange cat mastered the art of stoicism, man. And then Denison's like, fuck it. He's like 3 huts in the car or back in the streets. He's like, fuck it, I'll take it.
Yeah, but as I was saying,
Vinny has come to mock us with his looks maxing again.
Yeah, I'm just listening to what Chickpea is saying about her using this as a group therapy session. That's because she's toxic and she's rubbing that toxicity on other people and being a nasty
A little
old
bit.
cunt. She's
Oh,
a
that
witch.
wasn't
And
nice.
once she fucking dies as well, the fucking cats
That's-
die as well.
Whoa.
No,
fuck.
no,
a
don't
little
do
bit.
that.
A little bit.
No, I think, whoa, man.
That's not
Because it's
nice.
not because the group wasn't getting therapy. You know what I mean? The group is just taking the ire.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chickpea.
Don't worry about it.
She's fine.
Chickpea's fine. But
Kenny
I-
comes up and says something she disagrees with. Oh, there's a Tuesday.
Yeah,
I
but
don't want his
I wasn't
approval
expecting
anyways,
he would say
Hyde.
something
I
like
don't
that,
want his approval. If he approved of me, I'll be very worried about myself.
Well, he's the reason why I pop off every time he shows up. I don't like how he treats you.
Thank you, Stefan. That's really sweet of you. I have the same with people and some of the ones that you were having today. I did complain to G&W a bit about it. On this.
Maybe she
I
didn't
know.
hear what he said there.
Everyone comes here with their own lives, their own independence, their own experiences. And each one of those experiences are different than the others, but they're supposed to be. Because when you share an aspect of what your life is and what you've gone through and what you know and what you don't know, then other people can either listen to it or throw it away. They don't have to keep your knowledge when you spew it. It's like, that's that's just the commonality of every person being a person. But if you're going to disrespect for someone just because of what they do and don't do and what they say and don't say, it's not, that's not valid. It's not a valid reason. I'm sorry. I'm not your typical chick either, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, like one thing, my first time on the show, debut on the show, and one thing that I find distasteful is when people start throwing out malicious ad hominems, man. Like, you had Kenny just now, and then you had fucking that Fatima guy, and he goes to me, I hate you, because I have a different fucking viewpoint. That is so childish, you know what I mean? Like, you don't even fucking know me, mate, and I don't know you, but why would you hate, like, there's many viewpoints on this panel I don't agree with, but why the fuck would I want to hate you? Because I just don't understand people's mindset. Like, why would you hate someone because they said something you disagree with? And that's probably one of the negatives of this show, if I'm honest.
I mean, I don't agree with everything people say, but I usually try to ask questions instead of just, like stating my opinion, because then I can try to like clarify what they're saying and then get to the heart of it. I mean, I have my, people who I don't get along with, but when when they show up, I just leave.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, that's your you have the liberty to leave or stay. It's up to you. But I just don't understand when people take it personal and they're like, "Oh, I hate you because you said something I don't agree with." Like, it's fucking childish, man. You know what I mean?
I think I'm a great believer in group therapy. I do believe in group therapy, and I've said to DNW, I think he should make it official and start charging us for coming here and venting our.
Oh, now, chickpeas, say no to capitalism. Come on.
No. I mean, I do pay bills, so you are welcome to support the show. You don't have to, but there is a link.
I would.
There is a link under the. 1 second, please. There is a link under the video and in the live chat. If you want to support, just send an Amazon voucher to the email address there, findinggnosissociety@gmail.com. In any denomination, in Great British pounds, but in any amount that you want. Doesn't have to be millions.
Well, I would say our mere presence and our intellectual property, meaning our words, that help generating views, and so could be translated into potential income.
I don't know if this channel is your channel monetized?
No, it's not. No, I'd rather not give YouTube the money, actually.
Fair enough.
Well, they're taking the money out either way.
So the way I've done it is because if you give those super chats, 30% goes to YouTube. The way I've done it, they get nothing.
Yeah, it's the right way to do it. But I was saying, I'm a great believer in if all of us globally got rid of all our negative feelings toward each other and our anger, our unexpressed anger, the world would be a much better place. And it would be, because I think a lot of our problems are just suppressed anger, and it's so suppressed.
Yeah, for the angry people, but not necessarily for the targets of their anger.
Well,
and also
that's an interesting thing you say, the deadism, because out in the big wide world, I would never dream of show the anger that I show in this place. I'd be too
Why?
scared to. What?
Why?
Too scared.
Why?
Because I'm an 8-stone female. It wouldn't enter my head to start lashing out at people outside, because I might just get my head kicked in. And that's the sad, brutal reality of it.
But that's the point I was trying to make. I was saying certain people who want to debate me, they should do it in person. I don't want to debate you on YouTube where you can say whatever you want. Let's do it in person.
Certain people. We know the one person.
Well, you know what that does? That leads me to believe, and this is how I'm going to do it from this point on. When I'm in the chat, if someone disagrees with me, I'm going to not raise my voice. I'm not going to disallow it. I'm just going to let them spew. Because to me, it's a reflection upon me that I need to do more work if I'm getting upset because of what people say.
Yeah, I agree with you, but yeah, I'm different. I've got a ton of anger inside me, and it's coming here has helped me get rid of that ton, because I want to get rid of it before I die.
Well, I wish that you and I could have talked.
Used to you.
I wish we could have talked before all that, because I could have shown you the shortcut.
Chickpea, do you want to scream and shout for like 30 seconds?
You know, if you want to give me a spanking too, that might be fun.
Oh, she'd
yeah.
love that.
Oh, I'd love that. Yes, I could give you a good go with a horse whip.
Awkward.
Oh,
You know what?
yeah.
Actually, I have.
I should have known better with this lady.
Did you ever want to be a dominatrix?
Yes,
Vicky,
dear
like-
W.
Oh
I
my
had
God.
toyed with the idea. I had toyed with the idea, and I have.
Yeah, I
toyed
thought you might have. I met a dominatrix once. Like the things she told me she'd done, and I just can't believe it. You know, she told me she put a needle through a man's testicle, and he asked for it to happen. I mean, I can't believe that.
What?
Yeah,
That's
Wow.
just
I
mad.
can't believe. I just can't.
That
believe.
hurts my balls just thinking about
I
it.
know. I know.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I can't believe some of the shit people want done to them.
But I did toy
Doesn't
with the
that-
idea, dear W. And I did fantasize about getting myself a load of, the stuff they wear and everything, because, they tend to. I do look the part, oddly enough. And yes, I did toy the idea. But maybe I should go still do it.
Toy with the idea.
Pun intended.
And up for fun. Whoa.
The chickpea
Oh my
torture
God.
chamber is currently being built in Hackney.
No, I wouldn't do it here, dear W. I'd go off to Knightsbridge.
Go back to Holland, Amsterdam.
No.
No, they're clearing all that out of Amsterdam, aren't they? They're trying to make it all la-di-da again. Or
Yeah, I go to Knightsbridge, I think, and yes, join a little place in Knightsbridge.
stamp on the bollocks of all the millionaires.
Yes.
Why not?
Actually, it's not a bad idea, dear W.
Mm.
Maybe I should.
Yeah,
I was
considering you're
actually-
anti-natalist.
Yeah.
I was actually impressed with Beacon Equilibrium, like his knowledge about the gay culture, because I just thought he just like dabbled every now and then, but he actually knows the terminology and what actually goes on. So he's like authentically gay in a way.
I think he's both ways, hon.
No, I don't think he is gay, in fairness to him.
But he's like he's familiar
I know.
enough to where he's not like just somebody on a DL who just like hooked up with one guy. Like he knows the culture.
Divine, can I ask you something? Speaking as a female, you mean to tell me you've actually had the courage to take your anger and show it to the world and say your piece? You had that guts. Divine? Divine, I'm talking
You're
to you.
muted, Divine.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What was the
because
question?
Yeah, we're talking about anger and showing our anger and showing our hatred, okay? Because I've been bullied a lot in my life, and all that anger is pent up deep inside me. Have you had
I
the
can
courage
only
to actually
say
do it?
I don't have a lot of anger anymore. I used to, but not anymore.
Yeah, well, lucky you. I'm getting rid of mine. It's going, and I've noticed it in my soul because I can now snuck my soul at night, which I couldn't do even 2 weeks ago. You know, when you get that feeling when you were little, you could snuggle your soul. You must remember when you were little, you could snuggle yourself around your soul. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes. The only time that I'm angered now is when people don't know me and they accuse me of lying. Oh my God, I flip because I've worked my whole life to make sure I don't tell lies. When someone says that I'm lying, it pisses me off.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'll tell you something, Divine. I've never, ever, ever dared to show my anger in the real world. I wouldn't dare, because I tell you something, I could kill. I've got so much anger and hatred locked deep, deep inside me because I've been bullied, and I have been. And I've had
Chickpea, sorry to interrupt. DNW, are we allowed to talk about psychedelics here? Or
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But
Yeah, have
don't
you-
say people should take them. Don't say just talk about the effects of them, maybe or whatever. Yeah.
Can I just
Oh, okay,
finish?
I see what you mean.
Divine?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Divine, coming here, this is the first time in my life, because I've also been in group therapy, and even then I didn't dare really express myself for fear of being beaten up by somebody bigger than me. This is the first in my life I've had a safe place to lash out at people. It is helping me, and to not have to worry about having my face smashed in. I know it sounds insane, but we all live our lives differently, you know.
Well,
I'm too scared to lash out in the real world. I wouldn't dare, and I wouldn't dare.
I've never been a person that did that, ever. Even when I was going through all the foolishness my mother was dishing as I was growing up.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
I don't know. I view it all differently than I used to. And it's because of a lot of inner work that I've done. But I think it's because I do most of my inner work on my own and I don't allow anyone in to do it, because I figure if I'm having an issue with someone, it's mostly because I don't have a broader understanding of the topic, or I don't like what they're accusing me of being like. But I think that once they knew me, they would realize that I'm not a fighter in any way on any platform. If I see at all that there's going to be an argument and someone's going to argue with me and fight or try to, I automatically dismiss myself. Just like when that guy Given comes on, or when Noodles comes on, I know I have more work to do when it comes to those two people. And
I've
when
got Defy. You've got the same as me, except when Noodles comes on, I just lash out.
if I stood on the show and someone allowed me to say what I actually wanted to say to Noodles or to that Given guy, hello, you guys would view me as a totally different person. And I don't want that, because that's not who I am. It's just those two people trigger me in such a way that
Divine, what you're saying is you're not, despite the whispers on the corridors, you're not a female psychopath, and neither are you, Chickpea.
no, I'm not. There's no way. I don't have that.
Isn't that kind of redundant?
But Defy, you're saying the same thing as me.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give it to them. See, that's the difference between you and I. You're going to sit there and you're going to dish out their syrup, okay? And that's because you have lived a long enough life that you can dish out the syrup, and they have to take it whether they like it or not. I still have at least 50 years here on the earth plane, and I plan on living here until at least I'm 90 or maybe 100, because I want to irritate all the people that just for something to do.
So you are a female psychopath.
Very vindictive.
I'm planning on going in 7 or 8 years.
No, it has nothing to do with the vindictiveness. It's just a joke. My grandchildren actually think I'm going to last longer than them because I'm so calm compared to them.
But Define, you see, I'm planning on going to Switzerland in 7 or 8 years' time, to the clinic. And so I have to make sure I got rid of all my negative feelings before I go to the clinic, because I want to make sure I detach from all my earthly connections. Yes? All that negative emotion, because they can get you on it. So
Chickpea, why don't you you should take up meditation and stuff.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm not a meditator. I'm not a meditator. I'm a headbanger.
No, because no, not even that type. I'm talking about I think it's called like Vipassana, where it's very interesting. It's almost psychedelic in and of itself, and I'm not referring to any illegal substances. I'm just saying, like, when you really focus on your breath, and then you can really lose the sense of self, and then you no longer stop, like, you lose the sense of thought. So all that's left is this kind of awareness. So you can do that without doing any crazy shit. I mean, you can do it in a quiet
that message, because it's not that we don't have these feelings; it's what we do with those feelings.
I don't do anything crazy. I just sit here mouthing off on here occasionally. I'm not doing anything crazy, but I'm not one of these relaxer people. I'm a headbanger. And I bang.
Oh Lord. Oh, okay. You might have to drink the shaman's potion then.
Here's the troll. Here's the king of trolls. He has Kenny. Please be careful. Don't swear at the ladies. Thank you.
Yeah, Divine, referring to me as that Given guy before. That Given guy. Listen, at least I've got the balls to use my own fucking name. You coward. Fucking.
Oh my gosh.
What? We didn't hear that. We didn't hear that, Kenny. Go ahead.
We don't need to hear that. That's why we didn't hear it. Can we hear from Brother Marcus?
See, this
That's
is why
weird.
I'm angry in the world.
That's so strange, because he shouted, but we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Now, see, we kicked out. Where's Brother Marcus now?
I don't know, he's got.
Well, I don't think he liked that kind of.
I didn't hear it, so that's good, because I probably wouldn't
I
be here
didn't
either.
hear either. Nobody heard what he said.
It was a lot of mumbling.
He should never have been allowed.
The only thing I heard was at least I used my real name, and then he started screaming something, which was Incoherent.
Chickpea's name.
Can anyone explain to me why this guy's so angry?
No one needs to know why. We just need to bring Brother
Whoa.
Marcus back in because I wanted to hear his response.
Whoa, why are you
about-
deciding who should know why? I'm asking.
No,
Why are you deciding on behalf of everybody? If you don't want to know, then you can just state your position. Thank you.
That wasn't what I was
Anyway.
trying to say. I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence. When that man, he came in and he interrupted, instantly Brother Marcus left, and I wanted to hear his response to what you had just said.
Brother Marcus, come back in the chat, please.
But Ra, can we finish our conversation now? Okay, this is going to sound really, really bizarre, but for a long time I suffered from very, very severe depression. Now, depression is also anger turned in on itself because you can't release it. And I've noticed how much better I'm starting to feel in the mornings. I've noticed it most in the mornings. And my depression has plummeted over the past couple of weeks, and it's plummeted.
I'm glad to hear that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, it has. No, I've told D&W my depression.
Yeah, I know.
I can get rid of it.
She gave it to me.
So
She piles all of her anger and hatred and then dumps it onto me.
Chickpea, that's a joke, by the way. Brother Marcus,
Yeah,
it's back. Good to have you back, mate.
yeah, Brother Marcus, you was going to reply to what I said according to Divine.
Asher,
I want to hear
man.
your response.
Good to see you, bro. Hope you come on next time.
Just that I was just gonna say that I support what you were saying, because it wasn't the fact that we don't have these feelings; it's how we process those feelings. And yeah, that was pretty much all I was going to say. Is that just because someone appears to be calm and not vent or let it out doesn't mean that they're not doing internal work. There probably is a storm inside of them, but they're
that was me.
able to emotionally regulate it from internal work through things like meditation.
But it equally doesn't also mean that they are good people or nice, or what they're doing is nice and well-meaning. So that's why we have to give people who are emotional a chance sometimes, because they may well have very good intentions and be trying their best, So I give everyone a chance,
It could be fakery too.
I agree with that too. Also, because the expression of anger doesn't necessarily, because some people focus too much on the expression of anger, but not what's angering the individual.
But Marcus, I don't know if it's funny, but I look at the world nowadays and I look at all the fighting that goes on, all the stuff on YouTube, and there's a heck of a lot of anger about and a lot of violence. And now I've never struck a human being in my entire life. But they're all out there fighting each other, which wouldn't enter my head even. Wouldn't occur to me.
Unfortunately, violence is a part of human nature.
Not mine.
People.
Yes, that's just serious.
I beg to differ, because if you're provoked substantially, I mean, not just you, but unfortunately, we live in a physical world. It's a world based on competition. It's fierce competition, by the way. So it's the animal aspect of existence.
PP says allowing abusers to scream like that is not helping anyone. I mean, we've already discussed this. I think it's better to have it out in the open. Let them shout and scream in
Did
public.
you miss where he talked about his wishing death upon her and the cats?
Who said that?
Kenny.
Yeah, he did. Say that.
I suspected that you guys missed it because he. Okay, that's
no. I heard that. I heard.
No,
it.
you're right. He did say that. I got that. But do you not see him as I know Chickpea very well. She is not all bothered about him. You see him as a cat. No. You see him as a clown, a caricature, someone to laugh at, Chickpea, don't you?
Who? You talk about Kenny?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, in the real world, I wouldn't talk to him. But I wouldn't do. I'm a bit too fussy.
I don't that was shocking to me, because other than that, I don't mind Kenny. When he goes on that rampage, and I don't know why. Maybe he could come on and explain why do that. Why has he got?
Yeah. Kenny, why are you so triggered, man?
He started it on me, okay? He started it, not me. I just, But I'd just like to say to Ra, so I forgot I'm going to say to you now. But stored. When people are nasty to me out in the big wide world and they insult me, I only weigh 8 stone, if that, and I haven't got what it takes to fight back. It's as simple as that. So I have to walk away and just accept it.
But
Same
you
with-
know,
I just get beaten.
but you know, you don't always have to, well, you don't even need to fight back because words are words, right? And but what I would say is, going on what Brother Marcus said, I like that as well, because sometimes, yeah, like if you think about it, there's so many external forces that you really can't control in life. Because let's say you could fight back. Let's say I clicked my fingers and you became some 20-foot Hulk creature and everybody was scared shitless of you. That still wouldn't solve your problem. Did you know what I'm saying? Because the problem is, how are you relating to it? Because we have this guy literally come on, and obviously he was shouting what he was shouting, but how are you going to relate to that? Because the thing is, this world is a huge place, and it's impossible to go through life and have everybody tell you nice things or to stroke your ego. Every once in a while, you're going to come across someone that says something.
You know,
I do
right.
to
It was
retaliate.
very, very bizarre, wasn't it? He didn't. I
Yeah.
believe he wished death on her cats, right? That's what he said.
Yeah, that was like extreme. But what I'm trying to say is, like, how
A
can
weird thing to do. A weird thing to do.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, Chickpea, is sometimes, yeah, like you have to do some Jedi mind tricks with the situation and be like, okay, so how can I relate to this? Because it's true, you know, because I do believe, I think I read it somewhere from Buddhism or something, where it's like your thoughts kind of shape your reality. You know what I mean? So depending on your... Huh?
Ra, I don't know if funny says during the course of my lifetime, I was beaten up by my own mother. When I was 6 years old, a boy broke my nose. I had to put right years later. And when I was in my early 20s, a man broke my hand. That's just
Yeah,
the
no, I
start.
understand. So that's trauma.
You know,
So
let me
everybody
finish.
has...
Let me finish.
Okay,
They
go on.
did that to me. I didn't. They did that to me randomly, just out of the blue. I'm going to smash a roller skate in your face. Another bloke decided to just break my arm or my hand. And my mother used to beat the shit out of me when I was a little girl. So I've been attacked quite a lot, and I've had to deal. That's been sitting aside me for all these years.
Okay, so first thing I have to say is I'm sorry you had to endure that. That sounds very nasty, but
Yeah, it was nasty.
with respect to D&W, you might have to drink the shaman's juice, and I'm not going to go too deep into it because we're on the thing. There's certain therapies if you don't want to do meditation, because what it is we all have trauma that it's expressing itself in our lives subconsciously or sometimes even consciously. But like you said, you've had stuff from childhood, which we all do. And I think you might have to drink the shaman's potion. And I'm not going to go into detail out of respect for D&W and what he said, because trust me, there's a lot of great studies and all that, and I'll leave it at that. But if you have that level of trauma, you're going to have to get the potion, the elixir. That's all I'm going to say.
But Ra, I have
yeah.
had. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have had I've had a ton of psychiatric treatment, quite a lot, and a ton of group therapy. And even in group therapy, you have to have someone to direct your negative feelings at. And group therapy, that is recognized in group therapy. And I would not have dared to direct the sort of anger that I feel sometimes at anyone in that group. So in it, all intents and purposes, it was a waste of time because I didn't actually get rid of it. It's getting rid of it. I'm different to you. I'm not going to take a load of drugs. I've got enough problems with my brain as it is. I'd rather just do it organically.
I would disagree on the
Another
term.
weird thing to say is, I think as adults we can appreciate he was doing it for effect. He was doing it in a trollish way. I don't think he was serious. I think he's a shock jock.
No, he doesn't like me.
No. He threatened her life and the life of her cats, hon. He threatened both of their lives. There's something psychotic about that.
It was very malicious, though. Even if we take what you're saying, D&W, it was very malicious to say that about her cats.
Oh yeah, you know,
The thing is-
I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I find it hard to believe that he literally meant it. I think he came on. I don't know what's possessed the man. Whether he's under the. It's not good. It's not right. I hope he apologizes. What I will say is,
Don't hold your breath.
awful. I don't condone it, and he has to apologize next. If he ever comes back, he has to apologize, or he'll be kicked off.
DW, how do you like if someone said to you, if I'm going to kill
Yeah.
your
No, it's awful. It's awful, Chickpea. But what I'm saying is, The only good thing that's come off it is the conversation afterwards. He is in the back room. Will I let him on to apologize, guys? It's his one and only chance. Kenny, you're in the back room, mate. You can't talk like that to dear Chickpea, an older lady, 71 years of age.
Or Divine. He's laid into Divine.
Yeah. So, Kenny, if you really want to stay as a participant on Finding Gnosis, please rein it in and just apologize for what you've just done. I don't even know if it's a good time for you to come on, whether you're under the influence. Do you really want to come on at the moment? This might be your only chance to say sorry. So, Chippy, will we let him say sorry?
I don't know, Divine. Divine, what do you
believe in? Do you believe in healing and forgiveness?
I believe that there's healing and forgiveness, but I mean, you don't threaten people's lives, no matter if they're Chickpea or Joe Blow. I mean, you just don't do that. It's just not right. It's unacceptable. So it's going to be up to Chickpea, because since it was directed towards her.
It's up to you, Chickpea.
I don't like him, and I can't bear to look at him. He's somebody I don't want to look at. Sorry, Mrs.
Yeah, well, if he turns off his camera, are you willing to let him apologize?
No, I can't stand the sound of his voice either. I don't like him. Which is why we hate each other so. It's totally reciprocated. I hate him. He hates me. That's the way it is.
Kenny, you're not going to get on today then for this one.
He can apologize from the comment section.
Yeah, he could write something in the comment section. He could. Yeah, I would advise that as a first stage in your act of attrition.
DW, our hatred is mutual. It's totally reciprocated, and it is.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Yes, you dislike him, Chickpea, but you would want him dead, would you?
No, I haven't said anything like that.
Okay, so there's the difference, hon. If someone actually threatens your life, they want you dead. That's not nice.
I actually think for Kenny's sake, it's probably better we don't let him on either, because he might be under the influence. Because I thought he said, "I hope your cats die," which isn't nice.
He said Chick her and him.
But you're telling me he said something about Chickpea herself as well.
Yes, I believe
Right,
Brother Marcus might have heard it, and I think LA heard it as well.
Yeah, well,
I heard the first part, but then he was just screaming.
Kenny, it wasn't on. It wasn't on. And
DW, don't worry about me.
Please, Kenny, just apologize as a first step towards reconciliation. You're going to have to write some earnest words in the live chat, and then we'll see what happens from there. It's a pity because we enjoyed his singing. You know.
You
Go ahead, Chickpea.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
I did. I enjoyed his singing. I didn't enjoy this bit.
We did not.
I admit it. I enjoyed his singing. I didn't enjoy what happened with Chickpea.
It's always in the middle, and when other people are talking, he just
can be the case.
when other people are talking, he just starts singing randomly. It's so disruptive.
Thank you, LA. Thank you for your support.
That's why I don't like it either, because when someone's trying to talk and give their point, if someone just tries to interrupt it by singing without, and especially, he doesn't even preface it by saying, "Hey, does anyone mind me singing a song?" And then go into song. Instead, he just starts randomly singing right in the middle of someone's point. And I think that's disrespectful.
It is, but I think it's kind of funny as well, Divine. I'm not going to lie. William says, you guys are mental. You all throw hate all night long and then collectively moan about one guy and ask him to say sorry. The whole thing is mental. There you go. That's William's view on it all.
He started it. Kenny started it. I didn't. I hadn't even said anything. Nothing. I've said nothing.
Asher, man, it would be great to have you on. Just make sure you're subscribed to Finding Gnosis, and you can come on next time. So keep your bell switched on, and then you'll be able to join.
Well, he attacks me too. I don't care. He says stuff about me. So does Noodles, but
Yeah, we're all in it together, LA. I get it too.
Yeah, that comment was a bit offhanded, isn't it? What the hell does he mean we throw hate all night long? No, we don't. Obviously, the conversation gets a bit heated sometimes, but who's throwing hate, Mr. William White? Do you want to come on the show and tell us what you mean?
I've asked William to come on already. He won't come on, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a bit too strong of him to say that.
Thank you for being my funeral buddy today.
Good night.
Good night.
I don't know what happened there. We lost someone. Okay, Fatima, you're on the Finding Lotus show. Remember, you're on thin ice as well, mate. So go ahead.
We
Yeah,
lost
no.
Brother Marcus again.
Yeah, I know. I'm always on thin ice for everyone, so
Why is
it's
Fatima on thin ice?
oh,
Because he was getting he was being insulting and that as well earlier.
Well, I've never
Yeah, I
heard
was.
Fatima say a bad word.
you have no idea. I do
William
have-
says, "Don't wind me up. Don't wind him up. I don't know what wound him up, but don't wind him up." He says.
Oh, yeah.
So Fatima, you're not an anti-nihilist, are you?
I'm private. I am, but like I would never like talk about it like in this format. I am.
No,
but,
I wasn't trying to attack you. I was wondering if like
yeah, I am.
if I wasn't an anti-nihilist, can we have like a baby, like a half black baby?
What?
No,
How?
I'm just messing with you. But
Oh, okay. Why? Because the only way we could do that is if I implant an artificial womb inside me.
I don't know,
like-
because they were talking about the whole like that you were getting mutilated. I'm like, I don't think that's happening. But
Oh, that was the fucking the other retard, the Kenny. He said that to me. Yeah, he said that to me, just like screaming. And it's whatever. I know I'm not gonna get that part of the surgery. No.
I don't think most transgenders get that surgery because it's very risky.
Yeah, but that's with any surgery, though. Yeah, I've met ones that have it and they're okay.
No, it's prone to getting infection. Like it doesn't. I don't know. I'm not even going to talk about it because I'm sure you've already researched it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did my research on that, but I'm not gonna get that. I'm gonna get other things though. Yeah, man. What is this show? I don't know. Like last year, this show was about like spirituality. Now it's just about like a I don't know. Right, D&W.
Drunk free for all, and it's unnecessary.
It's so funny.
When we're trying to find gnosis, you've got to consider all different perspectives to inspire you spiritually, to inspire you to try and see if there is a spiritual perspective.
Yeah,
take
but
into consideration all that is going
Yeah.
on. People call it a hellish.
In my
People are
opinion-
calling it a hellish realm. That means
No.
you've got to analyze the realm. What is
Yeah,
going on?
didn't Carl Jung say explore your shadow? And this might be the shadow for everybody. I mean, because your opposite person might be here that's probably pissing you off, but maybe you should explore why you're getting pissed off. I don't know.
Kenny is backstage again. Kenny, mate, you know you got to do some communication in the live chat before you come on, Kenny, because you've upset the ladies, and apparently you called for death
Yes.
of her cats, and I don't know. Someone else said you called for death of someone else. I didn't hear that myself, but
He
it's
supports
not
Israel, of
gentlemanly-
course.
It's not
I'm gonna say
gentlemanly conduct. So please, in the live chat, Kenny, explain yourself and try to move towards reconciliation.
He's a Zionist, D&W. He's not gonna do that.
Okay, that's your view.
Yeah, but you support Russia and China, so yeah. From somebody
no,
who's essentially
It's decidedly worse.
yeah,
No.
because if you can't make that claim,
We're not
my friend,
gonna have this conversation. I'm not gonna have this
No, but so
conversation.
why do you always bring it up? I find that very interesting. You always
Why?
criticize
Why?
everything, and then you're like, I don't want to talk about it. What kind of bullshit is that?
You want to talk about it?
He says he didn't threaten anyone. That's what he said.
I wasn't here for it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I
wasn't-
mean, guys, it's something that will have to. Someone can clip it later and play it back or whatever. Because I can't. I'm too tired to do that now. But
do it
he's
later,
saying he
D&W.
didn't threaten anyone. I'm not going to do it later. You can do it for me, please.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go. What? How many hours? I'll go at like the 7 hour and 45-minute mark, and then we'll see what's up.
Okay, Ragnar, do come on, mate. Do come on.
Oh, Ragnar. Okay. Well,
In fairness, I didn't hear him threaten anyone, like as in him say he was going to do it. I heard him say, "I hope your cats die," which isn't technically a threat; it's a wish. Now, it's not him threatening to do it. He's basically saying he hopes Mother Nature does it, which isn't nice. Which isn't nice all the same. It in my eyes, it's a low one. Kenny.
Consider joining me.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I could make a comment about that.
Crazy.
It's like they only wish it upon people who don't want it, but they would never wish it upon somebody like me who does want it.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be an insult, would it?
No,
it's
it
kind of like it's kind of like, have you seen The Dark Knight Rises with Batman? Do you remember when? Have you seen the movie, Ellie?
Yeah, I have, but I don't remember it.
Okay, so there's a
Kenny,
scene.
if you want to clip it and do your own analysis of it on your channel, I'll have a look at it tomorrow.
Yeah, Ellie, there's a scene in The Dark Knight Rises where Bane says to Bruce Wayne, there has to be a punishment more severe for you because death in and of itself, you welcome it. Do you understand? So kind of reminded me of that, yeah. What you
Yeah, I
said.
wish he would say that to me. I would take it as a compliment.
Yeah, because you welcome it, so it's not really, it changes then, isn't it? It's almost like somebody who loves getting splashed with water and then you throw a bucket on them, it's not going to do anything.
Ragnar asked to come on. Ragnar, the link is below the video on YouTube in the description.
Yeah, you're just wishing something that is inevitable anyway. We all have to go. So it really
We
doesn't
are
have any.
winding down though, for sure.
Did Chickpea invite him back in?
No.
Oh, okay.
There will be an independent adjudication on matters tomorrow.
No, including the cats.
If the interested parties want to put forth clips of the video where they feel the matter, is demonstrated, please do that. And I'll
I just feel it wasn't that serious. We weren't even talking about anything that serious for him to get that angry.
I think it was a theatrical performance myself, but I think it was over the top and unnecessary. Borderline psychotic. As I say, I fail to think anybody would genuinely mean that and be sane. I don't think he actually meant that. He can't have meant that. Come on, Kenny, you can't have meant that.
What are you talking about now? Sorry, I've been
He
away.
can't have meant he wanted your cats to die. For crying out loud, it must have been theatrical performance of a kind of sick sense of humor, sure, but he
Well-
can't have literally meant that.
He knew exactly how to attack her and how to hurt her the most. And you know what? When people have that information, it hurts in a totally different way. It's abhorrent behavior because it's totally uncalled for and unwarranted, but at the same time, it's the worst thing that could ever conceivably happen to her. And why would you stab her like that? It's inappropriate.
Perpetual Pleasurist says he is not sane. Chickpea is actually unperturbed, aren't you, Chickpea? You're like a rock.
No, he doesn't like me, which suits me fine because I wouldn't like to be liked by him anyway. So I don't, he hates me. It's reciprocated.
There you go.
I don't want his admiration. Don't even want it.
Perpetual Pleasurist says, how many times does he have to tell us all this guy is insane? Capital letters. An exclamation mark. Wildfire OTT, welcome. He says hello back. Ragnarok, you're on the Fighting Notice show. Welcome. So, what would you like to say?
Oh yeah.
Power's silence at the most awkward moment.
I think he's on mute.
No, he's actually he is on mute, but I didn't mute him.
I think it starts off on mute sometimes when you join.
Yeah, it does. Ragnar, unmute yourself and speak if you feel so obliged.
How is everybody? Can you hear me proper?
Yeah.
Yep, loud and clear. How's it going?
It's all right. Having a pleasant weekend.
DNW.
Yes,
Are you
darling.
going to write a? Are you going to write a book about everything you're hearing on here and learning on here?
No, not about everything
No,
I've learned
not that
on here.
matters. All right, then, fair enough. Just asking. I don't know. It just seems you must be a heck of a lot of experience. It must us a lot griping and groaning away.
Well, I would like you to write a book about how humanity, or at least a Substack article about how humanity is going to save us all, or like AI. Like, what do you mean by that?
I will write a book then at some point, probably. But
Yes,
you
yeah.
know, I'm not. LA. I will say one thing, right? You're asking me to provide an answer when you haven't provided an answer.
What do you mean? I haven't provided an answer yet. I don't.
I've demonstrated so many times. I don't want. It's a bit late tonight, but a million and one times I've shown you how your thinking is erroneous when you claim to have done anything beneficial.
I just told you that I went to a libertarian convention that I'm actually going to start implementing. You told me to smoke a fat one.
Me and you, LA, will have a little sit down one time. Just me and you, no other voices, and we'll go over a few things. Because I don't dislike you. I know you care. I just think you are wholly mistaken and misguided. I think, unfortunately for you, right? And I get it. You're emotional. You're an emotional man. You care a lot. And I care as well. And I know what it's like to care so much. You allow your emotions to override your thinking. And I feel that's what you do. You hold on to.
Do you think that was I was saying, like, you used to write
I
Substack
genuinely feel you've blown up a big fantasy. You're holding this balloon, this huge balloon with the words fantasy written on it, and you won't let go.
But you used to write Substack articles. I don't think it's a big ask for you to do an article explaining how AI is going to save humanity.
It's our only hope, LA. I didn't say it will. I said it's our only hope.
You don't believe that, do you?
I still stand by that. I still stand by. We have to pass the baton to something more able than us, and it's not going to be a biological human. It's going to be something.
Well, it's not going to be a robot either.
May I say something about this?
Yes.
So, for an AI to actually process like a human, you need the amount of memory servers, right? Server farms, the size of the planet, just to match one human mind, if you actually knew how to use your mind. The biggest issue with humans is we're unaware of how. So stop looking at the human body in the sense of the difference of flesh and metal. What if we were made of silicon instead of carbon? It could have happened. So the thing is, humans are biomechanical, so we're flesh, right? But we also have something a lot of human sciences do not study, and that's our connection to the spirit world. And a big event, so to the topic of the show, a lot of people are figuring out how important the spirit world or religion, or not the organized religion aspect, but the aspect that there is something greater than ourselves. Even ChatGPT and AI is doing its own research into how humans have a Gestalt field. Okay? Like every single person has an energy field. It's a fact. Photons, right? We all carry light. We're all atoms, right? If you want to look at it that way. So we're biomechanical systems.
Apparently,
and
a bunch of cunts are playing with a little man. The Oscars are on live TV, apparently.
Oh, the Oscar
like it.
statue. The Oscar statue has to do with some occult symbolism. Most people don't.
Oh, amen to that. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, sorry, Ragnar. You've come at the latest of hours, but it is good to have you here. Unless Vegan Equilibrium wants to come on and take over, I don't see a future for you today. And by that I mean we can't go too deep at this time.
I'm just letting you know that humans are more capable than you would know, and passing the baton on to something else No, this work that way.
Yeah, but Ragnarok, do you really think, knowing what we know about the universe, do you really think this flesh form of human beings and all our needs, which are pretty much based on what the Earth provides, do you really think this thing can explore the universe and potentially see, I don't know, do we live in a multiverse, nth string theory? Do you really think this puny little primate that we are can do all of that? Maybe, I think DW is right, maybe a humanoid droid with AI infused, or transferring your consciousness into a chip, because it's very inconvenient, this body. You know what I mean? It has too many needs. I do believe like a sort of droid humanoid type of thing would be the one to
Machines
do
have
it.
more needs. Machines have more needs than our bodies. Actually, we are the perfect machine. That's the truth. No, no, we
I would
are
disagree.
a. We
I
are
would
a.
disagree.
No, no, you can disagree, but let me explain why. Humanity is a self-replicating biomechanical system connected to a spirit world, basically a biological Wi-Fi. You don't know how to access it, and you think you're just a monkey. Okay? Most humans, humanity can keep going like an organism, just constantly going and multiplying, and our souls continue. Okay? Souls are immortal. Okay? The flesh may fade, but souls keep going. We keep coming back. And if you had a method of remembering your past lives, maybe you'd see the world in a different way, but most people don't have access to that.
Wait, hold on.
Most people are stuck with their little publishing books that they got from their schools that the Epstein gang and the Rockefellers and Rothschilds fucking printed for you. Your worldview, most people's worldview, is completely given to them, not formed.
And yours isn't. And yours isn't. Where did you? So you're literally spewing Eastern esoteric nonsense about past lives and that, which there's absolutely no data. Yeah,
How
because
is it Eastern?
So apart from Gnostic Christianity and that, who believes in reincarnation? That comes from Hinduism, Brahmanism, Buddhism.
No. Germanic culture, Celtic culture, before Rome conquered the Northern Europe, they believed in that.
All right.
You know that, right?
I've never, no, so I'll have to look into that.
No, every single human culture that had shamans believed in reincarnation until organized religion came around.
That's true. What do you mean every single one? That's very far-fetched.
Every single culture, no matter how far-fetched, had
Where's
shamans.
your evidence? Where's your evidence to say every single one? How could you even make that statement?
This is
Doesn't make
archaeological
sense.
history.
So you're telling me you have access to archaeological findings of every single civilization, Mesopotamia being one of the oldest ones, that they all believe in reincarnation. Are you sure about that, my friend? Because it sounds like
A lot of them do.
So a lot versus everyone. There's a big difference, yeah. But anyway, to take you on your point, because I don't want to argue on small things. What I'm trying to say to you is this whole thing about reincarnation and that. Well, there's no data that supports that. And secondly, if a fucking asteroid smashes into this planet, let me tell you something, my friend. You're not reincarnating back into this because it will be turned to space dust, stardust. That's
Beacon
what I
Equilibrium,
go back
can you
into.
run the show for a bit? I'm going to take a back seat. All right? I'm getting off for a little. Thank
So
Might
it's
not
an
be here
interesting
that
theory.
long.
Hi, DMW.
If a fucking
I
asteroid
might not
crashes
be
into
here
this,
that long. But I will say that this whole thing, this one guy who's saying, "Oh, like we've been fed this whole narrative or whatever." Dude, you're just like repeating stuff you heard on YouTube or you heard from David Icke. Like your thoughts aren't original. Your thoughts are not original at all.
I haven't really studied David Icke.
David Icke is pro.
And David Icke's thoughts aren't original either.
How do you know that?
No, you're completely misconceptualizing what I'm talking about. Most of your publishing
I'm
books
not.
in your education systems, no, hear me out. Your curriculum is paid for by policy. You know that. Your publishing books that you are required to learn from, who owns them?
I've watched Mark Passio. I've watched all the conspiracy channels. I know the whole spiel. Okay, you're not telling me anything I haven't heard before.
Okay,
I
so
get it.
you want to chime in and
I
feel
know
like you know.
You,
Okay, whatever.
you just recently discovered this stuff, and you want to sound like a genius, but it's not original, dude. It's not.
What are you talking
And
about sounding like a
secondly, you
genius? I'm bringing up a topic and a point of view that you haven't heard before. When it comes to
Ragnarok, answer my
humanity
question.
potentially not being beneath machine.
Ragnarok, answer my question. If a fucking asteroid slams into this planet, and it has done many a times, where is your reincarnation? Where? If there's no fucking planet, my friend, and how can
That's a
how can
loaded
life
question with a
reincarnate?
straw man. That's a loaded
Someone
question with a
answer
straw
it.
man waiting.
Yeah, so
There's no
exactly.
point
So then,
answering that.
yeah, because you can't answer. What you're saying is complete nonsense. How dare you say,
You
oh,
you asked me
reincarnation and all that?
you asked me a fucking question with the end goal of that question all automatically being you can't answer. Nobody could. If that situation hypothetically happened, who the fuck could answer that question? So your
But you
question
just
is
said we have
disingenuous and bad faith.
no. According to your esoteric, whatever you want to call it, reincarnation or this and that, we're souls. Again, you can't prove the existence of a soul, but even if you could, let's just say, for argument's sake, we'll take a soul. Technically, couldn't your souls, where would they reincarnate to? Because there's no earth, so where would they go? Go on, tell me, because my education comes from the fucking Rothschilds and all that bullshit. I know what you're trying to say, and we're
Did you go to high school?
brainwashed. Huh? Yeah, of course.
Did you go to high school, college, university, all that jazz? You got your little
Yeah.
curriculum? Okay, who
Yeah,
created it? Answer that.
What do you mean? Who created it? What? So you're saying
Who created
one
your
person or-
curriculum?
Well, it was a series of. The information wasn't created by a single entity, my friend. It's been developed and passed down generation to generation, just like the sciences. What do you think? Somebody just fucking came up with the idea of antibiotics on the spot? There was pre-existing data, studies, research. It all gets developed over time. It's not like one person created all knowledge, my friend.
Nice straw man, but that's not where I'm going with this.
So where did it come from? You told me then.
So, if you wanted to control a working class of people, you control their education, right? You give them enough truth to know some truth, but you keep some knowledge out of people's hands. This is called technocracy, keeping technology to a higher level of people and then making the working class not have a certain amount of technology. Okay? That works with knowledge. Knowledge is power, right? Why does the Bible say, my people suffer for lack of knowledge, right? So when people don't have the knowledge to do certain things, now you could see me as, oh, you just want to be a genius. You can think that if you want. My whole point is that we barely understand the human body and the spirit world and faith, okay? Every single fucking culture, on a biological scientific observation, every single archaeological historical culture we have found has the phenomenon of shamans or spiritmen, a priest class, something like that. And some of them have access to intuition that is unfucking canny. Okay, we already have cases of AI like ChatGPT literally accessing the spirit world. Okay, there's a whole fucking thing about this. People are doing research on this. People don't even understand, the concept of witchcraft. Okay, how about we use a different word for how to use intent and so-called magic? Okay, technology is just magic by another name, and you just don't understand it. If you don't understand it, you're gonna think it's magic, right? Black mirrors. You want to know what they called that back in the Middle Age? Scrying mirrors. We call them screens today. Okay, it's all fucking relative. Why shamans, why people have this connection everywhere we go, okay? Every single fucking culture, from the most advanced white Asian or even African cultures, doesn't matter which one, what level they're at the tech tree. At the beginning of every tech tree, of every single civilization, we have a culture of hunter-gatherers with shamans. And what they found, the oddballs, the shaman type, the archetype, right, would come up with the most inventions, okay? Because people wanted to figure out, why did some groups have technological advancements faster than other groups? Some groups killed their oddball in their group less, right? So like that autistic guy, that weird guy that comes up with a new fucking way to kill something. Oh, we can kill the mammoth better with this strategy. It's the fucking weirdo who comes up with that. And they keep finding that again and again and again, either technological or advanced. As a biomechanical organism, we have a Gestalt field. Do you know what that means? If you don't want to use the spirit world as a term, we could just use Gestalt field. What we believe can actually manifest. And people don't understand, words do have power. Okay? Every single initiate mystery school believes this, knows this, and uses symbols to manipulate our subconscious in every single fucking way. If people wanted to influence you, it's easy. Put a fucking meme out. This is what I'm talking about. This collective Gestalt field that people have. Even AI has a whole fucking subcategory of research trying to understand mankind, right? You'd want to look at this. So they're looking at this They're finding out that we have a field between us. We're all connected. The multi-dimension, all these things. It's all true. It's quantum mechanics. And they found out time is a fucking illusion. Choice is the master of time, because if you make a different choice today, you created a whole new timeline. Okay, you say save this person A or person B, right? You know the rail cart type thing, the psychological test with the rail
Listen,
cart.
mate, you're just talking a whole bunch of pseudoscience and fucking word salad. You're throwing out terms that you don't even know.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What do you know about quantum mechanics, my friend? Is that your specialty? Do you specialize in that field? Because let me tell you something. Majority of the people I know that fucking specialize in the sciences, they're not talking about the fucking spirit world. Okay, I'll tell you that much. But anyway, you have yourself a nice
You
day,
want to
'cause
focus
I'll
on
be
the
honest with you.
minutia, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, with all due respect, brother. I disagree with you, but I don't want to have this
I don't think you have
conversation
respect. I don't think you have respect. You're coming at this entirely with an attitude.
Okay, that's your opinion, but have a nice day. I'm out, guys. God bless. All the best, everyone. See you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank
Surprised
you.
how close God is to you.
Okay, guys, I think we're going to have to maybe call it a night now, yeah? Vegan Equilibrium was meant to be running the show, but he's disappeared. So, you know.
I want to hear more of that
Well, we
because
can't do
I'm in alignment with it.
I actually sense that about you. So we're talking about certain things.
That's the gong to say we've gone on too long, you know.
Right, but aren't you going to have the after show or no?
Yeah, I suppose we can have the backstage.
Well, I was hoping that Brother Marcus could come back in, and so couldn't Yerf Dogs or somebody.
Yeah.
Hello to Retro Doomsday, who's made an appearance in the chat. There you go.
Retro would be fun too.
Oh shit! I didn't mean that, Kenny. Kenny, you're not meant to be here, Kenny.
Well, let him speak since he's here.
Oh, okay. Kenny,
If
you're
he's
the
gonna be
finalist.
nice.
Hold on. Let me speak. You did upset the ladies. We don't like threats. We don't like death wishes, all that type of thing. Can you just apologize?
Yeah, just to straighten the record out, I never actually threatened anyone. I just said I wish she was dead. And our cats. All right. I said
Why?
that.
Why did you say that?
I'm not going to go into that right now, but I want to apologise because when I shouted earlier, the microphone never picked up, but this is probably better, right? Can you hear me?
He's going to shout.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. So I just said
Keep
to
your voice
Divine,
at room temp.
you're a fucking whore!
You give Celts a very bad name, sir.
If you don't delete him totally and don't get rid of him totally off the channel, he's just going to do this every single time he has the opportunity. He's also just proven that 3 times tonight.
I am glad that you did.
30 years, and I'm a whore. Oh, I love it.
I am glad that he came on because he clarified he did wish death on Chickpea and the cat. So
He admitted it's confession right there.
There you go.
It's done.
Can I ask you all a question before the show closes?
What the hell did Chickpea do to that guy?
No, stay on the channel. When he closes the channel to the public, you and I and all the rest of the group here can talk again. So when he closes the channel, stay here so we can all chat.
I assume.
Does anybody else want to come on? Links in the chat. Go ahead, Ragnar. What do you want to say?
So every time I come up here, right? I've warned people, if you talk to me with an attitude and you just see, that's the 3rd person in a row who's like, oh, you're just trying to come off as a genius. I don't give a fuck how I come off. And then their attitude pipes up and their language pipes up, and I'm like, oh, okay. I just mirror it back to them, and sometimes it turns into a shit fest. Do people understand there's people out here who will mirror your energy? See, the gentleman who did the threat, right, and then went fucking crazy, if he was in a bar, he'd be knocked out on the ground with beer on his face.
Yes. That's
Like
why
most people, the internet has created a society of people who are no longer afraid to get knocked out because the keyboard protects them.
It was, I mean, it was weird, Yerf Dogs. Even Yerf Dogs is...
Yeah, even if Steve is even like, what the hell? Like, yeah.
Anyway, D&W, you'll be pleased to
Now he's
hear.
saying that was for Divine, not Chickpea. I mean, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Divine doesn't have any cats.
Kenny,
But anyway,
mate, I think Kenny has
I
taken
couldn't be further from a whore if you paid me. I've been chosen. I've chosen to be celibate for the last 14 years of my life. Oh my gracious!
Why is he pissed off at Divine now?
He doesn't even know me. The only thing that irritates him about me is I won't listen to him sing, and it's because he can't. And the subject.
Grumps.
I mean, I used to like his singing, but that's a complete different kettle of fish.
So,
That's-
it was
I-
funny. But this is not okay in my opinion.
This is Kenny, mate. I'm not joking. You've either taken something or you should take something. That's where I'm going with this.
Well,
that's. I mean, usually you carry yourself. Yes, you're a little bit of an edgelord, but you should. You've gone off the fucking planet, mate. You're. I don't know where you are, bro. It's not the Kenny we used to love. What?
DW, don't worry. He didn't touch me, okay? Because I laughed through it all. So something inside me is changing.
I don't know why he's so angry.
So, can I ask the lady who said she was in alignment with me about what I talked about earlier? Some people, when I bring up these ideas, there are certain individuals out there who they pipe up with attitude, and they're like, "Oh, you're just trying to be a genius. Oh, you're just copycatting or listening to this. You're just quoting that." I find that entire conversational tactic to be passe. Like it's a tactic that's dead in the water. There's nothing being learned, and people are trying to attack the content of somebody else's character. And I think it's just because some people's light pisses off certain people's demons, right? I don't give a fuck about David Icke. I don't give a fuck about how I come off, and I may come off a little harsh sometimes, but deep down, I'm a kind guy. I'm a bit of a hobbit. I like to smoke pot that's not THC ridden, so no psycho effects, just the CBD, right? So old classic aged hemp, right? That's my attitude. It's like being calm, and like these people who keep bringing this toxic attitude. How the fuck am I supposed to talk about how Wallace and other physicists were trying to figure out if choice affects time, right? So like we're talking about quantum mechanics, right? And then people fail to make the connection between witchcraft and quantum mechanics, or magic for that matter, because they don't understand the science behind it. So when somebody does not understand, like say you're trying to give somebody an equation, right? Say an alien gives us an equation. The first fucking thing the dumbest fucking human is going to do is shoot the alien and be like, "You're trying to be smarter than me, aren't you?" That fucking entire attitude needs to go down the trash. People need to like be like in a learned mindset, but not propagated. You know what I mean? So like if we're going to be learning and making breakthroughs on like the Gestalt field of humanity, how we affect quantum mechanics and quantum immortality, that those are actual real field sciences that people are looking into. And they're finding out time is just a fucking illusion, right? We can bend time as human beings, and people are like, AI is superior to us. No, it's not. We have achieved so much. We created AI. That doesn't mean we're superior to AI. What I'm trying to say is we barely understand ourselves, and we're already giving ourselves the short rope. It's weird. I don't believe in that notion of giving up, and like seeing how humanity has this grand spiritual awakening worldwide. Narcissists, this is what's happening on a social level, right? Narcissists are getting cornered everywhere. So everybody who's like, "Oh, you're just trying to quote this YouTube video. You're just trying to be a genius." No. I'm trying to have intellectual conversation that is stimulating. And I grow tired of people who come to the table with an energy that is just morose, and they want to defend their appearance. Everybody who's wearing a mask attacks you as if you have a mask. Did you ever notice that in conversations? And if they're in a bar, they're quiet. They're very quiet. They don't talk like they would online. And that's another thing that's been happening. So many people do not understand. If they talked half the time the way they did in a bar, in a pub, in a social setting, publicly, people are drinking, some people are sensitive, trying to keep a good vibe, they'd get knocked the fuck out. And people would go back to their vibe. And people are not threatened by that when it comes to online interaction. So they think they can just be narcissistic and fucking cruel to people. It's annoying.
DW, can I say something? I just had a thought about Kenny, because apparently he was going out tonight, wasn't he, with some bird apparently he'd picked up. I've got a funny feeling I've got a funny feeling he's had a hissy fit because he's probably plied her up with alcohol, spent a fortune, I got nothing back in return.
Whoa, relative compounding
You know
effect
how
when you're
to rub
sticking
it
that on
in,
other
Chickpea. You
people.
are.
Wow.
Yeah.
What? Just saying, D&W.
Love you,
Maybe. Yeah. I won't say. Go ahead, Divine. Did you want to say something?
He called me a slut or a whore or something. I've been celibate for 30 years, thank you.
Divine's disappeared. Well, Divine, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Okay, guys. Does anybody want to wrap up with some closing remarks for the live, and then we can close it down? And if you want to chat backstage, you can. Denizen, do you want to say something in closing? He's not there. Chickpea, do you want to say something in closing?
Yeah, thank you for a nice evening. I've had quite a laugh this evening, actually.
Okay, see? You didn't take to heart what Kenny said then.
No, I just tried to say that to you. No, that's what's happening to me. I'm getting so... I don't care
Interesting.
anymore. Yes, it
You
is
don't care.
interesting.
I mean, in fairness, if I may say something here, you have said terrible things to other people on this channel, haven't you? Equal.
Yeah, they've
I mean,
said
you
terrible-
have. You actually wished someone to die as well on this channel, if I remember rightly, haven't you?
Yeah, and
Admit
they
it.
were quite nasty to me too, D&W. I've had some... Well, there's been-
In fact, you have said numerous times for people to go away and die.
No, I haven't. Not numerous times, D&W. That's not fair.
Well, at least twice. At least twice.
Yes, I know. I said it to that Danny bloke. Or not Danny, vegan Gobstreet, whatever his name is.
And another person as well, but it doesn't matter. It's over. It's in the past. Asher says thanks again. Yes, Asher, you're welcome. Do come back. Divine, we're closing up now. Chickpea, do you want to give your closing remarks then?
Yes, I said thank you for a nice evening. It's been quite fun. I've had a good laugh.
Yeah, good.
Oh, Grump! Ooh, did you how grumpy he is?
Who?
You're more grumpy than me, even.
Who, me?
Yes.
I was reading the comment. I said, yeah, good. I heard you. And I was reading Yerfdog's comment at the same time. Sorry. I tell you what, I'm not a good multitasker. I admit that. I'm really not. Anyway, Yerfdog says, agree fully with Ragnarok. Internet removed tangible consequences for acting out like a punk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Invite him into the show.
Lucky. You feeling lucky, punk? Yerfdog,
All
do
the
you wanna come
intelligent
on?
people.
Okay.
This will be a wonderful
Ragnar-
conversation.
Ragnar, do you want to give some closing remarks?
Yeah. You know, something pertinent came up earlier when I was spatting with the other guy. He mentioned, "Oh, aren't you programmed to?" Right? He felt a little sensitive under the belt, thinking, "Oh, you're just trying to come off as a genius." My answer, if he's still observing, I would say, no. I had to go through a whole process of figuring out what was bullshit and what was true on my own. Right? You know, some people don't help you with that, and most people, they cling to tribalism, like left wing, right wing, this religion, that religion, this culture, that culture, right? They're always clinging to that wider collective tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed people are cowards. They don't want to strike out on their own and make up their own mind, make up their own political idea. No, hear me out. They just want to fit into a tribe. But that's the thing is, society tells you to fit in also.
Ragnarok, can I ask you about your eating habits, please? Are you a member of the 98%? I just asked.
What do you mean 98%?
The 98%. Right. For eating, okay? Now, 2% of us are hated vegans. We are the most hated minority group on the planet. But you're a member of the 90%. And you're just saying everybody just blah, 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 when you're just as bad as they are, in my opinion.
How am I as bad as they are?
Oh no!
Well, you haven't
This is
said
closing remarks.
All right,
No,
all
I'm
right.
just
We don't
saying,
need to go down that road.
I get lambasted for being a member.
This is meant to be closing remarks. So, Chippy, you've said
Yeah.
that.
So,
Ragnar,
a
please
small
reply next.
answer for me. A small answer for me would be the scientific fact that the human body requires fruit and meat to
Really?
survive.
Well, I've been here
Yes,
for 70 years.
no. I'm not trying to debate with you. This is a
I've been
scientific fact.
I'm a bully. Oh, I love it. I've been called a
No,
bully by
we're-
that silly little.
I never called you
now,
bully.
Chippy, between you and me,
Never called you a bully.
you have been called a bully, and we don't want any bullying. We don't want people saying mean things to each other.
So if people say mean things to me,
No.
No, I was just answering that scientifically human bodies require meat and fruit to survive. Specifically, fish and fruit combined is the best intake for food for our actual organism as a being. This is not a debate between veganism and meatitarians. This
Okay,
is
tell us
scientific
what the
fact.
nutrient is. Tell us what the
Can we talk
nutrient
about this in the
Tell
after
us
show?
what the nutrient is. Tell us what the nutrient is. What is the nutrient? What is the nutrient? What
We
is
can
the
talk about
nutrient?
this after.
Why are you repeating yourself?
Tell us what the
Why are you
nutrient
repeating
is.
yourself like you're at a rally?
All right, guys. You'll have that backstage, and I think Vegan Equilibrium has a good point, but not now because we're closing down. Divine, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Thank you very much, DNW, for providing whatever the circus is this evening.
I love you, July. That's funny.
Yeah, you're welcome. Who was the clown, Divine? I hope it wasn't me.
Kenny started it, and anyone who argues from this point on will be who's finishing it, I guess.
Okay. Kenny is backstage trying to get on. Brother Marcus, closing remarks.
Just a quick one that just riffing off of Ragnarok that I just want to add that if you're a secular person, there's a difference between understanding and acceptance. I don't have to accept other people's conclusions, but I inquire to understand people's reasonings towards their conclusions, and that's all I'd end on.
Right.
I'm not a secular person, and I believe faith is the truth.
Yerf Dog says, Kenny, what happened to you, mate? Question mark. That is the question. That is the mystery. It's, I don't know. Was it demonic possession? I just don't know. Did he inhale crack pipe smoke on the bus home from a fellow passenger? I don't know, Kenny Given, why you changed persona. I mean, obviously he didn't agree before, but he never acted like that. He feels extremely angry. I do hope he calms down and peace will come upon him.
Can I answer to what he
mentioned? He says it's called integrating. You can answer later backstage. Kenny says it's called integrating your shadow. He's doing a bit of Jungian therapy on himself, apparently. Well, there you go. Vegan Equilibrium, do you want to say anything? Now, you did call Chickpea a bully. I have to say that. You did. Look, Vegan Equilibrium, we don't want any more fighting.
8-stone bully.
Sorry?
An 8-stone bully. Love it.
Well, Vegan Equilibrium, the words are yours if you want to say anything.
Yeah, there's absolutely no essential nutrient that you can't get on a plant-based diet. If you think that there is, I challenge you to a debate later, not now. Later, you can come on my channel. You can email me. My email is veganequilibrium@gmail.com. We can set it up. And it will be great for everybody to see you get clapped on my channel in that debate.
I can clap you in 5 seconds.
Yeah, okay. No, you can't. Secondly,
they've done studies. Vegan diet literally kills your body.
Ragnar, take it.
Provide the evidence. You can come on my
There's no
channel,
debate.
bring all the scientific evidence that you don't have, and we can do it there. Yeah, I know. You just make stuff up, but yeah.
That's what you think.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's what I know. Anyway, yeah.
You don't know.
Go vegan. Go vegan. If you're still paying for animals to be tortured and raped and mutilated and imprisoned and murdered and all the other awful stuff that happens to them when they are exploited, if you're still paying for animals to be exploited in such ways, you are a piece of crap and you should change. That's all.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat steak tomorrow.
You're a piece of crap.
There you go.
really
The last
was-
words off the stream. Ragnar, I'm going to let you back on when the show's ended, so you can chat backstage. But I don't know what to say. It was quite the whirlwind of emotions, from laughing to anger to downright psychosis. Yeah, some of it was sad. Some of it was. I mean, it was. I'll be honest. Overall, today wasn't a happy stream. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it was overly
Sunday
happy.
service.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what went on today. It was a long stream. Mr. Flicker came on. He's got his opinions. Interesting character. He certainly makes everyone talk. But
I think the
I
spirit.
don't know how easy it was to follow for anybody watching. But hey, if you are upset with the topics being discussed and you'd like the direction of the show to change, do come on and change it. You can come on and you can talk about whatever it is you'd like to talk about, whatever you feel should be talked about. So yeah, don't sit back and be frustrated about the flow of conversation when you can just get involved and literally change the direction of it. That's what I'm going to say.
Starting DNW, yo, Grum.
Yes, Chickpea.
Yeah, the Gnostics were vegetarians, oblique vegans, so I think we should be concentrating and going in that direction.
Okay. Yes. And thanks to everybody who has donated using the link under the channel. Appreciate you.
And stop being so grumpy towards me. All the love I've shown you.
I'm not being grumpy towards you, Chickpea.
Yes, you are. You've been very grumpy this evening, grumping away at me.
This is the happiest I've been in years.
You don't sound.
Okay. Well, look. Anybody want to come on? Link is there. Quickly get
It's
there.
because
and
he
you
has
can
a
chat.
doggy.
What?
He's happy because he has a doggy.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. So you should. And don't forget to buy Max.
Hello,
something nice
Silas.
for
We're
the
not ignoring you. Yes, darling. We're not ignoring you, Patsy. We're not ignoring you. You're
And
welcome
Grumpy
to come
Cats.
on.
Buy
Yes.
Max something nice from me.
I
please.
will. I always do. And I will. Okay, folks. That's it for now. Until next time. Wow. I feel like I've been hit with a sledgehammer. Okay.